is your Pro Tour Phyrexia champion. Nathan Stoyer did it again. I have never seen anything like this.
Jake Beardsley is your Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings champion.
A land off the top's not going to be good enough. Sean Emmanuel Deprat is your world champion.
It is Seth Manfield, a Pro Tour champion 2 times over.
Our Pro Tour champion, Yoshihiko Ikawa! It's the best day in Magic, everybody. Pro Tour Sunday here at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, live from Amsterdam here in the Netherlands, an absolutely beautiful city where we've been having a fantastic weekend with 10,000 of our closest friends here at MagicCon Amsterdam, enjoying the best game in the entire world. There's a look at the convention hall here, where 243 players entered the building for the Pro Tour. On Friday, now only 8 remain. By the time we're done today, only 1 can remain standing for that $50,000 first place prize here in Modern Single Elimination. Welcome to the news desk, everyone. I'm so excited to get underway. This top 8 is truly unbelievable. I'm Ray Bartholdi. Frank Karsten and Ailey Loning join me here at the news desk. Cannot wait for this. Ailey, what are you most excited for?
I'm excited to see these incredible players potentially add another incredible result to an already illustrious career. It's going to be an incredible day. I can't wait.
Absolutely. We're going to introduce our top 8 in just a moment, and if you don't already know, there are some huge giants of the game among them. Frank, what are you looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to seeing if Javier Dominguez can take it down, because in the top 8, dominated by 5 banned Nadu players and 2 mono-black Necro players doing unfair things, Javier and his Jeskai control deck is kind of the remaining bastion of fair and interactive Magic. He also called it an anti-Nadu deck, so let's see if he can take down those birds today.
What a world we live in where we're rooting for Jeskai control.
I know. I do have to take issue with fair and control being in the same sentence there, Frank, but I rest my case. Moving on. Let's talk about our tournament schedule, everybody. If you're just joining us for the first time today, this is how things went down throughout the weekend to arrive at our top 8 here today, starting with Friday. What happened, Frank?
On Friday, 243 players started with 3 rounds of Modern Horizon 3 Draft, followed by 5 rounds of Modern Constructed. Everyone with 12 match points, that's 4-4 or better, advanced to Day 2.
And Day 2, what happened there, Ailey?
Wash, rinse, and repeat pretty much of Friday with 3 rounds of Modern Horizons 3 Draft to kick things off, followed by 5 rounds of Modern Constructed. But the players were looking for that magical number of 12 match wins to lock up their spot in today's top 8.
Yes, and that does indeed bring us to today, Top 8 Sunday, Single Elimination Modern for our top 8. So lose and you are out. But good news, it is best 3 out of 5 games, so a little different than yesterday. And sideboarded games begin after Game 2. Well, if you missed any of the action here from the feature match area yesterday, Ailey's got you covered with the highlights.
Day 2 of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 didn't disappoint. An absolutely incredible day that saw the remaining players do battle to get those coveted 12 wins to lock up a spot in Sunday's top 8. Our second draft of the Pro Tour delivered some incredible matches and moments before getting back into the modern rounds, where our first top 8 player was decided. And that player was Ma Noah, making his first top 8 appearance. After the rounds continued, we saw a slew of incredible players join Manoa. Eli Cassis locked up yet another top 8, followed by Jason Yee, who continues an impressive run of top finishes. Former world champion and fan favorite Javier Dominguez added another top finish to an already illustrious career. Round 16 determined our final 4 players, adding top 8 regular and player of the year Simon Nielsen into the mix. Strixhaven champion Sam Pardee joined thereafter, with Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor champion Seth Manfield hot on their heels. And finally, we added Daniel Gutschel, who is also in his first top 8. This is absolutely a stacked top 8 and one that we certainly won't soon forget.
Yes, let's take a look at our bracket. We promised you a good top 8, and we're going to deliver. Ma Noah is going to be up first in our quarterfinals versus Daniel Gutschel. This is a mono-black Necro versus 4-color Nadu matchup. We also have Javier Dominguez on Jeskai Control versus teammate Simon Nielsen running Bant Nadu. Then it's a Bant Nadu mirror in the hands of Jason Yee and Sam Pardee. And then Eli Cassis on what else? Bant Nadu up against Seth Manfield, who, by the way, has already won a Pro Tour this season on Mono Black Necro. This top 8 is so stacked, in fact, that amongst them, they have 42 top finishes, which I think has got to be among the most top finishes in a top 8 of all time. Frank, what do you think?
Yeah, it certainly is. I was able to find Pro Tour Honolulu 2012, where Hall of Famers Paulo Vitor Damara, Rosa, John Finkel, Brian Kibler, and Jelgo Wiegersma, among others, all made it in. Number of top finishes there was still slightly higher, but all of these players are on active runs, so maybe they will surpass it, and one way or another, certainly a top 8 for the ages.
Absolutely. 5 of these top 8 players as well from the 2 big teams, Handshake and Ultimate Guard, which is worth noting as well. A terrific performance for them here in this top 8 after kind of lackluster Pro Tour just before this. So there's your top 8, but how are the players feeling ahead of the top 8? Ailey went around and talked to them this morning.
It's Top 8 Sunday. Our Top 8 is ready and wanting to be called champion. Someone who's not too unfamiliar with being called champion, Neon Dynasty champion Ely Cassis, looking cool, calm, and collected as always. How do you do it? What's going on beneath the surface?
Well, not calm, cool, and collected, but trying to be. Definitely ready for the competition. I feel good, ready to play. I have one of the toughest opponents in the world, Seth Manfield, but I think I'm ready.
Best of luck, Ely. Look forward to seeing your matches. Another champion in our midst, former world champion Javier Dominguez. How are you, good sir? I bet Sunday is starting to feel pretty ordinary to you now, right?
Not really. It's like a new time, you know, every topic is like a new story, so yeah, not at all.
Best of luck for today. I hope that we get to see you hoist yet another trophy.
Thank you very much.
Awesome. Come along with me. Down over here we have Strixhaven champion, Sam Pardee. Sam, you never fail to impress, and that play yesterday with the Springheart Nantuko and the Dryad, that was awesome. How far did you have to go up the sleeve to pull that trick out?
Yeah, you think about it before the tournament, about all the corner cases, and sometimes they come up.
But yeah, awesome. I'm looking forward to seeing even more of that today, so best of luck, Sam.
Thanks.
Earlier this year, Seth Manfield won Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Mana with powerful 3-mana black cards. Seth, going to do some more of the same today?
I mean, I'm hoping to, yeah. I am playing Necrodominance in my deck, so it literally has the name Dominance in the name, so I'm hoping to replicate that with my showing today in top 8.
Best of luck, Seth. And then there is Simon Nielsen. Simon, you are making a name for yourself in this game, good sir. You made records this year, 4 top 8s in a row. Missed last time, unfortunately, to my dismay. Is this finally the time that you hoist the trophy?
I mean, I'll try. It's gonna be really tough because Javier's deck is built to beat mine, but today's my birthday, so maybe I can get some luck, maybe?
Happy freaking birthday. That is awesome. Best of luck to you today, Simon.
Thank you.
That would be a really cool present. Speaking of taking things one step further, Jason, you said that you were looking for top 4. Why not just go all the way this time?
Well, I just figured, one step at a time. Last time I got top 8, at the time before that, top 16. 2 tournaments from now, maybe I'll get first, and the one after that, top 1/2.
The math checks out, Jason. All the best. Over here, Daniel Guchel, fellow Canadian. You were the last person to join our top 8, Daniel. That must have been pretty stressful waiting to find out if you'd made it.
Well, I thought I was dead for hours, so it's just a pleasant surprise when I made it in the top 8.
Good thing you didn't leave and go home, huh?
Yeah. I mean, I had to enjoy the free food over there.
Good reason to stay. Best of luck for today. And finally, the first player to join our top 8, Manoa. After seeing the top 8, seeing the decks, are you feeling confident and happy with your choice?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. As a big fan of esports, you know what they saying? The first game winner win the match. I think the most important thing is win the first game. If I win the first game, I have a chance to win the whole tournament. So I hope I will be the man.
Best of luck, Manoa. Looking forward to seeing your matches. Who's going to be our champion? We're going to find out very soon, so don't go anywhere.
What an incredible top 8, all feeling good this morning. But of course, at the end of the day, only one player can be crowned champion. Let's take a look at our first quarterfinal. Find out who'll be watching in the feature match area. Kick things off for us here on Top 8 Sunday. None other than Javier Dominguez up against teammate and friend Simon Nielsen. 10 top finishes for Javier Dominguez, 6 for Simon Nielsen. Jeskai Control versus Bant Nadu. Like I mentioned, these two have been playing Magic together for a long time. Check it out. Here's a shot of Simon as he won and locked up his top 8 spot yesterday. Ely Cassis, teammate there, also joining in on the fun. Javier and Ely had already been added to the top 8, and here he is at the top 8 announcement, getting so excited for his spot here. Like we mentioned, an incredible run for him in the last 5 of the 6 tournaments, getting a top finish. Absolutely unbelievable. Take a look at Javier Dominguez, another absolutely unbelievable player. Check out his road to the top 8 here. A rough start to Saturday there, going 1-2 in draft. Overall record in Modern, though, pretty stellar, 9-1, and is currently undefeated against Bant Nadu. Built his deck to beat it. Can he keep beating it? We'll find out. We'll have to get through teammate Simon Nielsen here, who went 5-1 in draft throughout the Swiss portion of our tournament, 8-3 in Modern, and was 1-2 versus our top 8 with losses to Sam and Daniel in the Swiss. All right, there's a look at the players. It's a big, big matchup, Frank. Talk to me about the matchup and the decks.
Yes, indeed, Maria. As we already discussed, Javier Dominguez built this deck as kind of an anti-Nadu deck, so let's take a look at what this deck actually does. Jeskai Control features all the usual suspects you would expect from a control deck. There's spot removal, counter magic, card draw, and sweepers, but also various new Modern Horizon 3 standouts. The new Flage allows you to hide a win condition into your entire removal suite, but the real standout of this deck is the energy package. There's Tune the Narrative, Galvanic Discharge, and very importantly, Wrath of the Skies. Now, Wrath of the Skies will be amazing against decks that are reliant on building up a board state, like Bant Nadu. You can just destroy Mana Dorks, Shuko, Urza Saga, everything in one go. An essential aspect of this particular list, Javier Dominguez does not include any Solitude or Prismatic Endings like many other Jeskai Control players. Those, could answer Nadu, but then the opponent can still draw a card. Instead, Javier relies on Force of Negation to counter Court of Calling, as well as Solitude to deal with Nadu while it is on the stack. He also has some copies of Dress Down to potentially remove the abilities of Nadu for a turn. And as we already discussed, he's gone undefeated against Nadu so far and is feeling confident in this matchup. On the other side of the table, Simon Nielsen is playing the big bad of the format. This is the one of 5 different Nadu decks in the top 8, so let's take a bit of time to explain what it does. Bant Nadu tries to assemble Nadu Winged Wisdom along with Shuko. Shuko then targets your creatures for 0 mana, allowing Nadu's trigger to happen twice for each creature you control. So you get a lot of free cards, and eventually once you get Springheart Nantuko, every land put onto the battlefield by Nadu creates another insect token that can get targeted by Shuko twice. So once you get going, you can basically draw your entire deck, and at that point, well, how do you win? Surely, if we get to that point, the players will have conceded by then, but what will be going under the hood is that Simon would be capable of convoluted loops involving Sylvan Safekeeper and Endurance. Basically, you would bestow, say, Springheart Nantuko onto Endurance, make it so that your library consists of only a few lands, and then, you can use Sylvan Safekeeper to do that. You target some insects to put those lands onto the battlefield, tap them for mana, sacrifice them to Sylvan Safekeeper, and use a copy of Endurance to return them to your library. You can loop for infinite mana, loop for infinite Bristly Bill triggers, and then eventually you can even recycle a library of Waterlogged Grove and a Channel Land, Waseo or Otawara, to leave your opponent with nothing. Now, in this matchup, it will be important that Delighted Halfling helps you resolve Nadu through Counterspell, though it doesn't help against Subtlety. In game 1 and 2, before sideboard, Javier Dominguez will definitely be ahead. After sideboard, things may improve a little bit for Simon. Even though Simon forgot to register Vexing Bauble, he does have various relevant cards. For example, Teferi stops all the counter magic and instant speed interaction, and 2 copies of Sun Cleanser. That's actually the best card against energy. The opponent will lose all the energy counters, can't gain new energy counters. So it stops it all, and it's even hard to answer because all of a sudden Galvanic Discharge and Wrath of the Skies don't work anymore. Still, Simon said earlier to me today, it's a terrible matchup. Javier built his deck and card choices with the intent of beating banned Nadu. So he is not feeling too confident walking up to this table.
Yeah, there we see Simon arriving here at the top table this morning on his 30th birthday, winning. What a birthday present that would be for him. What a matchup this is, too. Like we said, Simon with a top finish in 5 of the last 6 top events, and Javier Dominguez with only the last 5 PTs. His worst finish was 10th place. I mean, it's unbelievable the streaks these players are on, and I just can't wait to see who here claims the title this weekend of our very, very storied top 8. It's time for quarterfinal number 1, everybody. You do not want to miss it. I'm going to pass it on over to Riley and Monty with the call.
Thank you very much, Maria, and welcome to the booth for the first time today, my friends. My name's Riley Knight, and I'm joined by Mani Davudi. And Mani, we have an enormous match of Magic in the pipeline for our viewers all around the world. This is a blockbuster quarterfinal between 2 modern titans of the game. Both Javier Dominguez and Simon Nielsen have been putting up incredibly consistent results, both recently and over the last couple of years. And while it is a bit of a clash of titans, as the folk at the desk have already talked about, we do have a clear favourite here.
Yeah, I think it is fair to say that Javier Dominguez has been, in my opinion, the best player in the game consistently for maybe the last 7 years or so. Just always there at the top, always putting up results. And the last 2 years or so where he's been with Team Handshake have just been an incredible addition to that run. And these players are teammates. They did work together. But one of the things we know is that Javier is the chef. He went into the kitchen and he came out cooking up this Jeskai control build that, according to everybody on the team, he was crushing them all on their Nadu builds with this Jeskai list.
Well, here he is, the man himself, Javier Dominguez, and his very excited teammate here, Simon Nielsen, going to be playing his guts out on his birthday, as we said. Both of these players in recent times have felt unstoppable. I remember Maria saying something like, was it Javier Dominguez, his 5th Pro Tour where he'd been in the top 10, I think it was, at least?
Yeah, I believe the last 2 Pro Tours, Javier came 9th and 10th. And the ones before that, just in the top 8.
All in the top 8 as well. And look, Simon's not too far behind him as well, with a huge run of incredible finishes, putting up a massive streak, which I think was only broken very recently.
Yeah, the last Pro Tour was actually the first Pro Tour since our return to live Magic, where Team Handshake had no players in the top 8. And it does feel like they took that a bit personally, coming back this time with 3 members in the top 8, saying like, no, you caught us slacking once. It's not going to happen again.
You know we had to do it, so that's it. Then they're back with a vengeance here. These 2 players getting underway now with our first quarterfinal of Modern Horizons 3, the Pro Tour, coming to you live from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. And Javier Dominguez opening things up with a couple of Surveyor lands, but a good start for the Dane here, Simon Nielsen with Delighted Halfling.
Yeah, Javier has some of the tools that are very important in the matchup. One of them is that copy of Dress Down that we see in his hand, and another is the Spell Snare that he has for exactly these 2-mana plays that can snowball the game in Simon's favor and set him up for that more explosive first turn where he has Shuko plus Nadu.
Yes, indeed, because what we would have seen there, thanks to the Delighted Halfling, is a landfall trigger with the Springheart Known Tuco creating an insect token. But here, Javier, he's getting on the board in a very meaningful way with this Teferi Time Raveler. So really, really good stuff from our control player here. This is the opening that he wants to have in a game like this.
Yeah, and the most important thing is a look at Javier's hand, which now has the 1-2 punch of Dress Down, Wrath of the Skies, which means that even if Javier has a turn where he hasn't plus Teferi to be able to play Wrath at instant speed, if Simon tries to assemble the combo, Javier can play Dress Down, stall Simon for a turn, untap, and then Wrath the board.
Another Springheart Known Tuco here for Simon Nielsen. Still yet to play a land. And it's going to be a Windswept Heath.
Insect.
Make an insect. And we'll immediately go, immediately go and make another insect with a land fetched out of the library. Let's see what Simon wants to go and get here.
And I believe Simon has the Shuko in hand and has now picked up a Summoner's Pact.
All right.
So this is the combo, quote-unquote, assembled if Simon decides to go for it. Of course, we know that Javier has plenty of interactive tools here. And the big question for me is, are we going to see Simon take this slow with the One Ring, or are we going to see him just try to push this and just go for it immediately?
Lush Portico fetched up with that Windswept Heath, and you saw there Simon very, very quick to keep that card on top here, so it must be a good one. Something he seemed very confident in keeping around here. Back to Javier now, who is missing lands, but this comes back to something you and I were talking about, Marnie, heading into this match as we were discussing the matchup. Javier Dominguez only playing 22 lands plus 2 Lorien revealed, and you look at a traditional control deck, you think, well, that's not very much. That's not very many lands. That's not a huge land count. But in this deck, it's able to actually function. It's that lean and low to the ground. It can actually function on a lower land count than a traditional control deck.
It can, though missing that land in this specific spot is a pretty big issue. Not being able to go Wrath of the Skies for 2 here to wipe out that Nantuko means that Javier more or less has to throw away his Safari in order to not let Simon resolve something like the One Ring in the spot. And now he is in a bit of trouble.
All right, here's the One Ring from Simon Nielsen, and this will demand a response from Javier. We're just going to see a counter spell here. Yes, indeed. And the One Ring hits the bin. So Javier doing a decent job of keeping the pressure down with interaction on the stack. But this is a big battlefield that he's facing down here.
Yeah, and Javier notably does need to start making land drops, because if he doesn't find some sort of ability to generate more energy, this Wrath of the Skies dress down combo that he does have access to won't be enough to deal with Simon's Nadu combo.
So things are sort of slipping away from Javier here, as he does need to continue to find those lands, as we've talked about. And also, the other thing that's missing here for Javier is just a bit of extra energy that you often have lying around playing this deck. You play a Galvanic Discharge, maybe you spend 1-2 energy, you play Attune the Narrative, you've got 2 energy in your pool. That leads to Wrath of the Skies being a powerhouse sweeper a lot earlier than it has any right to be, really. But here, we haven't seen those early 1-drops buffering Javier's energy count.
Yeah, the power of Wrath of the Skies does not come as a 4-mana, 5-mana Wrath. It comes as a 2-mana Wrath, where you can pay extra energy that you have floating around from your other spells in order to cast it and leave up a counter spell or leave up some sort of interaction and really use that double spell advantage available to you.
And this is what separates Wrath of the Skies from something like Supreme Verdict. Often, Supreme Verdict at 4 mana is just too slow for many of the boards, especially when you're on the draw. Just too slow for many of the boards that your opponents will pull together. But Wrath of the Skies, as a 2-mana play that allows you to keep up extra interaction on turn 3 or what have you, can do a lot of work.
This is very nice. Javier found the 4th land, is able to go for the One Ring. And with Simon having Endurance in hand, that doesn't really matter here. It's just an extra creature. It can, of course, shuffle that Flage that Javier has back into the deck, so he doesn't have access to that one. And that's great. On the bottom, I should say, not shuffled. But also, Simon has access to Shuko plus Summoner's Pact in hand. Javier has that Subtlety, and that means he can stall that, untap with this Ring Protection, and then wipe the remainder of the board.
So critical for Javier to have found that 4th land. And as you say, Marnie, the Summoner's Pact and the Shuko representing exactly what the Bant Nadu deck wants to do. This is the combo.
Right. This is the Force and Negation test from Simon. Is, okay, test 1, now test 2. And he knows with the One Ring on the battlefield, he needs to move along. So this is going to be Nadu. He's going to cast the Nadu, and then it's uncounterable, but that doesn't matter against Subtlety, and that's what Simon needed to not see.
So Subtlety exiling Dress Down. Subtlety doesn't counter a spell. It effectively does in in common parlance. But what it actually does is puts it on the top or the bottom of the library, which means the Delighted Halfling's no counterspell clause is ineffective against this evoke creature.
Yes, and this is really bad now for Simon because Javier is about to wipe the board using Wrath of the Skies. I forgot to equip Embarrassing, so Simon. Javier is going to wipe the board with Wrath of the Skies, and Simon's next turn can't even be redeploy Nadu because he has to pay for that pack trigger first. So this is a double time walk where Simon has no board, including the Shuko, is drawing what is currently a blank card in Nadu, and Javier is drawing infinite cards with the One Ring, so it's just game.
Yep. Simon recognizes the writing is on the wall. He did his best, but Javier's interaction lined up very, very neatly. A couple of fumbles and stumbles early on, missing those land drops. But at the end of the day, I think the takeaway that we can see from this particular game is that Javier is very much favored.
Wrath of the Skies is a brutal card. The fact that, unlike most typical Wrath effects, this card also answers the Shuko, also answers Urza's Saga. The different angles and avenues that the back Nadu deck has typically tried to attack the format, where I have multiple different problematic card types and you can't answer all of them.
Yes.
Wrath of the Skies does answer all of them.
I'll tell you, from my perspective, as someone who enjoys playing these slow blue-white based control decks, I looked at Wrath of the Skies when it was first previewed. I'm like, oh no, this isn't going to land, right? It's slow, it's clunky, it needs a bunch of energy to support it. You know, we've seen cards like this, and we've seen the 4-mana, 5-mana Wrath. They just, even Supreme Verdict, one of the best sweepers ever printed, isn't really enough a lot of the time. Wrath has no chance. But then you see it in action. You see the fact that it's not Supreme Verdict. It's closer to planar cleansing most of the time, and you cast it for 2 mana, which means that on 4 mana, you're not tapping out for a sweeper. You're playing your sweeper, and you've still got Counterspell up with 2 mana.
Yeah, when you're able to go earlier on in the game, tune the narrative, draw a card. Galvanic Discharge, remove your, let's say, Springheart Nantuko, bank 2 energy. And then turn 4 looks like Wrath your board, leave up Counterspell, also have a Force of Negation or something in hand. Suddenly you can see why this Jeskai control deck from Javier is a little different from the typical Jeskai control deck. You know, I've been calling him the chef, as has the team. He started cooking and he came up with this deck, and normally you're like, wow, he cooked up Jeskai control? What is he doing? But in this case, he cooked up a sick one.
Yeah, the Michelin reviewers are circling. They're waiting for their reservation at this restaurant.
Look, Barcelona has no shortage of Michelin reviewers.
All right, just let the man dog one its draw.
All right, here we go. It is a Noble Hierarch here.
It is there.
With Simon Nielsen.
Okay.
Javier Dominguez surveilling a spell snare into the bin.
And you already see Simon tanking more than he usually would about decisions like playing Urza's Saga, which should normally be almost a free choice because of the existence of Wrath of the Skies and already Galvanic Discharge, bank 2 energy.
And this is what you were talking about before as we headed into this game. The fact that you can fire off the Galvanic Discharge, keep a bunch of that energy around, and now Javier is in a position where even, not that he's necessarily going to need to, but if he has the Wrath of the Skies and wants to cast it next turn, he doesn't even have to tap out for it.
Right.
He casts it, he used the energy that's there, he can blow up the Urza's Saga. Obviously, he doesn't have one in hand, and obviously this Nadu is going to require a different form of an answer, but it just goes to show the potential with this powerful new sweeper. Anyway, Nadu Winged Wisdom is the focus right now, as Javier will need to answer this bird before it starts to flip cards over.
Yeah, and Javier currently doesn't have a Wrath. Does have a Galvanic Discharge to answer the Nadu, but of course that will net Simon a card. Also, with the existence of the Urza's Saga there, that is able to go to the deck and find a copy of Shuko. Javier starting with the tune, considering this turn is looking like it's just going to be Galvanic Discharge anyways. If he was able to find something better, maybe that would have been more exciting.
Well, he's found a Dress Down here. So this does give him the option of flashing this in to remove the ability from Nadu next turn, which will buy him a little bit of time, but maybe he just wants to get the Nadu off the board. What are your thoughts?
I think you get the Nadu off the board. I think the dress down delay tactic, when you don't have a better answer to it, and you're going to be forced to do the same thing the next turn, which is just Galvanic Discharge it, you don't have the mana to Galvanic Discharge during the dress down window, doesn't really make sense in Javier's position unless he's really banking on drawing exactly that copy of Wrath of the Skies. The thing is now, given what Simon has access to with a Shuko in hand and a Summoner's Pact, even though that Nadu is dead, Simon can go for it. Javier has a Force of Negation in hand, so the interesting thing for me will be if Simon decides to play around Force by maybe fetching a duplicate Shuko here with the Urza Saga, or whether he says, Force of Negation can get my Summoner's Pact anyways, so I'm just going to go fetch something like a Haywire Might that gives me insurance against the One Ring, knowing that my hand's combo is already vulnerable to that Force of Negation.
So important to note here as well that this is best of 5, not just the regular best of 3 we've been seeing across the weekend, which means that we play 2 pre-sideboarded games. So players right now, despite it being game 2, have not changed their main decks. They'll get the opportunity to do so in the next game, irrespective of who wins. So this is pre-board Magic here as we see a Summoner's Pact. Is this this is in response to the Urza Saga tree, correct?
Yeah, I love this because this is Simon testing the waters without having to go get the fetch. If the pact resolves, then he could go get, you know, whatever he wants here. Because the pact doesn't resolve, now he can decide to use his mana in a different way, make a construct instead, and then go get the Haywire Might. And now he's ready.
So that's very clever stuff here from Simon Nielsen, who recognizes that he has an opportunity to gather some information, right? He's going to figure out, all right, what posture do I want to adopt here? Am I going to put the pedal to the metal and try to go for it, or am I going to be try to be a bit more reactive and play through what my opponent is working with? And here with the Haywire Might, very clearly signaling that Simon is happy to take his foot off the accelerator for a little bit here and just see how the game pans out in the following turns.
Yeah, and Simon has all the pieces to re-combo in hand if he can find another Nadu. He has a Nantuko, he has a Shuko, so it's just going to be a matter of finding that combo piece in order to get Javier.
And Javier once again missing a land drop here. It just stuck it on 3 lands. And here is the Spring Heart Nantuko targeting the Construct, or as they're often nicknamed, the Khan-struct. We first saw these created by the 4-mana Khan from Dominaria.
Yeah. I think Javier may have to counterspell this. I think it is... You could also flash in Dress Down just to make it lose all abilities. Dress Down does kill all constructs just because the construct stats are being dictated by that ability of setting its power and toughness. So by doing this,
it just becomes a 0/0.
It just becomes a 0/0 and dies immediately. Even if Simon was to kill the Dress Down in response to the draw a card trigger with that Might, it doesn't accomplish anything.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you can't even do that because it loses all abilities as soon as the Dress Down is in play. So there isn't even any responding here. That's just a blank 1/1. That's probably going to get discharged here.
What? They're so cute.
I don't think that's the argument that's going to persuade Dominguez not to cast.
I think
this. You think it was?
I take it back. I'm sorry.
You don't think it was a?
It was compelling.
It's a compelling argument.
I was buying it.
Well, it wasn't working there, and unfortunately for Simon, the Might is dead, and also doesn't gain him the life because of the Dress Down. And now we see Spring Heart Nantuko being bestowed with the Spring Heart Nantuko. There's the 4th land. There's the One Ring. And we have done this little dance before, Money.
Yes, but right now shields are down for Javier. So Simon finds a Nadu, which he didn't. He found an answer to the One Ring, which is good, but it's not a Nadu. I guess he's not even...
make an insect and a copy of Spring Heart Nantuko.
Instead, he's going to play the... Oh, sorry, it's indestructible.
Yeah.
Of course, excuse me.
Okay.
He plays the Boseiju, and now we make multiple Nantukos with a Misty Rainforest out. So that's going to make more Nantukos. Javier needs a board wipe.
Yeah, we got a Scute Swarm situation here.
Yeah. This is getting out of hand.
We got a Scute Swarm situation.
Yeah. All right, then you're safe. True.
Clean up on aisle 5. Let's see what we can do here. Dominguez off the top. He's going to draw 3 cards this turn, so he needs an answer. 2 cards off the One Ring here. Counterspell, Galvanic Discharge, Tune the Narrative, and Teferi Time Raveler. None of them are going to do it here.
No. He is able to Teferi the copy Nantuko if he wants and have access to Galvanic Discharge, but that is a little vulnerable. Yeah, I think you need to slow down the board a bit.
All right, so we're going to see the Teferi go downstairs, target the copy. Nielsen goes reaching for the deck after the Misty Rainforest activation.
So this will make 2 insects and another Nantuko copy, which is a lot for one land coming into play.
Dryad Arbor.
So I make another copy.
Fetch.
And an insect. 2 insects, actually.
There it is.
Okay. So blah, blah, blah. And then you bounce 1 copy, yeah. So draw card.
Okay, so Javier is sacrificing his Teferi here, essentially, in order to get 1 card closer, still leave up counterspell for the all-important Nadu or Shuko, and there's the Ratha's guy. So next turn, he'll stabilize the board. He's not taking lethal, and that should be the shifting of the tide.
Now, in leaving his mana tapped the way that he did here, he wasn't able to cast the Wrath of the Skies if he was to draw it. Should he have tapped his mana differently to leave that option available?
I don't think he could play to that, because there was no way.
So 13, 17.
No, he could have tapped the island instead.
Yeah, instead of the Mystic Gate. But then,
yeah, and he would have had both Counterspell and Wrath of the Skies up.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that should have been the way Javier tapped there.
Yeah. Very easy of us, up here in the peanut gallery to make these judgments. These people are playing in the Pro Tour quarterfinals here, so it's very easy for us to make these judgments. But look, I don't know how much it's going to make a difference here, because Javier is going to be able to wipe the board. You can see the 1 ring pulling him further and further ahead.
Yeah, I think this is game 2. Done after this board is wiped with that counterspell still in hand for Javier.
And this is what I was talking about with Wrath of the Skies, right? The fact that you can sweep the board, leave mana up.
They are gonna die.
They are gonna die, says Javier.
He's just figuring out exactly how. He's just figuring out exactly what method is going to shuffle all of these insects off the mortal coil.
It is funny sometimes when you see 2 players that are so familiar playing against each other because they're testing teammates, because, in addition to all of the matches that they've probably played against each other in their career in professional settings, they've also played probably hundreds of matches in testing houses, online, over Discord, etc. And there's just a certain level of familiarity where you're just going to announce what is happening before it happens, because typically in testing, you like to move things along faster. The less time you spend on the mechanics of Magic, the more time you have to play more games of Magic.
All right, Wrath of the Skies here, cast for 2 mana. Going to blow up all of everything that Simon's got going on here. Off the top, Simon knocks the deck. Can he find what he needs? Big draw.
And your hand has to be very bad.
Your hand has to be very
Which,
bad.
unfortunately for Simon, it is not. Ooh, here we go. Summoner's Pact, 1 time for me, please.
Let's get there.
Please and thank you. Let's get there, says Simon Nielsen.
Javier will let that resolve. Let me read this.
Let me read this card. What does this card do again?
Resolve. I might not pay you next turn. Nice.
And it resolves nice, says Simon Nielsen. Pact is going to go and grab a Nadu.
Get a Nadu.
Well, Simon told Javier, if it resolves, I might not pay next turn.
A Shuko.
All right, Shuko from the hand here. So Simon has the...
Oh, you're looking for the answer? Oh, you don't have it.
We don't need to do it. We can let Simon. We can just let Simon do our jobs for us here, Marnie.
Yeah, he's not looking for the answer, Simon. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, Simon. When you're rewatching this, hello, Simon Nielsen from the future. Well done, you did your best, but it looks like you're going to lose this game because Javier Dominguez well and truly had the answer in hand, and then some as well. He's got the subtlety for the Nadu, so not looking good.
Yeah, I think he let this Shuko resolve.
Oh, no. Thinking about the counterspell here.
I'm just trying to think if I can ever lose this. I don't think so.
Not the sort of words you want to hear from your opponent there when you're sitting in the quarterfinals of a Pro Tour. I'm just trying to figure out if I can lose, and I don't think I can.
He says sure.
All right, the Nadu is going to meet a counterspell. The Shuko resolves. Yep, says Simon Nielsen, a rather dejected and resigned awareness of the fact that he is probably not in the best spot. Draw 4 from the ring now. Now, Javier does have to find, so if he draws 4 more lands, which is unlikely.
There's a Flage.
And there's also a 1 ring as well, I think, in there as well.
Yeah.
So I think from this point it is largely academic.
Yeah. I think Javier can more or less turn his hand face up here and get a concession from Simon. Simon has to pay 4 mana next turn for the Pact, so I think Javier just goes for both sides of Flage this turn while having subtlety and Force of Negation in hand for anything Simon could do with 2 mana next turn.
And this is the other thing about playing the ring in this particular matchup. You know, going down to 4 life might be a bit of a liability in certain matchups, but against Nadu, you're not being competitive.
Yeah. Especially when they're hellbent.
These two players having the time of their lives down to the feature match area, carrying on like a pair of silly sausages here.
You do love to see it, though.
You do very much love to see it.
Because Pro Tour Sunday, these players may not be showing it, but this is always an intense experience. It's a place that most players in their careers never get to. And even the ones who get there multiple times, as we saw Ailey cover in that interview section, they're still nervous when they're here. So the fact that they're having this much fun, the fact that they have this much banter, is really just a testament to their friendship more than anything else.
And Flage as well is going to buffer the life total very nicely. Here we're going to see Javier exile some cards from his bin.
I refuse.
And Simon Nielsen, oh, how embarrassing in the quarterfinals of a Pro Tour, losing to the Pact trigger.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. He refused. He didn't forget.
Oh, he didn't forget.
He refused. That is an honorable. That is an honorable concession.
An honourable concession.
Yes.
But still, it remains a true fact that someone in the quarterfinal of a Pro Tour in 2024 lost to a Pact trigger.
True.
That
And
is
let
a
it be
true
known,
statement.
Simon Nielsen did tell Javier, if it resolves, I may not pay next turn.
He's a man of his word.
He is a man of his word.
He's a man of his word. We move now
If nothing
to
else, he's a man of his
game
word.
Number 3 here between Simon Nielsen and Javier Dominguez. Worth pointing out, of course, that these players will have sideboarded now, so the decks might be slightly different. And for Simon Nielsen, this will result in some changes to his deck that are certainly going to aid him. 2 copies of Sun Cleanser coming in from the sideboard, almost certainly here, Marnie.
Yeah, there's a few big ones.
And here it
Fairy
is.
Time Raveler, Sun Cleanser. Sun Cleanser, as we've seen Javier struggle with earlier on in the weekend, it's not just that it is a good answer to the energy things. The biggest issue for Javier's deck is a large majority of the ways he has to remove the Sun Cleanser are shut down by the Sun Cleanser.
Yeah. Let's read the entire card.
Too bad.
And so Javier does have an answer to the Sun Cleanser in hand, or at least a temporary one in the form of a Teferi Time Raveler. And so in the time between bouncing it and it being replayed, he needs to be able to counter this Sun Cleanser, keep it off the board, because as you say, Wrath of the Skies doesn't do it anymore. Galvanic Discharge won't remove it.
16. Go.
Yeah, it is a big ask, but there is also a element to be considered when you are the Bant Nadu seat, which is to bring in these Sun Cleansers, you are taking some things out, whether that is part of your toolbox package, cards that are pre-boarded for certain matchups that are not very good, or whether that is parts of your combo that you have to shave, maybe a Nantuko here and there. The end result is the same, which is that you may have hands that look like this, which is a lot more creatures and not as many ways to combo with them.
Javier also able to remove the Sun Cleanser with Supreme Verdict. He's got 2 copies across the 75, maybe brought the second one in.
And has one in hand.
Yes. No, I'm receiving confirmation now that Javier did indeed bring in the second Supreme Verdict. He brought in Mystical Dispute, Supreme Verdict, and Wrath of the Skies, and took out a Flage, a Force of Negation, and an Invert Polarity. However, on the other side of things, Marnie, I'll run through this very quickly because Simon has made some significant changes. He cut Dryad Arbor, 2 Wall of Roots, Court of Calling, Shuko, Outrider Encore, Noble Hierarch, and 2 Summoners Pact, to bring in Endurance, Spell Pierce, 2 Sun Cleanser, 2 Teferi, 2 Veil of Summer, and a Volatile Stormdrake. So Simon really making some significant shifts, brought in about half his sideboard.
Yeah, significant shifts. I like the boarding in of the Stormdrake. I think it gives me some hope that Simon is planning on trying to trade a Stormdrake for a Flage, which sounds like a very fair bargain.
Yeah, 3-drop for the 3-drop for 2-drop. You're up a little bit.
Yeah. Just, you know, a very fair exchange. But the big thing that I'm worried about here for Javier is that Simon is on the beatdown plan. And if Javier isn't able to find the lands to get to that Supreme Verdict in time, he has one of them, he needs one more, he will be in trouble because with Bristly Bill on the board, the damage is going to add up quickly.
All right, here is a Hallowed Fountain now, 3 mana. We're going to see Teferi. Teferi will bounce.
I think you...
Or do you go upstairs just to try to soak up damage?
I think Javier doesn't have the 4th land yet, so I think he needs to bounce to just try to find that land.
And to draw.
He has both Supreme Verdicts now.
Yeah.
I kind of like either bouncing Bristly Bill or the Sun Cleanser. It's weird because if you bounce the Sun Cleanser, Simon could choose not to deploy it again. But if he doesn't do that, then you can just Wrath of the Skies the board as you have it.
Yeah. No, I like this here, bouncing the Bristly Bill.
Oh, Bristly Bill.
And another Wrath of the Skies off. So we've got 2 pair in Javier's hand. 2 Wraths, 2 Supreme Verdicts, and a Subtlety rounding out his 5 cards. But this is not what he wants. He needs that 4th land.
Okay, now, Simon drew a Nadu. So, and we knew he was drawing a Nadu because it was Subtlety the previous turn. But now he can go Nadu, Bristly Bill, and I believe the landfall triggers from Bristly Bill will start targeting creatures had Nadu resolved.
So instead we see a 2nd Subtlety, this time exiling Supreme Verdict in order to...
Yeah, look at Simon's face. What? Why would you let a Supreme Verdict go, is what he's wondering.
That card answers the one thing that you've got to worry about here on the board.
At this point, the 2nd Supreme Verdict in Javier's hand has to be face up, essentially.
Yeah, well, you can't cast a Subtlety with a Wrath of the Skies.
Right.
So it's the only option he had.
Right.
In order to deploy it. Simon's trying to figure it out.
Well, Simon is thinking, unless you have exactly the 2nd Supreme Verdict in hand, you have to let this Nadu resolve and hope you're able to Supreme Verdict this board. You have no other outs.
So now Simon is thinking about what he wants to do. If he plays this Bristly Bill, and if Javier has the second Supreme Verdict, he's just giving up real estate.
Yes.
If he replays this 2-drop, Javier untaps, plays a land, plays the Supreme Verdict, which Simon should really put him on at this point. Simon's a cluey bloke. He's a friend of Javier's. He knows the deck list inside and out.
Right.
So he's just making sure he covers all of his angles here. He doesn't want to just throw a card into the incinerator here.
Javier looks like a man who is trying very hard to convince you that he doesn't have a Supreme Verdict in hand, while also essentially wearing a shirt that says, I have Supreme Verdict in hand.
I'm a big fan of Javier. I think he's got a lot of very wonderful traits. I don't think he'll be winning an Oscar for Best Actor anytime soon, Money.
All right, another 4-mana card. That is not it. So that was the big turn, because now Simon is once again able to go for Nadu Bristly Bill if he wants, and if he's able to find something to finish the combo in that window, Javier can't do anything about it.
All right, here's the Bristly Bill.
1 uncounterable creature.
That's going to resolve.
2 uncounterable creatures.
Another.
Another.
Nadu. Well, it's the same Nadu again and again and again.
Trigger Nadu.
There's a build trigger on the stack. And a Nadu. Okay. So this goes to my hand. Fetch, down to 13.
So these are the triggers from the Bristly Bill that are activating Nadu here.
And I believe this is going to be the last trigger if Simon isn't able to find
now I'm gonna
something to do here.
So that
he will get to surveil first.
Bristly Bill targeting here.
Targeting. Not yet.
Here. And then the Nadu trigger goes on a stack, and then I put surveil.
Okay. That's the stack.
All right.
So that counter isn't technically on yet. Let's make that very clear. It will be. A little bit of shortcutting here, but...
Yeah, surveil first.
So surveil first, because Nielsen really wants to hit a land here.
Stays on top.
All right.
The Nadu trigger
Nadu trigger.
Yeah.
There's the land that he put left on top.
Doesn't have a counter yet, but
yes.
matter. Okay, yeah, that's fair. Target the Bristly Bill himself.
Yeah.
Trigger Nadu.
That's a land.
Down again. All right. We're going off.
All right, Veil of Summer.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
And
so we are stopped.
11, 14.
And once again, Javier needs to find a land.
Needs
I think
to
this
find
is the turn,
land.
or it's
this
over.
Is it. A land off the top, doesn't have it, passes the turn. Simon Nielsen here looking to take out game number 3, get himself on the board in this quarterfinal here at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. Javier Dominguez stuck on 3 lands with a hand that would be otherwise very powerful had he had that 4th land. Sweepers, the One Ring, the Counterspell.
Nantuko onto Sun Cleanser.
And now Nantuko. Spring Hunt Nantuko.
Nadu in my hand.
Another Nadu.
Okay.
Things looking
Is this
a
lethal?
little dicey.
Yeah.
I believe it is with a Bill activation, so Javier is just dead.
Yeah. I activate Billy and.
Oh, the 5-mana
Yes.
Grizzly Bill activation.
Yes.
No.
Gets us across the line, and
Simon
that is
says,
that.
I
Simon
activate
Nielsen.
Billy, as his friends call him.
Simon Nielsen picks up game number 3, so we go to a 4th game here. Javier robbed of the chance to dispatch his friend and teammate in straight sets. Both players on 7 cards. You do love to see it, and we're going to get off to the races now with what is potentially the last game in this match. Javier Dominguez on match point, having won the 2 unsideboarded games. Let's see how things go for him here. Will he be able to hit this 4th land? Will he be able to leverage cards like Wrath of the Skies, Supreme Verdict, the One Ring, to get him over the line here?
We have been talking a lot about Javier's mana base because it does feel like if he hits his 4th land, he essentially never loses.
Yes.
The only times we've seen Javier's deck not look good is when he is missing that land drop.
And it was something that I had. Look, I'm not attempting to say that I am a better deck builder than Javier
You are
Dominguez.
stamping that you are the definitive voice of expertise on Jeskai Control in the modern format.
I am.
Please give us your analysis of Javier's deck building mistakes.
4 Snap Custom Mages. Where are
Okay.
they? That's the question everyone wants to know.
All right, that's not going to help us. Let's move on.
Rather more seriously, I did look at the 22 land, 2 Lorien revealed mana base, and my first blush reaction was that's not enough lands. Now, look, again, I'm not trying to say that I'm better at building decks than Javier Dominguez. I'm not. But this is the question that control players will want to see answered is why are we playing so few lands?
Right. And part of the answer, I guess, for Javier is he thinks he can get away with it. Part of the answer is the deck needs all of the cards that it has. You are giving up these consistency points by having less lands in order to have the amount of cards, maybe the critical mass of cards that you need to be able to answer a deck like Nadu effectively.
Sun Cleanser off the top here for Simon Nielsen, but a decent looking hand here for Dominguez. Bristly Bill grows ever bristlier. And gets in for 3. Javier's hand looking much better this time around. He's got the 4th land, he's got the Wrath, he's got the One Ring, he's got Dress Down and Counterspell. On the other side of things, what are your thoughts on Simon's hand? Sun Cleanser, Nantuko, Haywire Might, Endurance, and a One Ring of his own.
Simon's hand is nice because it can ask multiple questions of Javier that need to be answered. For example, if Javier just plays the One Ring, Simon can drop a Sun Cleanser and say, okay, I've turned off some of your Wraths. Try to answer this. Javier has the answer by combining Dress Down plus Wrath of the Skies, but there is that sort of question being asked, right?
All right, Lorien revealed, put in the bin here by Javi. He's going to draw, does have the 4th land in the plains. And we'll see if he wants to deploy the One Ring here, if he wants to hold up the Dress Down. And the counter spell finds another Wrath of the Skies. He's not going to be too unhappy with that.
And I believe Dress Down Wrath of the Skies actually will not work against Sun Cleanser because it isn't a static ability the Sun Cleanser has. It is part of the ability that has already resolved that Javier can't get counters as long as Sun Cleanser is on the battlefield. So I believe even if you remove that ability
with the Dress
Down, that is something that has already resolved.
Like a static effect that sticks around. That is certainly a judge question, but if that's your back of the envelope calculation,
that is what I'm saying, and we'll see what happens. I very much could be wrong on that one, as Dress Down, one of the more complicated cards in the game.
Right up there with cards like Humility. It is just a walking, talking migraine for the poor judge staff.
Simon, for his part, drew the all-important 4th land. So now he can deploy his own One Ring, if he so wishes.
So what he wants to go for here, Endurance flashed in. We're going to see Haywire Might here. And exile the One Ring before it can do too much damage.
Yes, because I was at 12, yeah.
The aggressive plan looking quite good for Simon.
I'm 14.
Yes.
You're 14. You're 16 now because you
16.
can
I was at. Wait, what was I at before? I was 14 before.
So you fetched twice, right?
Wasn't I at 12? Fetch?
No,
No.
I'm not.
Okay. Okay. It's just 14. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And I am
Okay.
3.
I just lost myself to life instead of king to
that's
life.
fine.
That's why I'm confused.
But I'm 14, right?
Yes.
Much like us, math is hard for the pro players as well.
It's not an exact science.
Yes, absolutely not. Nobody ever claimed it was.
No. Here's the Sun Cleanser.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah.
So,
Energy down.
Javier loses all his energy. Those Wrath of the Skies looking a little less potent now.
And no supreme verdict to be found means that Javier is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, that Haywire might into Sun Cleanser, because even let's say that Simon just untaps, slams the Sun Cleanser. You're like, all right, well, I've got the One Ring. I've got some time. I can draw some cards. I can find the answers that I need. But here, the 1-2 punch of the Haywire might removing the One Ring and the Sun Cleanser coming down to remove cards like Wrath of the Skies from consideration.
I believe that may have been an illegal play, actually, because Javier had protection from the One Ring, so Sun Cleanser could not target him
can't
to
target
remove
him.
all
He's still
energy
got protection
counters
from
it.
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that should not have happened as it did.
Right. Now, this is interesting because this is one of those cards, Sun Cleanser. Often, we have like a Thalia type, Hate Bear type card. It's not, these cards don't target often. They're just like, here is a static effect you have to deal with. Now, no energy counters, right?
Right.
So it's an easy thing for both players to have overlooked and missed here, but
it does say target opponent.
This could have dire consequences here for Javier.
This, because it's not like if Simon plays that, it would get taken back. The Sun Cleanser would be on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Right?
Just as
and
a 1/4.
Javier would just be able to wipe the board with Wrath of the Sky. So this is, unfortunately, as it is a little too late for us to fix it.
Yeah. Because even though the One Ring...
This is a disastrous thing to miss.
Even though the One Ring was removed, the
protection was
ability,
there.
It stays. So
and
yeah,
we saw Simon not attack.
This is a disaster. This really is a disaster for poor Javier here. A very, very unfortunate state of affairs for these players.
But it's a good spot, I think.
And as Simon says, he's in a good spot right now, looking to win this game.
It's just so scary. It feels like you always have exactly what you need, but then this time you don't. So I'm confused.
All right, we'll see if Javier can draw the supreme verdict that is really the only out in the spot. No, and Simon will take game 4.
Well, that's the way that it goes there. A very unfortunate result for our Spaniard, former world champion, going down in game number 4. And we go to a 5th and final game between these two players. Simon Nilsson on 2 wins to Javier's 2. We've seen them even things up post-board. Let's see if Javier Dominguez can lock it down after having won the first 2 pre-board games. Here's the Blighted Halfling on turn number 1. This is exactly what Simon's hoping to open the game with.
Yeah, 7 cards for both players in the 3rd game, so there is at least that. And Javier thinking about this Halfling with a Subtlety in hand, whether he's actually going to fight it, but it looks like no.
Tune the narrative here. And a little bit of energy for Javier Dominguez. And another Surveyor lands. These Surveyor lands have had such a massive impact on Modern. Elegant Parlor, Meticulous Archive, Thundering Falls, Hedge Maze, all the rest of them, they are so good.
Yes, they really have leveled up a lot of the decks in the format as, yes, coming into play tapped is a big cost, but ultimately it isn't everything when compared to the ability to fetch lands that allow you to essentially get a potential card out of them. We have seen the Scry lands in the past, but of course they didn't have basic land types. They didn't have the same ability.
All right, Sun Cleanser here coming down.
And I think Javier may have to fight over this one with Subtlety, though it is already a big ask.
Nope, it's going to resolve. Javier loses that energy, and a Delighted Halfling hits the battlefield here as well. Monumental Henge in hand here.
Cards, punch.
4.
What's Javier's next move?
Has a one ring that he picked up now. Is able to draw one more card, but once again, missing that all-important fourth land, though has Alorian revealed to go fetch it this time. Doesn't have any use for double blue, so I guess other than a force of negation in hand, just going to be cycling for cards that he cannot cast. Oh, and it's gone. Oh, this is an end step dress down. So he did draw a card. It does stay for the turn.
Yes.
So that will allow at least mana stifled on Simon's side of things. And Javier will be able to go Island Cycle using the Lauren revealed into the One Ring. Though, of course, Simon has the One Ring of his own to answer with. So very much quite a messy game still.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Javier's like, no.
Yeah, that's fine. I can just tap this.
Yep.
Yes.
So instead is able to pay for the Nantuko, put it on the Spring, the Spring Hunt Nantuko onto the Sun Cleanser here, bestowed with those 2 lands. Because at the moment those Delighted Halflings are just squires.
Here's another fun Magic the Gathering is wonky thing. Dress down says creatures lose all abilities. Creatures in this sense refers only to creatures that are in play. Creatures in hand are not creatures, they are creature cards, which do not lose all abilities, which allows Simon to bestow a Springheart Nantuko. So unintuitive, as all things with Dress Down are, but that does allow Simon to still bestow a Springheart Nantuko and get the ability from it.
So Javier there able to put a bottleneck on Simon's mana. He searches for the land, 4 mana, and here is the One Ring. Draws a card off it immediately. Couldn't be playing faster here, Javier Dominguez.
Yeah, but this is unfortunate because this is not the I'm playing fast because I'm in control type of playing fast that we sometimes see from players. This is the I'm playing fast because I can feel the walls closing in around me and I desperately need to find a way out of it that we don't like to see. And the One Ring is a legendary permanent, which means, I believe, with Delighted Halfling,
can't be countered.
Can't be countered.
Yep, that Force of Negation not doing anything.
Staring at a Force of Negation, sadly, knowing that he can't do anything about this.
He does have his own ring. He is able to contest.
Found a Minamo.
Minamo's a very nice one.
Okay. So, Javier starting to be able to draw some cards.
We might see him cast another One Ring here, yes.
Yeah, just chaining protection here.
We'll see if he wants to draw as well. Still hasn't played a land just yet, and has got a couple in hand. We're gonna see Minamo, which leaves the Tune the Narrative available if he wants to cycle it away. Won't get the energy, of course, because of the Sun Cleanser still being there. Okay, draws a card in the upkeep here, so as to avoid discarding to hand size.
That makes sense.
And so Simon figuring out what he wants to do in response here. We have a One Ring trigger on the stack, or ability.
7. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, that's a really good reason to do it as well.
Simon got there eventually, yep.
Javier needs Supreme Verdict. That is the first step.
All right, so in response, Simon's going to draw.
So I take 2.
16, 15, right?
I'm at 14.
Why? You took this much this time everything wrote down?
No.
So you took 2 and 2?
2 and 2.
For sure.
16.
Did you use this?
No. I just played and passed.
Because 14. Yeah.
But 14 because yes.
2. So this resolves?
Yeah.
So draw 1.
All right. Draw 1.
Okay, you can keep.
And now Simon still in his upkeep here.
Surveil, before I make the insects.
And so this here, now I believe we're going to see a judge step in here because Simon Nielsen forgot to draw for his draw step.
Oh, right, I haven't drawn my card for turn.
Oh,
True.
So this is an easy fix here. This is a very easy fix. All we need to do is rewind
so
the game, put
in
the
my
surveil
RP
land back in
One
hand.
ring, things happen, and then I just go to my main phase without drawing a card for turn.
So we can see this resolved here. So essentially what will happen is we'll rewind. Simon will
because otherwise I
draw
get
a
the advantage.
card, as he should.
I draw my bad card.
Yeah, and then you surveil one.
And then surveil.
Yes, I get it.
So an easy fix to that situation there. No harm done.
It's a good one, huh?
How can you tell?
Huh?
How can you tell?
It's a good one, huh? As Javier.
Stay on top.
Surprise.
It was Volatile Stormdrake, the card that Simon would have been able to surveil, or no, not would have been able to surveil. Initially tried to surveil, but had to draw instead. Tune the narrative, cycled away for a card, but no energy because of the Sun Cleanser. Javier takes one off the ring and draws two.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
So you're gonna have like 11 cards in hand.
Supreme Verdict.
Have some cards, but not 11.
He needs Supreme Verdict. He has the mana, I believe, to go Monamo the Ring and draw 3 more.
Yes.
Actually have 11.
Yeah.
He needs... I have some cards, but not 11. Never mind, I actually have 11.
Simon's laser-like focus on the numbers in this game has never steered him wrong, and even if you can't read the numbers on an alarm clock, he can certainly read the number of cards in his opponent's hand.
No. Okay.
No.
Yep.
All right. 3 off the top. 1, 2, and 3. Supreme Verdict or bust. We see a Wrath of the Skies, and it's a fairy.
14.
Great.
14 cards in hand here for Javier Dominguez.
Land, another 1 ring. Try it all again next turn. Discard a bunch of garbage.
Yes. 1 ring. 1 ring again.
We go again.
Trigger.
Let me think.
We were all of us deceived. Yet more rings were made. This is the 4th 1 ring.
Simon is thinking here because
this game,
if he wants to endurance Javier's graveyard, he'll have to do it in response to the 1 ring, as that does target a player as well.
Yep.
Triggers.
So away it goes. The graveyard put on the bottom.
Yeah.
And now the 1 ring sacrificed. A new one comes into play.
No, Simon.
Oh, Simon, no, don't do it.
Whatever. No. Can you? Okay.
Oh dear.
Yes. He didn't shuffle, they went on the bottom. Folks.
Good to see.
All right, I have protection.
Folks, I cannot iterate this enough. Modern is a very, very complicated format.
Yeah.
It is not easy to play. It is not easy for the best of the best of the best to play.
And the thing is, right, the majority of your mental load is spent focusing on the game and the game actions that are taking place. Your opponent shuffles cards and puts their deck down. Your by rote immediate response is to pick their deck up and shuffle
to cut it.
That's what happens.
At worst, I just need to cut it.
Yes. At the professional, the competitive REL, that is what you're required to do that.
Yes.
So in this situation, it's not surprising that Simon, focused on the game, thinks, okay, I need to take this other action that isn't going to require any thought. Turns out, oh boy. So Simon Nielsen here. He's going to activate his copy of the 1 ring in response, I believe, to Javier's.
Yes.
No, I don't.
No, decides not to. All right.
Yes.
Draw a card.
Decides, no, never mind.
Up to 8 cards in hand.
11, right?
Yep.
And you can keep it going.
Turn.
Still no Supreme Verdict to be found.
Does have a bunch of interaction, though.
All right.
He's got the subtlety, he's got the force of negation. Here's Nadu. Now, again, we'll remind you, Nadu, made quote-unquote uncounterable by the Delighted Halfling, doesn't make it immune from subtlety. Was he counterspell exiled here to the subtlety?
It's good.
Turns out when all of your opponent's important things are being protected by Delighted Halfling, counterspell is not looking great. And now that's a Teferi that will require force of negation, except Delighted Halfling.
It can't be countered. It is a legendary permanent. So Delighted Halfling is going to force this Teferi onto the battlefield. Things going from bad to worse here for Javier Dominguez. Oh, don't do it, Javi.
Javi?
Don't do it.
Is he subtletying?
Oh, he can subtlety the card. Yes, he can subtlety. It does hit Planeswalkers.
I have. cards.
Do not force it.
You can't force it here. Well, he can
Yes.
put a force
That's
on
the
the stack.
14,
It won't do anything.
Do not force it.
So what he wants to do, he's looking at this force of negation. Calls to him. But there is the subtlety as well that would tuck this Teferi away for now.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Oh, no. We're going to see Javier Dominguez target an uncounterable Teferi with a force of negation by the look of things, unless this is an impromptu exile zone that he's putting this this force into here.
Yeah, Simon is not going to stop him.
No.
Veil.
Oh, Simon casts Veil as well, which he didn't need to do. It's just going to draw him a card.
All right, you know what? Fine. Great.
Okay, all right.
I accept.
Well, we will just let that happen and we will move on with this game here.
The best of the best.
Veil of Summer.
Modern is a complicated format.
Cycled in response to the force of negation.
These board states are no joke.
The Teferi resolves and hits the battlefield, and now Simon Nielsen ticks it up. All right, protection from everything wears off. We take one from the ring. Javier draws a card.
All right.
2 more cards, and will he find the Supreme Verdict? He
Draws
will
3 more cards.
Minamo gives him another chance. Subtlety.
No.
Oh my goodness me.
I think that's the game.
He has drawn 10,000 extra cards this turn and cannot find an answer to this Sun Cleanser, which is single-handedly holding him back from his deck doing essentially anything.
In a sad kind of way, it is almost poetic that in one game, Javier drew both the Supreme Verdicts and doesn't have a 4th land. And the next game, he has all the cards in the world and can't find a Supreme Verdict.
Wow.
Okay, so can he do this? Can he play the Teferi and bounce the Sun Cleanser?
Yeah.
No, he can't because there's a Teferi on the other side of the
absolutely
battlefield. And then subtlety it onto the top of the onto the top of the library. Roth the skies away the board. No, it doesn't work.
No.
Doesn't work because Simon has the Teferi on the other side of the battlefield.
I'm at 14, right?
Yes.
So we'll be 11.
And the bigger question is, can he live an attack? Because I see 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 right now, and his ring is ticking down to 11.
Yes.
So you bounce.
And there's
the
also
endurance.
there's also a Bristly Bill in hand here for Simon, and that will be able to throw a couple of counters around.
Yeah.
Particularly as there's already a Misty Rainforest on the battlefield.
Yeah, and a Windswept Heath in hand.
Yep. So that's 3 extra power that Simon can conjure out of
We're done
nowhere.
here.
We might be finished. We might be seeing Simon Nielsen heading into the semi-finals of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 here. It has been a scrappy game between these two players. It's been a taxing game for both of them. But it may be coming to a conclusion in short order here as Javier Dominguez, with 4 billion cards in hand, is missing the one answer he needs to clear this board. Teferi Time Raveler, the play for him here.
I think you have to bounce Endurance, and then Bristly Bill will close out the match. But I think, or you have to bounce your ring. Both effectively take 3 damage off the board. The only issue is bouncing your ring means that you're going to have less cards next turn. So don't love that if I'm in Javier's seat.
Love that. Teferi Time Raveler. It resolves and is going to bounce the Endurance, as you say, Marnie, yes. Simon picks it up, draws a card.
Still no Supreme Verdict.
Still no Supreme Verdict, just a counter spell. Simon counting it up here as Javier goes down to 13.
How close were we?
You never look.
No, keep going.
You never look.
12, right?
Never, ever look.
14, take 11.
Oh. Okay, now hold on.
All right, what do we got?
Javier can Wrath of the Skies for 0. You don't need energy to wipe a bunch of tokens off the board.
True. We can get rid of those
All
tokens.
right,
at least.
okay,
Yes.
okay.
That buys us a little bit of time. Okay, he's removed 7 power from the battlefield.
Okay.
Yes, that's fine.
So he's facing down 4, I believe. Bristly Bill is representing another
3.
3.
Take 3. 7.
Yeah.
All right, not all over just yet. Not over just yet. Subtlety in hand, Force of Negation as well here, so he's still got some disruptive options.
Play
And next turn he can draw
Nadu.
Nadu.
Yeah.
Play Bristly Bill.
All right. Now this could get out of hand
Fetch.
because
Here, trigger.
each land is a
Make it
target,
draw
which
this.
means it's a pump, and pumps are death.
All right.
All right, so power count is 5.
We're going to see.
He needs to get to 8.
So for Javier here, Simon needs to whiff on lands. He needs to see no lands off the top of his library here.
Correct.
Target my...
Also no Shuko.
So you're at 11, you say?
It feels pretty impossible.
Yeah, it doesn't. It really doesn't feel good here for Javier, but he has done his best. He's played to his outs.
So target my Thunk Planter again.
Can he survive this turn?
It all happens. So Nado trigger. Go to
There it is.
All right, well, that should be it here because this Shuko will mean that all of his creatures can be targeted. There's the Shuko. And that will be enough here for Javier Dominguez to extend the hand of concession. Simon Nielsen in the semi-finals of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. A heartbreaking loss for Javier Dominguez there. But Simon Nielsen will be very happy to have made it through to the semis, even if he had to beat his good friend and teammate Javier Dominguez to get there. These players, a tremendous accomplishment for both of them to have made it as far as they have to the top 8, but only one of them continues on to fight for the championship.
Yeah, it's a rough way to go out for Javier. It's your dream matchup. You feel like you have the run of this top 8. You win the first 2 games as you should, and then a reverse sweep from Simon in the post-board games. But ultimately, Simon played very well, as he has been doing all weekend, and his streak on his birthday continues.
Well, let's hear from the birthday boy right now. He's standing by with Ailey to catch up in the wake of the match that we just saw.
Simon Nielsen, you can't keep getting away with this, man.
Apparently I can.
I did love how at the end of that, though, you got up and you're just like, oh, what, I won.
Yes. Yeah, no, I think going into that match, I was just sure that Javier was going to win. Then, I was hoping to, sneak one of the game once, so at least have a chance. I didn't, and so thought, yeah, it's probably going to be over. And then, because we were just chatting, there was a long judge call. I think it just, got out of my mind that we were actually playing the quarterfinals.
Yeah, you just kind of forgot you were here. It's just like, oh, yes. Oh, wait, no, I still have to play Magic. I still have to win a tournament.
Yeah, now I got to, reset my mindset, because, obviously now I'm trying to go for the trophy.
Hell yeah. Awesome. Simon, it's an absolute pleasure watching you play. I love your socks, by the way. Where are the matching pairs? Can I have them?
Well, I never match my socks, so it's yeah. So my sock drawer is a bit of a colorful mess.
Pro plays. Well, on that note, dear Simon, I'm going to wish you the best of luck. Go get ready for your next matchup. We'll see you again soon.
Thank you.
Well, that's Simon Nielsen here, our first semi-finalist at Pro Tour Modern Horizons. Thanks for being with us so far. We've got plenty more Magic to share with you here on Pro Tour Sunday, so don't go anywhere. After a quick break, we'll be back at the news desk with Maria and the team to set up the next set of quarterfinals. Stay with us.
Hi, I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Canada.
From Indiana.
Brazil. Nebraska.
Florida.
Colorado.
New York.
California.
My favorite part about the MagicCon is just the friendship and fellowship.
The community is absolutely fantastic. Everybody is super friendly.
The diversity.
The art.
It's the competition.
Chaos.
Hello, friends. Welcome back to coverage here on Pro Tour Sunday of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, coming to you live from Amsterdam here in the beautiful Netherlands. A look there at the convention center here where MagicCon Amsterdam is also going on, has been all this weekend. 10,000 people in the building for that. 8 here today that we are listening to and watching play games of Magic. 7 now after that win by Simon Nielsen over Javier Dominguez last round. Well, we've been checking in on the big teams all Pro Tour long, seeing how they've been doing day to day. We're going to check in with them now that we are done with the Swiss portion of the tournament, and find out how some of our bigger teams did overall. Let's take a look first at Team Moriyama Japan, who absolutely crushed it last Pro Tour, Frank.
Yeah, last Pro Tour they were first, second and third, but they were not able to repeat that performance. Ken Yukihiro, with a Sweet Mardu Energy deck, was the best finisher, 11-5. Masahiro Moriyama, also 10-5-1, but overall, kind of disappointing results for a team of this caliber, Maria.
All right, we'll check in next with Team CFB Ultimate Guard. They destroyed in Chicago at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, breaking the format. Check this out. We got 2 players here into the top 8 with Sam Pardee and Seth Manfield. So a great showing here for CFB Ultimate Guard. Matt Sperling, you see there, came in at 9th at 11-4-1, running a very sweet Goryo's Vengeance deck. Went undefeated in Modern with that deck, by the way, if you're looking for something to play next weekend. He actually gave his deck to Kai Budde to play in the PTQ, by the way, which was very nice. So props there to Sperling for handing over his winning deck to Kai. So that's a look at CFB Ultimate Guard. Let's check in on Sanctum of All, Frank, who also had a very good Pro Tour last Pro Tour.
Yeah, and this time you can't really be disappointed if someone makes the top 8. Jason Yee showed mastery of Limited and Constructed in an incredible string of finishes with a second Pro Tour top 8 in the season. In addition, Nathaniel Perigo and Etienne Eggenschwiller finished with at least a 10-6 record, which means that they get invited to the next Pro Tour.
Absolutely. Nicole Tipple also qualified for the World Championship at this
awesome.
Pro Tour. Got the email. She was so excited. She couldn't believe it. Almost made top 8 at her first Pro Tour, which was just the last one. And now she's going to the World Championship in October.
Yeah, that's got to be a great feeling.
Absolutely. Let's check in on our final team here. Handshake Ultimate Guard. Oof, here's the story. 3 players into the top 8 for this team. They are not done. Ely Cassis, Javier Dominguez, and Simon Nielsen all into the top 8 for this team. An excellent performance. Johnny Gutman and Julian Henry also with 10 wins, qualifying them for the next Pro Tour. Mati Kuizma actually the only player from this team not to make day 2. So overall, a tremendous showing from Handshake here this weekend. We've also been keeping track of some of the most played cards from Modern Horizons 3 in the event this weekend. We're going to walk you through some of those most played cards right now. Frank, you're going to kick us off with what the players sleeved up this weekend.
Yes, indeed. Well, I mean, it says 10-6, but actually I cheated and put in some additional cards. This is actually Tamiyo, the 15th most played card, because Modern Horizons 3 infused so many new cards into this format. Tamiyo saw play in Jeskai Wizards, where it blocks, enables Flame of Anor, and then easily transforms into a very powerful Planeswalker. It's a sweet addition to Modern.
Yes, very, very cool card. All right, I've got some more coming up for you next. These are the cards here we've got from the Eldrazi Menaces running around the room. Every single Eldrazi deck played all 4 of these, a full 4 of these in every Eldrazi deck in the building. Key new cards enabling this deck to happen this weekend. Ugin's Labyrinth, I remember seeing this card when it was previewed, and I was like, yep, Gonna see that at the Pro Tour.
And we sure did.
And we absolutely did. I'm very excited to see where Eldrazi goes from here in this new landscape of Modern. All right, Frank, what's up next?
Next set of cards is cards that were mostly played in Boros Energy and Mardu Energy, because energy cards just get better the more you have of them, because then you can just spend the energy on the best way possible. Amped Raptor can play free spells, while Static Prison is super efficient removal if you can keep the energy flowing. Static Prison also saw play as a sideboard card for Ruby Storm to deal with, well, the many sideboard cards that were meant against it.
Absolutely. Let's check in with the next cards on the list here. We've got Ral Monsoon Mage and Ruby Medallion, of course, key parts of the Ruby Storm deck that a lot of the top pros brought here this weekend. Had very disappointing results with the deck, but we'll see where it goes from here. These are key 4-ofs, reducing the cost of your rituals to a single red, etc., etc. You need them in the deck. Ruby Medallion, by the way, new to Modern reprint. It's from Tempest, which was printed back in 1997. Welcome to Modern, finally, for these cards. And finally, Frank, what have you got for us?
Yeah, so these are basically the 7th most played and 6th most played new to Modern cards from the latest set, Tune the Narrative and Wrath of Skies. An awesome 1-2 punch for all the different Jeskai decks, getting some energy early on, and then Wrath of Skies can come down as early as turn 2 or turn 3 to just sweep the board. It was efficient against Nadu decks for most of the weekend, though was not able to get Javier Dominguez over the finish line just now.
All right, we'll continue our look at some of the most played Modern Horizons 3 cards as we work through the day. Let's check in on our bracket, everyone, to find out where we've got to go yet here in our quarterfinals. And let you know what's already happened in case you missed it. We had Javier Dominguez versus Simon Nielsen, teammates, friends. Simon Nielsen coming out on top there with his Bant Nadu list in a matchup where he said he thought it was terrible against Javier Dominguez. The reverse sweep from Simon Nielsen, who is down 2 games to Javier Dominguez, coming out on top there, advancing on to the semifinals.
Yeah, the mental fortitude it takes to still keep playing after being 0-2 down in a bad
Absolutely.
matchup. But hey, this is Simon Nielsen we're talking about.
Here's our next quarterfinal. We're going to zoom in on Seth Manfield versus Ely Cassis. 12 top finishes for Seth, 5 for Ely Cassis. Mono Black Necro versus Bant Nadu here in this matchup. Let's take a look at Seth's road to the top 8 here. Went 6-0 in draft, one of 3 players in the entire building to do that this weekend. 6-4 in Modern, but is 0-3 versus our top 8, losing to Simon, Ma, and Jason throughout the Swiss portion of this tournament. Seth is seeking his 5th major tournament victory. That is second only to Kai Budde, tied currently with Nathan Stoyer for that honor. Let's take a look at Ely Cassis's road here to the top 8. Only loss in the last 13 rounds of Swiss was to the first seed, Ma Noah, so well done for Ely. Went 10-0 in Modern. 2 buys here to close things out, so an easy end to day 2 for Ely Cassis to lock up a spot here in our top 8. Very interested in this matchup, Frank. Tell me about the decks and what you expect to happen.
Well, as far as the decks are concerned, I love Seth Mansfield's deck. It's Mono Black Necro. Let's take a look. This deck features a lot of cheap and efficient interaction to trade resources in the early turns, and then wants to refill with the powerful Necro Dominance. A callback to the original Necropotence. You can draw, 5 to 10 cards, almost doubling your life total with Shield Dread, or then pitching a bunch of black cards, like the modal double-faced cards, to March of Wretched Sorrow, or Soul Spike before discarding to hand size. If this deck does its thing, it's really awesome to see. Now in this matchup, Manfield can rely on Flare of Malice and Force of Despair to take down Nadu without granting a free card in the process. Also, discard spells can discard Nadu before it comes down. Speaking of Nadu, well, let's take a look at the deck of Seth's opponent. Ely Cassis is indeed playing Bant Nadu. We've already seen this deck in action. It's the most played deck in both the field as a whole and in the top 8. It tries to combine Shuko and Nadu to basically draw your entire deck. Now, by the numbers, because math indeed is an exact science, Bant Nadu is favored in this matchup because it defeated Mono Black Necro 61% of the time when these 2 archetypes faced off in the Modern Swiss rounds. Cassis's list also has 2 copies of Haywire Might and 2 Boseiju in the main deck, which provides a good answer to Necro Dominance, dealing with it before the end step trigger happens. So I like Ely's side in this matchup.
All right, let's find out what happens. We've got the rest of our quarterfinals to send you, so we've got Cedric and Corey in the booth to do just that.
Thank you so much, Maria, Cedric Phillips, Corey Baumeister. We got some quarterfinal matches to cover, my friend.
Absolutely. I am so excited. Nothing better than Sunday Magic.
It's very, very true. And what a great place to start with two players that are very familiar with the Sunday stage. Seth Manfield, Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor champion, Pro Tour Ixalan champion. The results continue to grow on one heck of a resume, but on the other side of things, it is no slouch. It is the MTG dad. It is Ely Cassis, who Frank feels is in a good matchup, and Corey, so do I.
Yeah, I would think so, especially since Ely Cassis has not lost with his constructed deck at all this weekend. Really impressive stuff for a deck that he was trying to avoid from the beginning, which, yeah, I wouldn't want to avoid playing this deck, that's for sure.
Well, we are going to get things underway here with an Inquisition of Kozilek from Seth Manfield. Both players keeping 7 cards. Do enjoy what should be a fun one between two of Magic's best. You'll see here with Ely Cassis a Bristly Bill. There's, of course, the Springheart Nantuko and a Chord of Calling alongside just a couple of lands. So no Shuko, no Nadu, at least not yet, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. So probably going to take one of the 2 drops here that he's the most afraid of. There is actually a reason to take Chord as well, since it can produce Nadu. And we'll see if Ely can draw his way out of it.
We're going to head back over to Cassis now, who will play a Forest, and it will be Bristly Bill. So that is a card that not everybody is playing in the Nadu deck, but it is working just fine here for Cassis, as we're going to head back Seth's way now. Remember, Necrodominance is the name of the game. We've watched this mono-black deck a little bit here over the course of the weekend, have you and I, and this deck is very different when it has its namesake enchantment on the battlefield.
No kidding. And the last time we watched Seth play this deck, he kind of had that unbelievable draw of Hand Disruption spell on 1, Phyrexian Tower on 2 with the Grief, and then cast Necrodominance as early as turn 2. Here is the Grief, but the Phyrexian Tower is not in play, so probably not having that absurd draw, but wouldn't be too shocked if we pair this with a way to bring it back right away there, Cedric.
Well, there's a reason I said not yet with regards to Nadu and Shuko, because you do get to draw a card every turn when you play the game of Magic the Gathering, at least most of the times you do. Necrodominance says that you don't, but that's a different story altogether. Shuko is the card that Ely did draw last turn alongside that Springheart Nantuko and a couple of lands, so Seth has quite the decision to make here. Probably not thrilled with the idea of Ely drawing Shuko last turn, huh?
Yeah, not really pleased with that. Gotta love Seth's laugh, though. Best laugh on the Pro Tour. I'm calling it right now.
Yeah, I think you're right on that
You can hear it around the hall.
Boy, can you.
Oh, okay, so this was not trying to do the Malachar Rebirth type thing, just sacrificing it to be able to pitch to the Flare of Malice.
Yep.
Gotta love all the ways. That finally makes Grief playable.
Yeah, finally. Finally, indeed. Flare of Malice did take care of the Bristly Bill, and then the Inquisition, of course, took care of the Shuko. So what Seth has effectively done here is said, hey, let's trade a bunch of resources, make this game kind of tight, and then if I'm able to draw a copy of Necrodominance, I can just gas back up. Now, fortunately for Ely, Seth doesn't have it. If you're rooting for Manfield, you're not thrilled. If you're rooting for Cassis, of course, you're pleased, as Cassis is going to sacrifice the Misty Rainforest. We have seen so often over the course of this weekend a hedge maze on the end step, and we're going to see it once again, so Ely can control the draw step a little bit.
Yep, absolutely. You can rip apart this Bant Nadu deck, but you know, when you have 2 fetch lands in your hand, you have 2 surveil lands in your deck, you're able to manipulate the top of your library a little bit and prevent the variance of top decking 3 lands in a row, something like that.
So after a little shuffle and cut there from Seth, Ely's going to take a look. We'll see where this top card will be headed here in just a moment. And Delighted Halfling is something that Cassis is not interested in. So we will head Ely's way for his 4th turn of the game. And there, it's just another land and a passing of the turn. Seth is going to take a good look at that one. We are more than happy to do the same, as it is a bit newer to the Magic game.
Yep, if you do have Delirium, which looks like Ely does have that, you are able to make this land become a copy of target permanent card in your graveyard until the end of the turn. So can, you know, copy Nadu, copy Bristly Bill, any kind of combo piece you really want to get going and have a nice way of just doing the thing, doing the Nadu thing. And Ely's actually picked up some gas there. It looks like Quarter Calling as well as the Nantuko.
And we can't forget about that copy of Otawara as well, which is not a bad card to draw as far as a temporary solution to perhaps a top deck Necro Dominance. Won't solve the problem, of course, but can bounce it before we get to the end step, make it so that Seth doesn't actually have the opportunity to draw cards in that end step, and then make Seth redeploy it the following turn. So a temporary solution, but in a combo on somewhat combo matchup, temporary solution sometimes, Corey, is all that you need.
Is all you need, absolutely. Yeah, a little time walk for a turn is great. And yeah, you were kind of saying this a little bit earlier, Cedric, is when you draw Necro Dominance, your deck just looks unbelievable. But this game, you know, 3 swamps, saying go. This is usually the power level that you kind of see in like Standard or something like that. But in Modern, not really up to snuff here.
Yeah, we are capable of seeing much better than this. That much is for sure. What you saw there might look a little bit strange on Ely's turn. This is actually something that we haven't seen in the future match area, you and I. That was, of course, an activation of a shifting woodland targeting a Springheart Nantuko, and then Ely playing a land for the landfall trigger. So, yeah, that's a way to do it. Get on the battlefield. It's not the best play I've ever seen here over the course of this tournament, but as far as high power is concerned, but it's a thing that happened.
Back in my day, you'd be killing Mutavaults. That's the creature land here. This one looked a little different here.
So yeah, the March of Wretched Sorrow took care of that. Now this is an attempt to bestow onto that token here for Cassis. Springheart Nantuko, breakout card of this tournament to be sure. Combo enabler, but you can do some pretty wild stuff with the bestow aspect of this card, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. So not really trying to do any of the real cool things, maybe the Dryad Arbor copy that we saw yesterday to get Sam Party into the top 8. This is just kind of hiding it and protecting it from a removal spell, so you still get this ability even if one removal spell goes at one of these insects.
Seth will play a Phyrexian Tower, it appears. We'll see if he has a follow-up at all. Part of the reason the attacking here is actually somewhat good for Cassis is because he is playing against a deck that does have Necro Dominance. But that is not the card draw that has been played. This is one that we're much more used to. Here, it's a copy, Corey, of the One Ring.
Yeah, the One Ring is great here. Seth's basically next best thing to playing Necro Dominance, being able to get this going. Well, Ely Cassis is not doing anything too powerful to start. We did see that Court of Calling in hand, plus what looks to be one mystery card. So Ely is just one combo piece away from finding a Shuko, something like that, to really get this game going.
Well, Seth will be adding a burden counter to that One Ring here in just a moment, but Ely will be responding and getting a copy of Dryad Arbor off of the fetch land, which will trigger the Nantuko. Now the Nantuko, there will be no payment, so it'll just be an insect token, and now it's going to be a Court of Calling. So here is Court of Calling. That's going to go get a Haywire Mite. Green mana available. Sacrifice the Haywire Mite with the burden counter activation on the stack. No cards coming here for Seth. And this is a card that Frank mentioned at the news desk, and I think you and I are going to see a lot over the course of these games, no matter how long this match goes. Haywire Mite, awesome in the matchup.
Exactly, and when you have 2 of a card like this, a card that you can tutor for, you know in testing it was just like, God, this card just keeps being incredible. Let's get another one in there.
Absolutely.
And really showing its stuff here in a lot of matchups. Great against Bant Nadu, taking out a Shuko if your opponent's about to combo first, and then of course the One Ring being the most played card, I believe, if not close to be able to deal with the very powerful card from the Lord of the Rings.
Well, say its name and it appears. There is the One Ring. A burden counter is on arguably the most powerful artifact in this tournament. It was certainly one of the most played cards in this tournament was the One Ring, and now it is on the battlefield here for Cassis as opposed to for Seth Manfield. Seth has drawn another 4-mana spell. It is a copy of Sheoldred, which is good against the One Ring.
Yep, absolutely. Definitely good with Ely having such a high life total here. He's going to really not hesitate in activating this ring here for at least a couple of turns. You know, it's not going to be too big of a deal. But I did see the one card that Ely drew last turn was Nadu. So we are one artifact away. And you said the One Ring's the most powerful one. Shuko might also be competing for that one as well in this tournament.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to argue. Sylvan Safekeeper is a great place to start to maybe provide a little protection around a card like a Soul Spike. Here's a copy of Nadu now.
And just Nadu and Endurance in hand there, so we do not have the combo all wrapped up yet.
Going to sack Otawara, target Dryad Arbor with the Safekeeper, triggering Nadu. This is just going to stay on the stack. So
Ely's going to give Seth the old talking to about what's going on here, and we'll let Ely do the explaining for us.
You want to represent how you're...
For the one.
Yeah.
then I'll target again with it still in the stack.
Quarter calling is the reveal here for Cassis. Starting to put some of these creatures on the old conveyor belt. Now, it's not Shuko that's doing it. It'll actually be Sylvan Safekeeper that's guiding it along. But there's enough mana here that it might be time, I believe, for the Outriders on core, as Ely is playing that freshly drawn Quarter calling. And there is the Outriders. And Seth says, you know what? I'm all good.
All good here. I think these players have seen plenty of times throughout this event what happens in this kind of scenario. Going to win the game on the spot, and nice to have the mutual respect from the players here to be like, yeah, Ely, I think you can figure this one out.
On to game 2, folks. Seth Manfield will be on the play here. Ely Cassis on the draw. Seth with 6, Ely with 7. And we'll see if Seth is able to find the namesake card of his deck there, of course, in Necro Dominance. We did see some Grief and other discard in the last game. I imagine that's how Seth will start this one out, as the black deck looks to kind of clear the way for Necro Dominance with those discard spells, Corey.
Yep, absolutely. And that last game was really all about those 2 turns where Seth just couldn't put Necro Dominance into play. Ely didn't do too much, and you can't really do that against this Bant Nadu deck for too long.
It'll be a Grief to get the party started. You'll see the hand here for Cassis. Court of Calling, Shuko, Springheart, and Nantuko, along with a handful of lands. So one of these spells will be left over here for Ely. Seth is deciding which one. As far as the lands are concerned, that's going to allow Ely to get this game started. A Breeding Pool, a Windswept Heath, a copy of Boseiju, which is, of course, very good against Necro Dominance, and the Selesnya Surveil land there in Lush Portico.
Yep, takes those 2, leaves just the Shuko, has some Surveil lands, and the Boseiju has some pieces of interaction, and is going to have to find some goods here. We'll just see if Seth's follow-up is Necro Dominance here in a couple of turns. Or next turn, if you got the tower.
Yep. Nothing like just Shuko and lands. What's the worst that could happen, Corey?
Yeah, it's
What's
just
the worst that could happen?
It's a 1-mana artifact.
That's right.
+1/+0. I guess I'll take a little extra damage.
That's right. No big deal. Not at all. Well, let's see where Cassis wants to get things started here. A bevy of options as far as the lands are concerned. Be surprised if he played Boseiju on this turn. Everything else is a pretty reasonable option. So it will be the Selesnya Surveil land. That card's going to stay on top there for Cassis. And we're going to head back Manfield's way, who does have a 3/2 Grief on the battlefield, which it is worth noting, Corey, given the changes to the format and how you have to build this Necro Dominance deck, we're very used to seeing Not Dead After All on Grief and kind of a 5-turn clock. 3 damage a turn, surprisingly manageable.
Yeah, not actually that big of a deal here when you're just taking 3. Not really the plan A. You can't think, I bet Seth didn't win a lot of games by just doing Grief. You gotta have follow-ups. Where back in the day, you know, last Modern Pro Tour, you get 4 damage in and you take 2 cards away from your opponent, that can be a serious clock, even backed up with 1 other threat.
Yeah, it's funny. You would think, is it really that big of a difference between 3 damage and 4 damage a turn? It's just one number, right?
Yeah.
But, 3 damage a turn, especially if Ely's not dealing himself any damage, that's going to take 7 attacks to get the game over with, as opposed to the smaller number of attacks that we do see when Grief is a little bit stronger. Now, if we want to juice up the clock a little bit, the old Bogart Trawler's here to help out.
Oh, yeah. I mean, 6 is way larger than 4 here.
You are right about that. You are right about that. As Cassis is going to play that Windswept Heath and pass the turn back over to Manfield. Manfield would love maybe another Disruption spell. Now, do keep in mind that in the meantime, Cassis does have the opportunity to activate that Urza's Saga, and we know that Saga can go off next turn and find a little something, too.
So this is interesting right here. Ely has the ability to make a construct here and block the 3/1. That looks like a really juicy block here, right? But what if Seth follows it up with Necro Dominance? With Ely having that Boseiju in hand, it's a huge, huge mistake if that were to happen. So I wouldn't be too shocked to see Ely take 6, be like, okay, is there Necro Dominance? No. Then make a construct, make another construct the following turn if you want to, and just make sure you're never putting any risk into that enchantment coming on the battlefield, because that is exactly how Ely could lose just on the spot.
Yeah, Seth would love to get a Necro Dominance on the battlefield and start drawing some cards. Ely would love to prevent it as best as possible. And so as Manfield gets that 6 damage across and brings Cassis down to 8, you do have to wonder what's hiding in Seth's hand. We don't have a great look at it, but he's happy to simply pass the turn back. So in the interim, Cassis will sacrifice that Windswept Teeth. Down to 7 he goes. Now the question is he better served to maybe find a Hedge Maze here as opposed to activating the Urza Saga? My question has been answered very quickly, Corey. It's going to be a forest, and it looks maybe a construct is on the way.
Yeah, I think you have to. I think you have to at least get one blocker. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't see an activation during Ely's draw step before Chapter 3 comes on, just because the second construct doesn't really do much. You know, you can double block Grief, sure, but you're probably just getting this one in front of the Trawler, and then you can leave mana open for Boseiju once again. Wouldn't be too shocked if Seth does have it. He definitely paused there quite a bit on his last turn, but of course, you know, these players are both Hall of Fame level players, and definitely can be doing a little bit of Hollywooding here.
To say the least. So, Chapter 3 has been read on the Urza Saga, and it looks like Cassis is going to activate that Urza Saga. So, second construct token on the battlefield, and now it's time to go a search-in. Shuko among the options here. It looks like Seth may have a response here, though. So, these players with a little bit of communication.
He started to search his library, but I wanted to think in response to this sacrifice. Is that fine or no?
My words were Saga Search. I said, yeah, I picked up the deck.
Yeah.
Nothing else happened.
Okay, if nothing else happening, it's okay. You know.
Okay. Is that fine?
So it looks like Seth wanted to actually potentially respond to the Saga Search, and it looks like it's going to be March of Wretched Sorrow, just hard cast, not going to exile any cards from hand to be able to deal 2 damage to something. Of course, if a Shuko were to hit the battlefield, just as an example, that means that those constructs would be 3/3s, and March dealing 2 would not take care of it.
Yeah, that might have been, obviously depending on Seth's hand here, but if Seth does have Necro Dominance in hand, using that March here on one of the constructs before it becomes a 3/3, I get that for sure, because you don't have to exile a card from your hand to be able to deal with the 3/3 in this scenario. But right now, if Ely goes green source, Seth once again cannot play Necro Dominance with the fear of Haywire Might eating it. So we'll see kind of what Seth has for the follow-up. Seth would love to just go land for Shieldred.
Wouldn't be a bad place to be in a
not
spot
bad.
like this. Last game, not close to good enough. This game wouldn't be a bad way to try to stabilize and maybe finish things. In the meantime, coming into the red zone is Manfield. It's not every day that you see Bogart Trawler get blocked in Modern, but we are here on this day, and that construct is going to jump in front of the 3/1 Goblin.
So down to 4, definitely becoming a low life total here for Ely. So one big follow-up from Seth, like a Shieldred here, or of course, Soul Spike here out of nowhere can really finish this off.
Thanks.
Nothing doing, just Seth passing.
That hand is terrible from Ely.
Yeah, Ely does not have much going on here. There's a copy of Shuko. That Haywire Might's going to wear it. You see a Hollowed Fountain and a bevy of other lands there. The Boseiju still there, of course, to be able to handle something, but Ely just really doesn't have much going on, and can't forget that it hasn't shown up over the course of this game, but Grief does have Menace, of course.
Yep, absolutely. So right now, Ely is just dead on board in 2 turns and has only drawn land so far. Doesn't really have the ability to play a fetch land right now because he will be going down to 1 almost assuredly here. Now, I guess you can Haywire Might to target your own Shuko here to put Ely up to 6. That's still 2 hits from Grief and you're still dead.
Yep.
So really looking brutal for Ely outside of a really nice top deck.
Yeah, the equation has not changed here as Grief is going to bring Cassis down to 1. It's still a 2-turn clock. Soul Spike says, see you later. So we are all tied up here between Seth Manfield and Ely Cassis. Mono Black Necro Dominance. Spant Nadu getting ready here for game number 3, but more importantly, our first sideboard game here, Corey, where things you have to imagine do change a little bit for both players.
Yep, definitely changed quite a bit there. And we were kind of talking at the beginning of the game there where Grief doesn't really go the distance. Grief took the 2 big cards from Ely's hand, and he just managed to never draw any more gas. So Grief still did some nice work there.
The struggle was real there for Cassis, who was on a 6-card hand this game, starting things off with a Hollowed Fountain and a Shuko. Seth also on 6 cards, so we'll see what the Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor champion is able to put together. Going to kick things off with one of those double face cards. It's what huge new addition for this deck is the access to so many of these double face cards. Allows them to kind of, I'll use the term cheat on land, but also makes it better with Necro Dominance.
Yep, absolutely. I love that Ely made some bird sounds as he put Nadu into the graveyard there.
Yes. That bird is gone for now, but it might be coming back to the battlefield a little bit later. Ely has a lot of ways to find Nadu in the deck, of course, with Summoner's Pact, Court of Calling, and Natural Draw Steps. So that's the first bird that's been solved. Seth's going to have to try to win the game before the next one maybe does arrive. So we're going to head back Cassis's way now. Endurance and lands thus far here for Ely. Hedge Maze, not a bad play here with nothing else to do. We'll see where the Surveil goes.
Looks like we did see a Wall of Roots off the top, so did have the option of going Boseiju Wall of Roots, but that's just the value of not only the Surveil lands, but really just not giving away your Boseiju this early, as it could really stop Seth from doing his main thing here. And you can't Thoughtseize Boseijus away, so if Ely always leaves mana open for that, Seth will not be able to Necro Dominance outside of having a second copy.
Another one of these double face cards here for Seth as far as a land is concerned. So it's a little bit of a slow start here for Manfield. It does make you wonder if this is a game where he does have a copy of Necro Dominance. But I tried to warn you. Just because I discarded one doesn't mean I won't find one. And Cassis certainly did here in Nadu. That was the draw step. Shuko, is it time to rock and roll? Well, there's the conveyor belt.
And Seth's version does have a lot of ways to be able to deal with the Nadu coming into play without actually targeting it. Flare of Malice is one of them, as well as, of course, you can just Soul Spike it. They will get Ely would get a trigger off that, but End Force of Despair destroys all creatures that entered the battlefield.
Well, here's the March. Another trigger here, so that's the first one. Springheart Nantuko added to the grip. That'll die now. Seth will gain 4 life, so these players will resolve the stack accordingly. And now that Shuko trigger, that'll be an Otawara. And so a little bit of value there from Nadu in the land and the Nantuko. But Seth did solve the problem for a second time.
But at what cost, Cedric?
Yes.
That was just think about this as a surface level play. It was a 3-mana card that drew 2 cards for Ely. And Seth cast 3 cards to deal with it.
Yeah, had to use 3 cards there with the March. The Fatal Push and the Break Dice, those are long gone.
Yeah.
And again, the March does solve the problem, but it feels all so temporary as Seth is resolving an Inquisition of Kozilek to take care of that Springheart Nantuko, leaving Cassis with the aforementioned Endurance and Wall of Roots.
Yeah, you a fan of getting 5 for 1?
You know, it's
on a Sunday morning?
It's not my favorite. It's not my favorite.
But if one deck doesn't mind losing a ton of cards, it is definitely going to be this Necro Dominance deck, especially with Boseiju on the battlefield. So if Seth has it in hand, maybe one more land, and we are all good to go. But there is the cost of the Phyrexian Tower if Seth does indeed have it, as that only produces colorless.
It's a Wall of Roots, it's a Dried Arbor, and it's a Shuko onto the Dried Arbor. Ely's last card in hand is that copy of Endurance. Boseiju, of course, among the lands right now. So if Seth does have a Black Source and a Necro Dominance, would be clear for takeoff, but does not appear to be the case. So Manfield will simply pass the turn back over to Cassis, and we will get a Wall of Roots activation alongside those 2 untapped lands to hardcast and Endurance. And Cassis is going to target himself to put those Nadus, plural, back in the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. Get a fetch land and increase your odds of drawing another Nadu there by another 50%. Plus, this is just a nice little clock here. 5 damage at a time. Not only is great at closing the game off if Seth keeps kind of doing nothing here, but shortens the effectiveness of Necro Dominance if we do end up seeing it.
It looks like Endurance will be wearing the Shuko now, and Dried Arbor and Endurance are going to come into the red zone here. It'll be 5 all day, as Seth is going to fall from 21 to 16. Cassis' draw step was a copy of Urza's Saga. Not always in love with drawing lands, but one that does do something is better than nothing. So one counter on the very powerful Saga as we head back Manfield's way. Finally reaching for some mana is Seth. This is another copy of Phyrexian Tower. Remember, those are legendary. And now it'll be
my big play.
a removal spell.
Very glad it was not one.
It is Fell the Profane.
Seth just can't stop 2-for-1ing himself.
No,
Has to
not
get rid of the
really.
land there to do it. And yeah, just really unexciting plays here so far from the Hall of Famer.
Yeah, we are seeing the bottom end of the range of this deck right now, folks. We promise you it's good. We swear Seth's not here on accident. Just having some difficulty finding the namesake card of the deck thus far in the matches. There is a Swamp and simply a passing of the turn. So Cassis is going to make a Construct token. It's a 2-2 right now, as there is a Construct that counts itself and the Shuko. Ely's going to draw a card. Saga will have 2 triggers, one for the 3rd counter, and then, of course, the 2nd one to sacrifice the Saga. So before the sacrifice does take place, another Construct is on the way. And I think it might be another Shuko on this day. Though, Haywire Might has been really good for Cassis. Has already used one, but also put it back in the deck if memory does serve. So there are some options here, and Ely is weighing them between Shuko and the Haywire Might. And hey,
ooh,
a little something spicy from the board, perhaps.
A little Vexing Bobble here, being able to prevent any free spells from being cast here. That's a nice one against Soul Spike, other Flare of Malice style effects as well. And I got to say, you know, of course, Necro Dominance, when you have that, it looks amazing. When you don't have it, it looks quite bad. So I would say the floor on this mono black deck is really, really low. The floor on the Bant Nadu deck, it's definitely not great when you don't have Nadu, but I mean, look at what Ely's doing. Still playing a good, fair game. Constructs really scale up pretty quickly, and you're still able to do some nice stuff. And we see the hands cross there from Seth. That means we are hellbent. And this game looks pretty rough here outside of top decking Necro Dominance. But even if you do that, the play of just drawing 7 cards and then gaining some life back, not really on the table. I think Seth's biggest draw here would just be Shieldred to negate the attacks and hope Ely just starts drawing some bricks.
Yeah, and that was not a Shieldred, and I got bad news. Ely didn't draw a brick either. So there is a Springheart and Tuco, and that is going to be bestowed onto a Construct token. Ely does have, I believe, a land here to follow up with. It is a breeding pool indeed. Landfall trigger. It looks like Ely is going to pay the colorless and the green, which will yield another Construct token, which is also important because it's going to grow the other Construct token. See, we call this in the business, Corey, a combo.
A combo. Is this a Splinter Twin situation, would you say?
It might be.
Might be.
It might be.
You know, we saw the corner case scenarios that you have here. Putting the Bestow on Construct is great. Putting the Bestow on Dryad Arbor is excellent. You just have so many ways to have good plan Bs, plan Cs in this deck if you don't have the just absolute combo of winning with Nadu on the spot. And Ely can just draw that at any point, and the game ends. Which it might be over right now anyways, just with an attack.
Yes, indeed. So Cassis will draw a card. It's time to move a Shuko over to a Dryad Arbor. Seth says that resolves. Oh, I like this, yeah. You know, it's free.
Mind games, getting his head.
That's right, getting his head indeed. Here come the knuckleheads. Seth is going to swing those 2 cards in his hand back and forth a little bit. But there's not a ton here for the Hall of Famer to do. The constructs, if we count them, it's 1, 2, 3, 4 artifacts on the battlefield. So there's a fatal push on that one. That's going to lessen the 1 construct that's out there. So here's the math. 3, it'll be 4. Looks like it's going to be 5 all day.
Looks like it. So a Shieldred still really won't even do it.
Nope.
Yep. I don't really see an out here for Seth with that Vexing Bobble being some nice piece of technology. Kind of a card when it was spoiled, I was thinking it was going to be just an answer to Solitude, you know, these kind of pitch elementals. But really nice against the Necro Dominance pitch deck when Seth has access to about 8 cards that are supposed to be free.
There's nothing this Bant Nadu deck can't do, getting in the red zone there with a motley crew, to say the least. Ely Cassis going to win game number 3 here against Seth Manfield. And you guys want more? Well, here comes game number 4. Seth Manfield on the play. 7 cards to Ely's 7 cards.
Okay.
This will be a grief to
but with
get
no land
things started. Yes, indeed. So, multiple copies of Delighted Halfling, a Veil of Secrecy, a Sylvan Safekeeper, Urza's Saga, Windswept Heath, And a Temple Garden is what Cassis is working with.
Yeah, and normally when you see that on turn 1, you just are like, ugh, one of these games, especially when you're on the draw and you have a Veil. But when Seth doesn't play a land, you got to be feeling a lot better that this isn't the biggest deal here. So probably just this as a play. You might have a follow-up as a 1-mana hand disruption spell, like an Inquisition, something like that.
And the Veil is going to bite the dust. Seth is going to record that information. Oh, here it comes. One of my favorites. One of those double face cards. Corey, I'll give you $1 million if you can tell me the name of that card.
Oh, God. Well, let me just...
No. Put the iPad down.
You know what? You keep your millions, good sir.
That's so kind
I
of
know
you.
it, of course, but, you know, I don't want to take your money, buddy.
Thank you for not asking me, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It's not Bogart Bog.
I bet it is Fellmeyer.
Oh, you think it's Fellmeyer?
It's Fellmeyer.
You sure it's not Grim Pathway?
Actually, yeah, it looks like Grim Pathway.
This deck has a bunch of goofballs in here that do facilitate things. It could be Malakir Meyer, actually. Twitch chat's having some fun with this. Nobody knows for sure. We just know that it taps for black mana. That's the one thing we can promise you.
Not even Seth down there reading the cards like, it could be any one of them. Oh, we got the card graphic. Maybe it is the flip side of Fell the Profane.
Oh, let's see. Is this going to be a Grief?
Okay. Definitely a good reason to take the Veil the first time. Getting rid of Necro Dominance. That's pretty telling.
Well, to me, that means that there's probably another Necro Dominance in hand.
You know, I think you might be right there,
That's just my best guess, is that there's probably another one hiding out in the grip there for Seth.
Yep.
So you do see Cassis' hand once again, another copy of Delighted Halfling, a Sylvan Safekeeper, Urza's Saga, Misty Rainforest, Windswept Heath.
So we might be finally doing the thing here from Seth. Looks like that might only be one card left in hand, though, which would be a big problem, is having to, of course, top deck land 3 to go along with the Necro Dominance. Maybe that was 2, of course.
Yep.
But Necro Dominance should be in the exile.
Which one is exile?
Sorry.
Yep, and then we're going to clean this up, and it is all cleaned up right now. So shout out to our table judge there to make sure this game state is where it should be as we head back over to Cassis, who is without a Veil of Summer and a Sylvan Safekeeper now.
I think it was a land. It looked somewhat eerily close to a Boseiju. Maybe not. That would be a devastating draw, but with not leaving green mana open there, I kind of doubt it.
This is a Phyrexian Tower.
Once again, not able to cast Necro Dominance unless he has another Grief to pitch to it. Man, Seth's lands have not agreed with him. Yesterday when we were watching Seth's Winnanen, this Phyrexian Tower looked amazing as it was paired for a turn 2 Necro Dominance with a Grief, but we're really seeing the variance of this powerful new addition here from MH3.
Windswept Heath is the play for the turn here for Cassis. And now here's an attack with the Delighted Halfling. Manfield going to fall down to 19, and Cassis will simply pass the turn back. Seth is in desperate need here of a black source to presumably play a copy of Necro Dominance.
And it's got to be right here. Because Urza's Saga is coming off Chapter 3 next turn, Haywire Might is going to be able to lock up that play, and it really could be the difference of Seth having a chance to advance the next round. And a Veil to counter that. That just feels so bad.
Yeah, it's nothing's going right here for Manfield. Nothing is going right.
No.
You're going to see Cassis sacrifice a Windswept Heath. Again, a lot of options as far as lands are concerned. It's just going to be a basic forest here, which leads me to believe that we're going to see an Urza Saga activation to yield a construct.
Looks like it. And yeah, Ely's just been 2-for-1ing or more, Seth, all morning here. I think Ely's been 2-for-1ing people since, 1996.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good clean living here for Cassis in his career. Seth, no slouch either, of course. 2-time Pro Tour champion. Won a Pro Tour earlier this year. Top 8's another one in the same season. We'll see what he can accomplish at the World Championships later this year at MagicCon Las Vegas. But this top 8 match has not gone according to plan. We have not seen any Necro Dominance here Corey, this morning.
Yep, absolutely. And of course, these two players are buddies. They used to be teammates here not too long ago. Ely was on Team CFB until very recently made the switch to Team Handshake. A little change of scenery there for now the 3-time PT Top 8 competitor.
A Shuko will be the weapon of choice off of the Urza Saga. Misty Rainforest is the follow-up, and now it is that Vexing Bauble for Cassis. Delighted Halfling is going to wear that Shuko, and here comes the Construct alongside the Halfling. Quick count of the artifacts will be 4 all day. Delighted Halfling is 1, Shuko is another. That'll be an attack for 6 as Manfield falls down to 13, and Seth needs one heck of a draw step, folks.
Yeah, Ely has 11 damage on the crackback next turn, and that's basically lethal against this deck. You know, unless there's a Shieldred here to soak up some damage, maybe gain some life back. Okay, we're still playing Magic for sure.
We are still playing Magic. Shieldred is step number 1 here for Manfield. So the big 4/5 has finally arrived, and that does a nice job of blocking as there's the Hedge Maze off of the Misty Rainforest.
Now, there is a lot of ways that Ely just straight wins the game. I mean, there's some sideboard Teferis that would be amazing against Shieldred, but of course, there's the 4 Court of Callings, the 2 Summoners Pack, the 4 Nadus, maybe a couple artifacts to piece something together. There's a lot of things Ely can find to advance to the top 4 here at this Pro Tour.
And right now, Ely is going to find his life total go from 16 to 14. See ya. See ya. Pleasure doing business with ya.
I believe it is time for that conveyor belt you've been talking so much about this weekend.
Oh, I see Seth's going to settle in. Well, you know what, Seth? So will I.
All right, target 1.
That's 1. Let's have some fun. Windswept Heath is the first one. Trigger 2, Breeding Pool. It's going to enter the battlefield tapped over. To the next construct will be a Windswept Heath. Next up on activation number 2 will be a Teferi. That one is pretty scary. Delighted Halfling is enough. Ely Cassis is going to win this game and match here over Seth Manfield. The MTG Dad is moving on to the semifinals 3-1. It was a lot of fun. Not for Seth because we did not get to see his namesake enchantment ever do anything. What are we doing here?
We did see it. He just revealed it at the very end. He's like, look what I finally drew. Way too late. As he couldn't have played it that last turn, he could have drew 1 card to not die on the spot to just the attack, let alone, you know, Nadu, of course, doing what we just saw. That was pretty nasty.
Yeah, absolutely brutal stuff there. We promise, if you weren't with us on Friday and Saturday, we do promise this Necro Dominance deck is rather good to say the least, and the card is incredibly powerful. There is another copy of that deck in the top 8 in the hands of Manoa that we perhaps will see perform a little bit better. So if you are fans of that mono black strategy with Grief and discard Necro Dominance, it is pretty darn good. 2 copies here in the top 8, but Nadu continues to be the story of the tournament, Corey.
I will say Manoa is the only hope left now for it to be not Bant Nadu all the way down. So yeah, gonna need to see some Necro Dominances from that that gamer for sure.
We can only hope. We'll be bringing you a little bit of that match later on over the course of the quarterfinals, but for now, we got to talk to Ely, who won a very impressive match over Seth.
Ely Cassis has just taken down former world champion Seth Manfield. That's going to feel pretty darn good. Keep it going.
Thank you, it does. Seth's an old teammate of mine for some time now, so it's a little, what do you call it, bitter, but still obviously awesome to be here and super happy to keep running into you in these interviews.
Well, hey, I'll keep interviewing you if you keep showing up here. So,
Deal.
Ely, I know that you're always so cool, calm, and collected throughout these, but now that you wait for your next opponent, what's your ritual going into the next of this day 3 Sunday?
Honestly, I try not to think about it. If you put too much emphasis on it, I think you just overthink it and stress it. So I'm a sort of play from the hip player, and I prefer to just keep doing that.
All right. Awesome, Ely. Best of luck, and yeah, hopefully I'll see you again soon.
Thank you. Hope so too.
Ely Cassis and Simon Nielsen are through to our semifinals. We got to figure out who the next 2 players are going to be. More from Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 here in Amsterdam right after this short break. The Vans in the air waving around like they just don't care. It is beautiful here in Amsterdam, Netherlands. There's a shot of the Van Gogh Museum and a canal that I'll be getting the opportunity to hang out with tomorrow before I take a flight home back to the States. Cedric Phillips, Corey Baumeister. We are deep into the quarterfinals here of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. Well, Corey, a couple of Nadu decks are through.
Yep.
And we have a Nadu mirror, so we know there's going to be another.
I bet there's going to be one more after this match for sure, Cedric.
I tell you what, if I were a betting man, which I'm not, I would bet that a Nadu deck is going to come through here because we're going to watch Jason Yee and Sam Pardee try to resolve the powerful 3-4 bird and do some pretty obscene things with him. Jason Yee is on one heck of a run right now. 2 top finishes, back-to-back Pro Tour top 8. Sam Pardee with 6 top finishes, of course. We're going to see both players at the World Championships later this year. Will they be playing this? Probably not. I don't think you're going to be allowed to do that tournament. Probably for the best. But while you can do it, you should. And Jason Yee's version, very different than other ones that we have seen. Corey, Venser in the deck. You've got main deck copy of Dranith, Magistrate. Jason kind of cooking here.
Yeah, absolutely. I love this list from Jason. Malevolent Rumble as well. Jason was referring to as basically Ponder, as it looks at 4 cards and it's kind of the same amount of mana as you get one back. Really spicy list from Jason here. It's more of a turbo Nadu. I would say slight advantage here to Jason for sure.
For Sam, it's a little bit more general, a little bit more stock if you do want to use that term. Member of Team Channel Fireball playing Bant Nadu here this weekend. Sam, of course, with the top 8 earlier this year at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor. You know, there's a running joke going on in Denver where Sam is living alongside Matt Nass and Luis Scott Vargas of who is the best combo deck player in the world. Matt Nass likes to say that he is, and with good reason, but Sam is challenging Matt for the title because he keeps crushing people with combo decks.
I did see Matt Nass conceded to the fact that Sam Pardee is the best Dryad Arbor attacker after the winning end. So at least Matt is conceding to some things here on Twitter earlier.
At least for right now. You'll see a main deck copy of a couple of one-of fun-ofs the court are calling for here for Sam.
Yep.
At the end of the day, this is about Nadu, it is about Shuko, and it's about who can do it better and a little bit faster, and maybe more importantly, prevent the other from doing it after sideboard, which is where we actually do join this match in progress. We'll be joining it after sideboard here in game number 3, so both players do have options and access to those additional 15 cards here for the rest of the match. We will see who is on the play here momentarily, as it is Jason Yee, once again, against Sam Pardee.
Yep, these post-board games here in this mirror match do tend to slow down a little bit as both players bring ways in to interact with each other's combo instead of just, for the first 2 games, kind of going all in. They both do have some main deck hate cards here for the matchup, but you get to add a lot of them after that. But here we go, some grazering to get it going a little bit faster here, Cedric.
Both players getting their mana started quickly, as we're going to see a Sam kick things off with a Yavimaya into a Delighted Halfling.
Works for both sides.
And now it looks like it's going to be a Spring Heart Nantuko. I believe our table judge may have asked very quickly about how was the Misty Rainforest able to tap for green, and that Yavimaya is symmetrical. So that enabled the Arboreal Grazer, which of course enabled the Kalani Garden, and that's why the plant token is on the side of the battlefield for Jason.
Yeah, it definitely comes up. You know, being able to save your fetch lands when you have the Spring Heart Nantuko in play and just use the green mana until you absolutely want to crack the fetch land. Nice little addition here in these deck lists.
Again, Jason's build a little bit different. Member of Team Sanctum of All. That team is beginning to really get its footing here on the Pro Tour.
Yeah, especially with Jason just absolutely crushing it. It's just been on an absolute run, making top 16 or better at the last 3 PTs. That's just so incredible to do at like your first couple events.
It really is. It really is
so awesome to watch.
Dominant display, and a title would go a long way for Jason, establishing itself as one of the best players in the game, as there's a copy of a Hedge Maze.
First hand. 3.
So no big draw here, no large Court of Calling or anything. It looks like that, of course, is kind of the magic number being 6, where you have 6 permanents untapped to go get Nadu. Sam Pardee definitely meets that qualification here with a Court of Calling if it is in Sam's hand. So a really scary board from Sam, and still developing here from Jason.
Top. Okay.
A lot for Jason to think about on this particular turn. In a combo matchup like this, games can end very quickly. Sam's start is quite good. At the very least, Jason does know that a shoot go could be coming to the battlefield via the Urza Saga next turn. Does Sam have any way to get a Nadu? That's a bit of a surprise and unanswerable question at this stage of things. So Jason is just going to untap there with the Hedge Maze, and we're going to head back its way.
Yeah, pretty large tank there. You know, of course, can be posturing a little bit. You know, make sure to say, I have a cord, you know, kind of say that. So you should be wary of it. Or, of course, was thinking maybe of hustling out a Haywire Might, something like that. But, man, this Malevolent Rubble just looks so sweet in Jason's deck.
It does feel like a very, very good card in this deck, as it's going to yield a Shuko this time around. The rest are going to go to the graveyard. That's a Temple Garden of Forest and an Outriders on core.
Not great, actually, in this situation, putting one of your combo pieces, one of your niche combo pieces into the yard. Not going to be able to Court a Calling for that, so that avenue of comboing is off the table. But when you get Shuko anyways, it kind of doesn't matter.
On Jason's end step, Sam is going to activate the Urza Saga to get a Construct token, sacrifice the Misty Rainforest to get an insect off of the Springheart Nantuko, and now it'll be a Hedge Maze trigger for the Surveil.
And if Sam had it, it would be with the trigger for the Surveil on the stack, cord for 3. So if Sam doesn't do that, it's not there, and Sam's digging for that. This will be great news for Jason if that is not put onto the stack here.
So it looks like a Surveil trigger here for Sam. Misty Rainforest and Island are the cards that Sam is working with right now, so just a couple of lands here for Pardee.
All right, Surveil.
Here comes the Surveil for Sam. We won't get a great look at it, but Sam certainly will, and we will find out soon enough if that's anything worth noting. And yes, and the other card missing, the other card that we didn't know about, excuse me, in Sam's hand is a copy of Summoner's Pact. So Nadu is there.
You think that's what we're going to go for?
That would be my best guess.
So Jason can have plenty of ways to disrupt Sam's plan here, though. With 5 permanents untapped, has the perfect number to be able to cord for 1, and then Haywire Might the Shuko in response to a Nadu. One of the many options, I imagine, here.
Keep in mind, a colorless mana is floating there from the Urza Saga, so Shuko is likely what Sam is searching up. But now that we are deeper into the match, sideboards are working themselves into the equation, and perhaps Pardee wants to think about some things, but it looks like ultimately Shuko is going to be the weapon of choice. Sam is also going to be shortcutting a little bit here, which is before I give my deck to you to shuffle, I'm going to sacrifice Misty Rainforest, make an insect, do a little bit of fetching. Might see a Pact here as well in just a moment.
I'm going to go to 16. And make a second insect.
Oh, you're getting a shock.
Yeah. Then I'm going to cast a Summoner's Pact.
Summoner's Pact. Swan Song.
All right. I'll take a bird.
Here you go.
Swan Song, Corey.
I didn't think I'd be seeing that counterspell here in the top 8 of a Pro Tour, but it makes a lot of sense. You know, when I was preparing for this event as well, I was playing these style of decks that really kind of lose to Wrath of the Skies a lot, where normally this is the slot where you want like a Spell Pierce. You're like, 4 mana Wrath, you should, when you're playing aggressively, a Spell Pierce should do some damage. Well, when Wrath of the Sky costs 2 mana and you have 2 left over, you need a hard counter, but you know, paying 2 mana for a negate is just a little too expensive in this deck. Swanson makes a lot of sense.
So no Nadu here for Sam.
Yep.
And Insect is going to wear a Shuko, and now it's time for Party to get into the red zone a little bit here. And as we know, Sam's hand is a little bit weak at this stage of things. It only does take one draw step to turn it all around. That's part of the appeal of playing this strategy. But for now, the red zone is where Party is headed.
Yeah, absolutely. And most of the time with this Bant Nadu deck, you don't care if your opponent has an extra 2-2 flyer because your plan is to play a 3-4 flyer that outclasses it in very, very many ways.
So it looks like the Grazer's going to get in front of the 2-1 Insect, and Jason deciding if any other blocks are in order.
Okay, take 6 down to 13.
Looks like Jason down to 13 now. See if Sam has a good follow-up or not. The answer appears to be no. And Jason considering sacrificing a Misty Rainforest.
And I caught a glimpse of Jason's hand just a little bit there. There was a Shuko and a couple mystery cards. So if we can find the Nadu, I don't think Sam had too much disruption, so Jason could be on its way.
Then it'll be a breeding pool that it finds. So heading over to Jason's turn, he did a wonderful job of stopping Pardee from going off on that turn, thanks to the Swan Song from the sideboard. And now we'll see what this turn does yield.
Yeah, Jason's list not only is more disruptive than we've seen from other Bant Nadu decks post-board, but faster when it comes to Grazer and the Rumbles to do some ramping. So really cool stuff. Sanctum of All may have once again broke it, like they do very often.
They have been doing very well in the constructed portions of this season. Yep. We saw a wonderful Slogurk deck in Standard in Seattle.
Oh yeah.
Now we see a very unique and powerful build of Bant Nadu in Amsterdam.
Yep.
As it looks like Pardee will be playing a Urza Saga to generate an Insect token, one counter on the very powerful Saga.
Outrider and Core was the other card in Sam's hand, so no comboing going to be happening this turn, but the combo of just attacking your face is still online for Sam if Jason's hand is bad.
And this is a way that Pardee has been able to cross the finish line in matches over the course of this weekend. We saw it when Sam was playing for top 8 yesterday against Brian Boss.
Really cool one to go back and watch.
Yep, a very, very cool match there for Sam. Not always trying to get it done in the red zone, but this deck is capable, so here he comes.
Go to the box. Yep.
You know, Corey, I know you've been playing Magic for a really long time. We've seen games kind of like this before. It feels a little Splitter Twin-esque insofar as both players are kind of scared what the other player does draw. This is kind of a situation where if either player draws a copy of Nadu, everything changes, right? But you kind of have to play the game ignoring that being a possibility.
Yeah, absolutely. You got to just, you know, at some point there are cards that you get to just ignore in your brain. I think this was the biggest level up moment for me as a pro player back in my day, is not trying to play around everything. If there's a certain card you can't beat, it just doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, because if it happens, the game ends anyways, and you start playing a new subset game of, okay, how do I beat what is happening right now outside of the main plan?
It's going to be a Force of Vigor here from Jason. Going to take care of the Shuko and the Springheart Nantuko. Royal Grazer is going to win in combat over the Construct token, but Jason falling down to 3.
Big draw.
With a very big draw step.
It's got to be there. Otherwise, this attack looks to be enough. 4 blockers here. It does look like, with my quick math, that 4 damage is going to be coming through. So Jason will have to assemble some extra blockers, and I was already counting the construct that Jason can make. It's not a good sign for Jason fans out there.
So we're going to head back Pardee's way. A draw step means that Urza Saga is going to go up to chapter number 2. And this is an attack with everything, and that is going to get it done here for Budde. So it's not how you draw it up here sometimes in the Nadu mirror, but it's good enough for Sam to take the lead, 2-1. Getting ready here for game number 4. Jason, you'll be on the play, Budde on the draw, and we'll see how many cards these players do keep.
Yep, I'll keep as well.
Yeah, not seeing the traditional ways that games have been ending really across any of the top 8 matches so far. It's been a lot of plan B-ing from all of these decks, which is always maybe even more fun to watch sometimes.
This is what kind of makes Magic great, in my opinion, is you know, as good as these Nadu decks are, sometimes they have to win other ways because players are trying to stop them from winning in the way that we're used to. And in this particular instance, I think Jason did a nice job in stopping Sam from being able to do his thing with that swan song on the Summoner's Pact, but the deck does still have Springheart and Antuka and the ability to generate a lot of insects, and that's what Sam was able to do to cross the finish line in game number 3. I'm curious if we'll see Jason maybe get a little scrappy here in game number 4.
And that's what really shows to me how awesome of a deck these Bant Nadu decks is, because if you think about a deck maybe like Dredge, which I know you know plenty about here in your Magic career, the plan B on that one of like casting Stinkweed Imps, that kind of thing, not really great. But the plan B on these Bant Nadu decks, with Urza Saga being one of your lands, the fact that you have a lot of powerful creatures that can attack and block, the plan B is not so bad. So when people overboard for your sideboard plan, you're just like, okay, attack.
Yep. Why not? You don't seem to mind. You can kind of overcome what players are doing with some very pinpointed hate against perhaps the card in particular, Nadu. As Corey, you did mention, you can just do some attacking. So the Rumble in the jungle has resolved, and now Misty Rainforest is the land that's on the battlefield, accompanied by an Eldrazi spawn. So Jason has a very distinct mana advantage thus far, though Sam trying to keep up with that Delighted Halfling.
Yep, absolutely. So another setup turn here from Sam before you can kind of do the thing. We'll see, I see a Shuko in hand as well as a Wall of Roots. Didn't have any sign at the powerful bird anywhere in sight right away. And then a card that we kind of haven't seen a lot of here, Noble Hierarch.
Now, Sam's hand is actually rolled up pretty good here. There's a Shuko in the grip alongside a Summoner's Pact, a Court of Calling, and a Misty Rainforest. My Magic eyes are working again now,
you're
baby.
doing it.
Yeah, I'm getting it back. It's been a hot minute since I've been in the booth, but it's starting to fire up here. So Sam's going to deploy the Shuko right now. Wall of Roots, wearing it well. And we'll see if Jason has as powerful of a hand as Sam does, or if Jason can stop Sam from getting the combo online.
Jason does have a Chord, so with the ability to have one more land, is able to Chord for Nadu. And you still do need the Shuko, of course. Nice thing about these spawn tokens, which is really, really synergistic with the deck, you can tap them for Convoke with the Court of Callings and then sacrifice it to add the 1 mana to play Shuko. So if it's in hand, you can kind of do it all with a low amount of resources.
Yeah, that's
really
actually
cool deck building.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's actually pretty cool. I'm sure that has come up too, because every mana does count in situations like this, especially when a deck is trying to go off as fast as possible too in specific matchups. So every little bit of mana, even though that spawn doesn't hang around for long, is relevant. Speaking of which, well, there you go. There's your example, folks. So it's not deterministic just yet. So let's see how things do go here for Jason. Step 1, Grazer on the conveyor belt, trigger. It's a Windswept Heath. Step 2. This is the second one. That's a copy of Dismember. Now Nadu is going to ride the Shuko wave. Delighted Halfling is going to go to the grip. The next trigger here on Nadu is a Springheart and Antuko. So Jason is getting very close now.
And the thing that's not so bad here, even if Jason whiffs, is just saying go, having that Dismember available for Nadu. Just Dismember ended up being such an incredible card here. I think a lot of players wish they played more.
Yeah, it has been a card that has been very good in this tournament. There's not a lot of aggressive strategies in this tournament, so the fact that it costs 4 life to be able to cast doesn't really come up all that much. This particular matchup outside of the occasional game like we saw last game, the life totals don't really work themselves into the equation too much.
Yeah.
So Dismember is just kind of a 1-mana removal spell against whatever you'd like to kill. Will that work itself into the equation? We will see, but for now, that's a huge hit there off of that Nadu trigger as Outriders is added to the grip. That Colony Garden making a plant token will yield another Colony Garden, making another plant token, so there's 3 more triggers to go here for Jason.
Another card that not a lot of players were playing is the Colony Garden. So there is a lot of tech in this list and a lot of differences from Jason Yee and the rest of the Sanctum of All team, really showing the innovative take here. Instead of just, you know, copying a list you see win a Magic Online challenge or anything like that, really innovating here to get it going, and this looked to be the piece.
So, it's a Springheart Nantuko off of the Court of Calling. There are 5 triggers left right now. 1 on the plant token that lies on the current conveyor belt. So use that one first is what Jason will do. Springheart Nantuko added to the grip. Let's go to the next trigger here on the Nantuko. That's an Arboreal Grazer. Next one is a land. Boseiju, trigger the Nantuko. It was possible for a whiff there. It's looking unlikely now, as now plant token into a Force of Vigor. Okay, that does matter if this doesn't go according to plan, which it looks like it's going to. So Breeding Pool is going to enter the battlefield untapped here for Jason, down to 13. And now this is potentially another copy of Springheart Nantuko. There's the insect token as opposed to the plant token. And now here, Corey, is another copy of the Nantuko. And now I think it's probably over.
Yeah, I think this is all over. I think Sam's waiting for just a little bit more, maybe 1 land. The fetch land there should do it right away.
Because as opposed to 1 token, it'll be 2 with 2 Nantukos on the battlefield. Actually 4 because it's the fetch land, of course. And that means we've got more Magic in front of us, everybody. Game number 5 in the Bant Nadu Mirror. What more could you ask for early on a Sunday afternoon here from Amsterdam?
There is just a special feeling about Game 5s here on the Sunday stage of a Pro Tour. There's really nothing like it. You know, the nerves start to set in a little bit, and we start to see who's going to rise to the top and head to the semifinals.
Sam Pardee, Jason Yee. Winner moves on to the semifinals here at Pro Tour and Modern Horizons 3. Sam going to kick things off with a Windswept Heath into a Breeding Pool and a Noble Hierarch.
I will fetch a Temple Garden.
And it looks like Jason
Also
is
down to
interested in a
17
Selesnya
Yep.
land.
And I will play a Arboreal Grazer, putting in a Hedge Maze and Surveil.
And you heard it. It's a Grazer into a Hedge Mage into a Surveil.
The value.
Yes,
the
indeed.
value, so good. We all have been seeing a lot of Surveil on turn 1 with a fetch land, but when you get to add a Grazer with it,
don't mind.
Come on, fan me down.
That's right. So the Rumble will head to the graveyard, and we're going to head back to Pardee, who does have a copy of Wall of Roots, and that looks like where the turn is going to start. There is a Springheart Nantuko there as well. We also got a good glimpse of Nadu. There is a Saga too, so Sam's hand once again is pretty darn good. There's a Saga, there will be a trigger, and now this is a Springheart Nantuko. I will say this, if there's a Force of Vigor over there, it's going to be really darn good here for Jason.
Yeah, and pretty good, I think, is an understatement. It's perfect. Like, there's Shuko, there is Nadu next turn, so all the onus is on Jason Yee here to have something to stop this because there's not enough resources for it to go off right now with Nadu and Shuko. Jason will have to have at least 1 setup turn, so this has to be a disruptive turn from Jason, or Sam's going to be heading to the semifinals.
Sorry, I am at 17. You're at.
Haven't you? Well, you're going to 16
Yeah,
at least.
Yeah. I will go to 14, getting a Breeding Pool.
Okay.
You're at 18, right?
I'm at 17.
Oh, you fetched.
Yeah.
Okay.
So players making sure life totals are where they need to be, as there's the Breeding Pool that enters the battlefield untapped. That's why Jason Yee is down to 14. And it looks like it's time for a Rumble in the Jungle. So top 4 cards will be revealed here in just a moment, and don't forget a Scion will be accompanying things. Pardon me, it's a Spawn.
Excellent. So Rumble does leave some mana open. Now you're able to find plenty of option, and there is the Swan Song to be able to counter the Shuko on surface value. That looks like that will give Jason another turn, but the Urza Saga will get Shuko on the following turn if Jason, of course, doesn't just win the game.
So Shuko now in the grip here for Jason, and we're heading back Sam's way. Sam does have a Shuko in hand alongside a Forest. There's also a Nadu there.
Yep.
So step 1 is a Forest. Step 2 is making that insect there off the Springheart Nantuko. Step number 3 is can Sam resolve a Shuko?
Cast Shuko. Shuko's good.
Shuko is good. How about this Nadu?
Cast Nadu. Yep.
Nadu's good too. Well, off to the races we will go.
Yep.
Yeah, and yeah, Shuko or Swansong does have some limitations, not being able to deal with Shuko at all here.
Mm-hmm. It can stop a lot, but it couldn't stop these.
Exactly.
So, Summoner's Pact, Delighted Halfling. Next up is Wall of Roots on the Shuko conveyor belt. Number 1. That is a Surveil land. This is an insect. Sam will take a look at the Surveil. That top card's going to stay on top. Next one here on the Wall of Roots is an Endurance. An insect now. We'll ride the Shuko wheel. That is a Chord of Calling.
Yep.
This is an Urza's Saga.
Insect.
Insect on the way. Sam Party is not far away from moving to the semifinals, folks. As there's an Urza Saga, there will be a trigger. Put a counter on that. Insect as well, thanks to the Springheart Nantuko. Next activation, Sylvan Safekeeper to the grip. Sam's got at least 6 activations left here.
I believe we call this party time.
We are there. We are there. Now, as far as casting Chord of Calling is concerned, Sam does have plenty of untapped creatures, and that's where I think he's a reaching here.
Now, this will probably get met with the Swan Song, but don't know if it matters too much here.
Yeah, and Swan Song is actually kind of humorous in this instance because if it does counter that Chord of Calling, it would actually yield a creature for Sam to be able to put on the Shuko conveyor belt.
Yeah.
But no muss, no fuss. The Chord of Calling is going to resolve. Springheart Nantuko number 2 is going to join the battlefield here for Party.
1.
I think we're probably 1 fetch land away here, probably from a concession. We shall see.
Wouldn't surprise me one bit. And you know, Corey, there's a song that's kind of charting the waves here. I don't know if you've heard it before, but we're going to sing it here in just a moment.
Yeah.
There's a trigger, and it's time to make a people via Misty Rainforest.
Yeah, more insects, or we can switch to
Then I believe we make a people.
It might be time to make another people here in just a moment, as there's your next activation.
So we have 2 insects.
Yeah, I have 2 more.
There might be a shortage of people to make here.
Might have to be making some dice.
That's right.
Here.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound as nice, but it's going to work just fine.
This is 2 on here. Yep.
So, Haywire Mike, technically a people. That's one's going to go to grip, though.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a fail rate from this point on.
Boy, is it going to be tough.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to be tough.
I think at this point it's something like, oh, you go and you empty your entire deck and you accidentally activate a Horizon Canopy or something and be like, oops.
It would be a heck of a moment in Magic history as there's a Temple Garden and a Hollowed Fountain. 4 triggers from the Springheart Nantuko's plural means 4 more people are going to join the battlefield.
Does this lock it up as the better combo player in the household here,
You know,
think,
we're going to have to check in with Matt Nass out there. I'm sure he's watching. It's not that late in Denver, or excuse me, not that early in Denver. I mean, early enough to be up, have a cup of coffee, and watch your buddy play in the top 8 of a Pro Tour.
Absolutely.
I would like to believe. So, you know, I also reside in Denver around that crowd. So, Matt, Andrew Beckstrom, curious what he may think, Gabby Sparts, and all the crew.
Yep.
You know, Matt has been defiant that he is the best combo player. But Sam is really causing some problems in this friendship.
You're not putting your name in the hat on the combo player?
No, I'm okay. I'm okay.
That are untapped, so I'm going to besage you all your stuff, bounce all these, end with a Storm Drake with a bestowed Springheart Nantuko on it, and lands in my deck.
Yeah. Can you like cast a pact and show me that there is a 3rd and 4th Nantuko in your
Well, I don't actually need it. I can just bounce them with Teferi.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
That's it, and that's all. Sam Pardee is going to win game number 5 against Jason Yee. He wins this quarterfinal matchup 3 games to 2. And for Bant Nadu, it is Sam Pardee who's really, really, really making Matt Nass's life pretty tough.
Yeah, really making it tough. And wow, Bant Nadu just looking so incredible. Both of these players are absolute masters when it came to this deck. One of them did have to fall, though. And congrats to Sam Pardee for moving on.
It's interview time. Sam, Ailey, is it party time down there? We think it is.
I'm here with Sam Pardee, who has also now advanced to the semifinals. Sam, that's going to be feeling pretty good, but unfortunately, you have another Bant Nadu mirror up ahead.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of them today, I think. If you want to win the tournament, you got to be prepared for the mirror. And the last one went to 5. Hopefully I can get this one done a little quicker, but I'm feeling good.
Awesome. So up against Ili Cassis next. A little, are you ever intimidated by who your opponent is as opposed to just what they're playing?
No, I would say I've played so much Magic that it's just, I don't really get scared. I don't really get nervous for it. It's just the thing that I do. It's the thing I've done so much of and that I love doing. I'm just here to play a fun tournament on a Sunday.
Well, I think I, alongside everyone else, are very envious of that. So, Sam, best of luck. Hope to see you here again soon.
Thank you.
Just a tournament on a Sunday, huh? Just another Sunday. I don't know if Sam knows this, but only 8 people get to play on Sunday,
Yeah.
Sam. It just consistently has been you recently. Congratulations once again to the 49ers fan. Let's take a look at our bracket here. Let's update some things here very quickly. If you are just joining us, we're glad that you are here. Simon Nielsen did take care of teammate and friend Javier Dominguez. Bant Nadu moved on against Jeskai Control. And speaking of Bant Nadu moving on, Corey, Sam Pardee, Ili Cassis, we know that one's going to be in the finals.
Yeah, absolutely. What a dominant performance from this powerful new addition to Modern Horizons 3. This is truly a statement on the format here, wouldn't you say?
Well, we got one match left to go, and we're going to bring you some of it here between Daniel Gutschel and Ma Noah. You do see these two players. They're getting some top finishes on their resumes, that's for sure. Ma Noah, first player into our top 8, number 1 overall seed, 15-1 here this weekend. Mono Black Necro Dominance, the weapon of choice there on the right-hand side of things. The player from Canada, it's Daniel Gutschel, a Magic Online ringer to say the least. It's 4-color Nadu in his hands. And let me tell you, folks, this match has been a very, very, very long one. We are joining Game 5 in progress. Memory serves, Game 1 took about 45 minutes. We had some short ones in Game 2 and Game 3, but this match has been over 2 hours long, and someone's got to walk away the winner.
Yeah, absolutely. And I got to say, first glance, definitely looks like Daniel's looking pretty good here. It looks like Ma Noah's a little bit out of gas here, but with 3 burden counters on the 1 ring, that goes down to 4. You have plenty of ways to deal 4 damage here in this Mono Black deck. I also love the Mono Black sleeves in the Mono Black deck. That's nice.
So we can't tell you everything that's happened in the match, but we can update you on this particular battlefield right now. So as you see on Daniel Gutschel's side, he's the top player. A bevy of lands, able to cast all the colors of the spells in this 4-color deck, the splash being for black, of course. An Orcish Bowmaster's a 2/2 army and a copy of the 1 ring with 3 burden counters on it, but it's just been shut down by a Pithing Needle that Ma Noah did play. You see plenty of swamps and a Castle Lockvein alongside a Thoughtseize in hand here. Graveyards are a little bit messy, don't have great access to all the hands, but you can see the life totals here, 5-4 in favor of Ma Noah.
Yeah, that is pretty scary to not be able to activate the 1 ring here to be able to find another ring. And this is also a scary attack coming into Ma Noah, as this is an attack for 4 if Daniel decides, but might need to leave a chump blocker back here with this Orcish Bowmaster. That leads me to believe there's not any gigantic play here from Daniel, so this is going to come down to the wire.
Well, let's see what the top deck is here. It looks like it may have just been a land, and that creature is untapped. Looks like a 4/4 army there. Now, is there a way for Ma Noah to maybe get these cards out of hand and perhaps activate Castle Lockvein? Doesn't look like it. Thoughtseize is causing some problems here, Corey.
No, I think this is it. I don't think there's anything that Ma Noah can do here. If you attack, Bowmaster blocks. If you leave it back, Shuko goes on Bowmaster and you attack and you get 2 damage through either way. I think this is Daniel advancing to have a all Nadu top 4.
That could be the case here, but one thing is for sure, this is actually a play that Daniel does have to make, and it looks like the moving of the equipment does take place very, very quickly here from Daniel Gutschel. So it's time to survey the scene. It's 2-1 in favor of Ma Noah. Given that the One Ring is on the battlefield, this looks to be Gutschel's last possible turn. And now here's a copy of Summoner's Pact. So let's see what this is going to yield here for Gutschel.
Daniel coming back here in what looks to be an incredible match here. If we're down to this close of a game 5 here, and Daniel sneaking in on tiebreakers. This was the one player that had the ability to make it in on breakers to play the #1 seed, Manoa.
And now it'll be a copy of Nadu.
This is kind of the test here. If you play Nadu, if there's a removal spell, Manoa would just play it right now. So this is kind of Daniel saying, do I win?
Yep. And this is a great way to just get some more information too, right? Because now you can also start doing these activations and see what you find and ride the Shuko wave. And that's exactly what we're going to see right now. So now it's a Springheart Nantuko. And the next activation here.
Target Orc first time.
Looks like it's going to be a targeting of the Orc the first time. So 1 and 1 for each of those creatures. There's a Shuko.
Target Nadu the first time.
Now it's be the first target on the Nadu. And it'll be a copy of the One Ring, which will allow Daniel to actually get out from underneath the One Ring that's on the battlefield. So now it'll be a targeting of the Orc. That's the second trigger. It's a Springheart Nantuko. Daniel a little fidgety here in the future match area, and understandably so, Corey. One attack and turn away from moving on to the semifinals.
Yeah, you can feel it. You're this close. You want to just be like, I do not want to make any mistakes here on the biggest stage at the biggest moment of his Magic career.
Target Arbor second time.
There's another copy of the One Ring. All the creatures that are on the battlefield here for Daniel have been targeted. Only 2 of them can attack, of course, in that army token and that Orcish Bowmasters.
Manoa's just like, you can Thoughtseize right now, just so you know. It's an option.
Get insects.
And now here's the Springheart Nantuko. It is wearing a Shuko. Here's the second activation. Now there is, of course, a Misty Rainforest. I would not sacrifice one of those fetch lands, my friend. As now here's an insect token. Get another insect via the Yavimaya. Here's the second target. There's a Boseiju. Get another insect. And now it is becoming pretty close to deterministic, folks, as we are seeing Nadu do what it's been doing all weekend long, and Daniel's pace of play is starting to speed up too. He can feel it, Corey. There's an Orcish Bowmasters.
And here comes the potential attackers here to just close it out now.
Shuko is going to go into the Bowmaster. And now here come those 2 creatures. 1 block.
Go to damage.
And it'll be an activator of the castle to kill himself. And Daniel is going to win this game and match here over Manoa. 4-color Nadu is going to take care of Necro dominance. And if you're a fan of the bird, well, guess what, Corey? It is very much the word here in Amsterdam.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely dominating this tournament. And you got to just love Daniel's story here, being able to sneak in on breakers. I walked by him right before the top 8 announcement. I was like, hey, congrats. And he was like, did I make it? I was like, well, I don't know. I'm just saying congrats on a deep run. And then figuring out you make it an 8th on breakers, and you just get to advance to the top 4. You got to be on top of the moon in this scenario.
Could not be happier, I'm sure. And we're going to hear from Daniel and Ailey, Canada's finest, right now.
Finally, we have the 4th member of our semifinals. Daniel, you know they're not giving prizes out for the most amount of Magic play this weekend, right?
Oh, I thought if you want to win with Nadu, it's goes with that, yeah.
That entire game, that match, like, I can't even speak. I was just sitting there watching you guys. Like, how do you get through that length of a match?
I don't know. I will say, I definitely punted at the end. I corded. There was a decision when I could cord and I could get Shieldred or Bowmaster, and I decided to cord for Bowmaster. But that was definitely, I messed up, because if I got Shieldred, I forgot the fact that his Bowmaster can kill my Bowmaster. And also, I thought he was very likely to have a push, but I forgot that if he activates his castle, he loses his Revolt, and his deck usually Revolt's free, but his deck doesn't have a lot. But luckily, I ended up winning. But definitely the last turns, I was like, yeah.
That was very, very hairy indeed, sir. But go get ready for the semifinals. Best of luck. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you back here.
Thank you.
The long matches are done, but trust me, there's plenty of fun coming here from Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. We are heading to the news desk with Maria, Frank, and Ailey right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, if you'd like to end up here at a Pro Tour, take a look at your path to the Pro Tour here. We've got regional championship qualifiers coming up August through November. You see that there in the third line down under regional championship qualifiers in modern or sealed. That could lead you to the regional championship September, December, playing some Pioneer. You could find yourself here at a Pro Tour. Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 from beautiful Amsterdam here in the Netherlands. It's been an amazing time here inside the tournament hall all weekend long, right alongside MagicCon Amsterdam with 10,000 people here at this sold-out show. Now we've got just a few players left from the Pro Tour. Welcome back to the news desk. Maria Bartholdi, Frank Karsten, and Ailey Loney with you here as we are getting ready for the semifinals. But before we jump into all of that, we're going to take a look ahead to later this year, which is the World Championship. And it's not just any World Championship, it's World Championship 30. So it's going to be very special and very exciting. We're going to take a look at which players are qualified for this tournament. It's a very large tournament. In the past, some have been quite small. So I'm really excited to see what's coming up. Let's take a look at some of the groups which are qualified already, starting with the last World Championship. Frank.
Yeah, absolutely, Maria. The World Championship is always super exciting, just a yearly crown jewel of Magic competition in MagicCon Las Vegas in late October this year. Some of the players who are qualified are all the top 8 competitors from last year's World Championship. They will get another crack at it, including Simon Nielsen in his preposterous string of 4 consecutive top finishes, as well as reigning World Champion John Emmanuel Depras, who then promptly followed up with a top 8 at the next Pro Tour.
Yes, can he defend his crown? We will find out. What about people from Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor? Who qualified, Ailey?
Well, it's kind of like deja vu here. We see Sam Party, Javier Dominguez, Seth Manfield in this weekend's top 8 as well. They've qualified already, but you know what? They just want a few extra qualifications just in case.
Gotta have those backup qualifications. Take a look at the qualifiers from Pro Tour Thunder Junction. There are top 8. You see 3 members of Team Moriyama Japan who went 1, 2, and 3. Yoshihiko Okawa taking the entire tournament down. Yuta Takahashi knows how to win a world championship. Can he do it again? We'll find out. How about MH3 here, Frank? Not a lot of people.
No, these are the only 3 players who qualified for the World Championship this weekend, because the other 5 top 8 competitors already had a qualification due to their previous Pro Tour finishes. Yes, it just goes to show how incredibly stacked the current top 8 is. But additionally, we will see Manoa, Ilika Cassis and Daniel Gutschel at the World Championship later this year.
All right, we also have qualifications from online tournaments, including Arena Championships and Mox, Ailey.
We do indeed. So our digital championship competitors, as you can see there, will be showing up at the World Championship. And Sam Rolfe, Stefan Schütz are our 2 latest additions to this list. So congratulations to them.
You can also get to the World Championship on adjusted match points. So this means the best players who were not already in by making a top 8 at Pro Tours, etc. this season. Check out this list. There's some huge names on it. Marcel Carvalho has come in second twice at 2 previous World Championships in 2017 and 2020. Wants to win one for once. Come on. Shota Yasuoka also showing up here. 12 top finishes to his name. Hall of Famer, but no World Championship wins. So see if he can do it this time around. We've also got some more AMP qualifying players, Frank.
Yep, based on their match points at the 3 Pro Tours this season, Hall of Famers Luis Scott Vargas and Shuhei Nakamura also made it in. Also want to shout out Nicole Tippel, who finished 11th at her first Pro Tour Thunder Junction, and then followed up with a nice 52nd place finish this weekend. It's these strong and consistent Pro Tour finishes that are rewarded with a World Championship invite.
All right, those are AMP players. What about our regional champions? We've got 4 sets of them, Ailey.
We do indeed. All these players have qualified. Marco Del Pivo had an excellent weekend here at Modern Horizons 3 Pro Tour, finishing 17th, so just shy of a top 16 finish with 11 and 5.
All right, let's take a look at our second batch of regional champions who'll be heading to the World Championship. Daniel Weiser, I'm going to give a shout out here from Minneapolis. DreamHack winner back in December of 2023 will be at the World Championship this fall.
Yeah, the World Championship field does not get easier as we progress, Maria. I want to shout out Muhan Yu from China in his 4th regional championship top 8.
Wow.
He finally took the trophy and the corresponding World Championship invite. This field is just stacked.
Absolutely, and rounding things out here with our regional champions, Ailey.
Well, more champions showing up at the regional championships. Kenta Hirane, a 2020 Players Tour Nagoya champion and 2017 World Magic Cup champion, is going to be in this year's World Championship.
And we have 2 more spots to add to this World Championship field. We're not done yet, everybody. The 13th and 14th of this month, you can watch Arena Championship 6, where we award the final 2 spots to this year's World Championship. We've been keeping track of the most played cards from Modern Horizons 3 at this tournament. It's time for cards number 5 through number 1. Frank, what are we starting off with?
Yes, we are starting off with, based on the most played number of copies across all Pro Tour main decks and sideboards, it's Consigned to Memory. This was a great sideboard card, primarily against Eldrazi, countering both the cast trigger and the creature, and also quite effective at countering the One Ring, which was the most played card overall. Although it is primarily a sideboard card, there were also several Jeskai decks that ran it in the main deck, trying to counter the sacrifice trigger on their own Flage or Null Drifter.
Wow, I love this art as well. It's fantastic. Coming in at number 4, Ailey, what is it?
Well, it's Nadu's partner in crime, the brains behind the operation that makes the conveyor belt go brrr, as it were, making the combo that much easier. It's great to bestow onto creatures, make copies of it like we saw with Sam Pardy's match against Brian Boss yesterday. 4th most played card, and it's put in the work.
All right, everybody, number 3, what do you think it is? Spoiler alert, it's Nadu, Wing Wisdom. Only number 3? Come on. Guess this card's bad, huh? Check it out. This was in 26% of the meta, including 4-color Nadu. I'm going to put that in there. Had a 59% win rate in Bant Nadu this weekend. Absolutely unbelievable. Cards broke right in half. Number 3, Nadu, Wing Wisdom. What about number 2, Frank?
Yeah, even though Nadu will continue to dominate the remaining matches, Flage, Titan of Fire Fury, was played in even more modern decks. It's a twist on Uro, which is currently banned in Modern, and Kroxa, which actually won the previous Modern Pro Tour. So with that historical pedigree, maybe not a surprise it saw a lot of play. 3-mana Lightning Helix quite good at stabilizing the board and extending the game, getting you towards eventually escaping it and dominating the battlefield. There's mainly subplay in Jeskai Control, Boros Energy, and various other decks.
All right, drum roll, please. Number 1, Ailey, what is it?
It's Galvanic Discharge, the humble common. This is cheap, efficient removal that scales with the threats as you get more energy throughout. So Jeskai Control, making use of it. Boros making use of it as well, and even the Gruul Prowess decks we saw being played. It's a great bolt for creatures and for planeswalkers, and it's also a great pack one, pick one, and limited.
Absolutely. Better bolt, I'll take it. We've been keeping tracks of various groups of players here at the Pro Tour this weekend, and Ailey's going to walk us through 2 more teams to see how they did in the Swiss portion of the tournament, as well as our Sunday club.
Yep, let's get to it. Take a look here at our players from Pro Tour. From Worldly Council. 17 of the 20 players made day 2. That's an 85% conversion rate, which is absolutely incredible stuff here from these players. If we take a look at the French team, nowhere near as big, but very impressive results here for the Frenchmen. All made day 2 and all with a positive record as well. And then the 2024 Sunday Club. Take a look at the 4 top names on the left there. They did it again. Repeat offenders. They just can't stay out of the top 8, no matter how much we and all of their competitors try.
All right, there's a look at some more player groups. The Sunday Club proving, hey, they like to be here on Sunday and play some more Magic. Let's take a look at our bracket, everybody, here in the top 8. On top 8 Sunday, we are into the semifinals. 2 matchups for you. Daniel Getchell of Canada on 4-color Nadu versus Simon Nielsen on Bant Nadu. Then it'll be Sam Pardee on Bant Nadu versus Eli Cassis on, you guessed it, Bant Nadu. It's an all Nadu semifinals, just proving the utter dominance of this card and this deck this weekend in what could rightfully be called Pro Tour Nadu. Here's the matchup we're going to kick things off with. Eli Cassis versus Sam Pardee. 5 top finishes to 6 top finishes. Both players will be playing in the World Championship, as you can see below their names there. Let's take a look at Eli's road here to the top 8. Only loss in the final 13 rounds of the tournament was to Ma Noah, who was our number 1 seed here in the top 8. Went 10-0 in Modern, got 2 buys there in the final 2 rounds, thanks to locking up a spot with 12 wins in Swiss. Up against Sam Pardee, party time! Won 7-1 day 1, which was very good. A rougher 5-3 record coming out of the rest of the, on day 1, rougher 5-3 and into a 7-1 there. As you can see, his mom woke up to watch this semifinal match here. So hi, Mom of Sam Pardee, if you're watching. Very excited to have you in coverage. Let's look at the players here for our first semifinal. Let's talk about these decks, Frank.
Yep, it's Nadu all around. Let's just take a look at the deck list. Get it on screen. Get this over with.
Frank's over it.
So Eli Cassis playing Bant Nadu, as is pretty much everyone else who is still remaining to vie for the title. The plan, we've seen it before, try to combine Nadu with either Outrider, Encore or Shuko to draw a lot of cards. Now the big question is, like, why is this deck winning so much? And for me, the answer is consistency. It's not just these combo pieces that allow you to combo off on turn 3, but also amazing cards to find them. There's Urza's Saga to find Shuko. There's Court of Calling to find Nadu or Outrider Encore. And because of all of these tutor packages, the consistency at which you assemble the combo is extremely high. On the other side of the table, there's Sam Pardee. Indeed, it's a mirror match. It's pretty much the same Bant Nadu deck. And it will be a race to see whoever finds their pieces faster. Relevant interaction potentially is Haywire Might or Boseiju, which can remove Shuko. There's Dismember after sideboard. And Sam Pardee actually does have in the main deck a copy of Volatile Stormdrake, which is a sweet Court of Calling target that can be used to steal the opponent's Nadu, turning the tables around. Now, this match will be tight, could go either way. I'll give a small edge to Sam Pardee based on that main deck Volatile Stormdrake. But in the end, it's a race. Whoever finds their pieces faster is going to win.
All right, well, let's find out what happens. It's time for our first semifinal. I'm going to pass it on over to Riley and Monty in the booth.
Well, thank you very much, Maria, and thank you to Ailey and Frank as well for setting us up here so magnificently for our first semi-final. My name's Riley Knight, and I'm joined by my friend and colleague Marnie Davudi, and we're going to head down to the feature match area to get into this match. It is a Nadu mirror. Every now and again, Wizards just prints a 3-mana Simic creature that ends up just being
blue-green.
way too
Is it
good.
just
Not
a
even a creature.
curse?
No, sometimes not even a creature. We get planeswalkers as well.
Is it just a curse mana cost?
We've got to be very, very careful moving forward about the old 1 green blue 3 drops, I think. Anyway, our competitors join us here on the stage. Ely Cassis and Sam Hardy, both of these champions in their own right. They took out the Neon Dynasty and the Strixhaven championships online, respectively, during the pandemic era. But they are here to rumble in person, in paper, and I'm very excited to get underway with this match. We had a brief look at those deck lists, Marnie. As we head into this match, is there anything you're keeping an eye on in terms of differences between the two lists and how that may affect the outcome of this match?
Well, Sam has a Volatile Stormdrake in the main deck that you see is in his opening hand. That is sort of the mirror breaker, though talking to Ely, he says that it doesn't matter as much as maybe we would think. Key to the mirror is having the Sylvan Safekeeper in your deck in play so you can protect against the Stormdrake. And really, I think the biggest difference is Sam has those Teferis where Ely has the One Ring. And while each can be good in their own spots, the One Ring is almost the fair one. Another card that, the unfair one, I should say, in the exchange. Another card that I do want to point out as one that was very impressive in Ely's list is actually Bristly Bill. We saw what Bristly Bill was able to do as almost a additional Nadu enabler while also giving you that aggressive avenue to come onto the board quickly and compound damage. So I think having those might give Ely a slight edge.
Well, we can see here that Sam Hardy's hand is stacked with action. He's got Delighted Halfling, which is going to help him accelerate his mana should he choose. But he's also got the combo. He's got Nadu, he's got Shuko in hand, excuse me. Whereas on the other side of things, Wall of Roots has been played here for Ely. Still an Outrider and Core in hand for him as well.
Yeah, we could just see Sam go Delighted Halfling into Shuko this turn and set up for a guaranteed Nadu next turn. And that could just be it. Ely could only watch. Of course, the existence of Haywire Might in the main deck means that if Sam runs out Shuko right now, he has to be aware of that possibility.
So we're going to see Volatile Stormdrake here. Give me that Wall of Roots. Ely is going to float a mana, of course, put an extra counter on it. A -1, a -0/-1 counter.
Yeah, one of the very unique counters in Magic the Gathering, of which there are quite a few.
Yeah, you go back far enough, there are +2/+1 counters, +1/+2 counters, +2/+2 counters, all sorts of nonsense back in the olden days. We don't tend to see cards like this too much, but Wall of Roots is a bit of a throwback, and so it is a bit of a weirder counter.
And that ability has been activated, so I believe Sam cannot activate it again this turn.
It's still the same card.
It is still the same card, which means that effectively shut off from that extra mana, even though he did get the better part of the exchange, so things just went back to Ely.
So Ely now tapping the Urza's Saga for mana before it's sacrificed to its own ability, the third chapter procking, and we're going to go and fetch something here. Is it going to be the Haywire Might you mentioned earlier?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yes.
He has an Outrider on Core in hand, so he has the enabler for the Nadu combo that you may be looking for. So at that point, you want to set up insurance against your opponent's Nadu combo, which in this case is the Haywire Might. I do like Sam's play of taking the Wall of Roots. In this matchup, very typically, mana can be king. You're trying to set up enough mana to be able to play your combo, play around potential interaction, and do things in one turn. Even now, Ely is in a position where, because he's short on mana, he couldn't go Outrider on Core and leave up mana to activate the Haywire Might, for example. So it is forced to just go Wall of Roots, land, leave up a Might activation.
The thing about Wall of Roots as well in this particular deck, as we've seen in many other green-based toolbox decks, is that it does so much and asks so little. This card adds mana. It taps to add extra mana to a Court of Calling. And in this deck, it also is a creature you can target with Nadu more than once. It's a very, very important role player in this list.
Yeah, Wall of Roots is, in my mind, sort of stapled to the card Court of Calling.
Yes.
And has been for as long as the two cards have existed
you can double,
in formats together,
double dip
because
on the mana, yeah.
it is essentially 2 mana with Court of Calling. And I basically presume that in any format where you are playing a Court of Calling deck, you are playing some number of Wall of Roots. We do see Ely has 2 copies, Sam has the full 4, but essentially its purpose is there to be the roadblock that taps for more mana with Court of Calling.
Oh, that's the other thing to think about. It blocks really well as well. The 0-5.
0-5 is a big stat line.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, we have Urza's Saga, which is going to be blown up by the Haywire Might here. Ely gains 2. Going after that Urza's Saga very aggressively there with the Might.
Yeah, it's essentially the same from Ely's point of view as going after a Shuko just on layaway. But also, as I previously alluded to, mana is king in this matchup. So by going after your opponent's mana, you are slowing down what Sam is capable of.
Little Stone Rain there. Yeah, little Fulminator Mage. Okay, Delighted Halfling the play. And it's back to Ely now.
Speaking of mana is king.
Has found Nadu Winged Wisdom.
He did pick up Nadu, but currently only 5 mana with a land drop available to him, so isn't able to go Nadu and Outrider Encore this turn, which really calls back to Sam's decision to steal Ely's Wall of Roots rather than attempt to sit on this Volatile Stormdrake and save it for a combo piece, saying, if I can slow you down long enough, I can take control of this game.
It's a great point. Shifting Woodland played here by Ely, who, as you've mentioned, is unable to cast and then cast the Nadu and then use the Outrider.
But Ely does have some play here, which is pretty cool. He does have the ability to activate Shifting Woodland because of Delirium and turn it into a Haywire Might and present that as disruption to the potential combo had Sam not done this Endurance play.
Can you have Delirium there with just 2 cards?
Yes, you can.
With just Urza's Saga.
Little enchantment land artifact creature.
Yeah, you have an Urza's Saga and a Haywire Might, and you've got Delirium enabled just like that.
Yeah.
The 1-2 punch. Wow. In any case, Ely's certainly not delirious at this stage as the Endurance comes down to shuffle that graveyard away.
Yeah, and we may be done here. Sam, of course, we know, has the Nadu and the Shuko in hand.
Okay.
So the only question is he scared? You know, birds are the theme of the weekend. Is he chicken? You know.
Is he chicken?
Yes.
And will he make a goose of himself by tossing away what is a terrific position for him?
Step 1, cast this.
All right.
Step 2, cast this.
Seems to be going pretty well for him so far.
Step 3, settle in. Bring out the assembly line counter.
There we go. A highly advanced piece of technology here. A bit of paper with the numbers 1, 0, and 2 written down. But this is going to help us track these Shuko activations, which of course are triggering the Nadu's ability. So first one on the Endurance now.
All right, that should do it.
Finds the Summoner's Pack. The Summoner's Pack can go and get the
Springtime Nantuko. Typically, the Nantuko more or less guarantees that you're going to have the creature fuel you need to finish going off.
And you can see here the Wall of Roots. I think we're going to see the 5th and final counter placed on it as Sam moves it to the left of screen here.
That's why you did see Sam actually finishing the Wall of Roots activations before going for the Endurance activation.
So Summoner's Pact here, and you can see this comes back, Marty, to an observation you made earlier. The fact that Sam used the Volatile Drake to steal the Wall of Roots, that's why we're in this position here now. Ely is sitting on 5 mana, not enough for the Nadu and the Outrider that's in his hand. Very, very different game if that Volatile Drake hadn't been part of this.
Yeah, and of course the outcome isn't deterministic. Nadu Outrider, Ely could have fizzled, but you never want to be in that position where you're counting on your opponent's fizzling in order to have a chance in the game. And that's where Ely is right now.
Ooh, all right, so we have a...
we have 4 more looks right now.
Okay, I was going to say.
Yeah,
I guess it's
this Misty gets a green source.
Yeah.
That gives you an insect. That's 2 more.
And then you can
play a halfling. That's 2 more. So Sam needs to miss on lands and Court of Callings in the next 4 looks.
Okay, so if the top 4 cards are just random creatures or cards that aren't going to be any good here.
All right, we're done.
All right, never mind. Okay. Pack it up. Looks like this one is going to go the way of Sam Pardee here as the Nadu train continues to roll into the station.
Second.
And with the Teferi, we can now crack the Windswept Heath to find another land, or just play the Halfling here to
Well, the
get
thing
2 extra
is,
cards.
by picking up that land,
Yeah.
and assuming Sam has an untapped land to go get here, which is, I think, the only question mark now. He should, of course, there should be a Temple Garden somewhere in the deck that isn't currently in play, so
look here.
He should have a land that he can go get untapped here. And if he can, that he can go Wall of Roots, add a counter to that for a halfling, or if he, there's the Temple Garden, in fact. So if he plays Wall of Roots, with that insect and the Wall of Roots, he can continue triggering. If he hits another land, plays another Wall of Roots, because Wall of Roots is essentially a creature that immediately gives you mana to play halfling, and also 2 more Nadu targets.
All right, Shuko. Another Shuko.
Yep. Wall.
Wall.
First.
Yeah, Maya. Yeah.
Okay, everything's a forest.
Second.
Yeah.
See another Nadu put in hand.
First.
Haywire Might. See another card here that's a Beseiju. And remember that that wall hasn't been activated just yet. The insects keep flowing. Another land, another insect.
Second.
The assembly line wears on.
Yeah, now we're hitting those lands. Now we've got insects coming in. There's another fetch land, and Ely is going to concede here. He's seen enough, and we go to game number 2, Sam Pardee. That key play, the Volatile Drake removing the Wall of Roots, preventing Ely from going off. So we head on to game number 2. I will remind you, this is best of 5 here, meaning that these players will not have sideboarded just yet, Money. They play 2 pre-board games before finally moving to the sideboards in game number 3. Sam Pardee and his supporters will be very happy to see him getting up in game number 1, but I know that there are hordes of people also hoping to see Ely win. So for their sake, let's hope that he has a better go of things.
You know, these guys are friends,
2.
former teammates. They both used to be on Team Channel Fireball, now Ultimate Guard Channel Fireball. And now Ely is on a different Ultimate Guard team, Team Handshake Ultimate Guard, while Sam is carrying the last remaining flag here for Team Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard.
The big beats, and at 16.
All right, Shuko suits up the Haywire Might and knocks down Sam down to Pardee. Down to 16, I should say. Ely consists on 6 cards.
Yes.
Yeah, a mulligan, unfortunately for him.
Good
And,
mulligan, as you look at this hand.
Yes, with not only the Shuko, but the Nadu as well. Shoku is a nice one to have picked up here. Sam Pardee, on the other hand, a hand full of action.
Yes.
But he needs, I guess with the Delighted Halfling, he's not too constrained on mana here.
Yeah, so Sam has a decision to make here, which is, do you, on your mulligan to 6 on the play, have it? Because if he thinks that Ely has it, he needs to go to Fairy, bounce the Shuko here, right? That stops Ely from being able to do it next turn. But that is essentially doing nothing if Ely doesn't have it, right? And you're giving up a turn where you could be developing Wall of Roots plus, let's say, Sun Cleanser, which doesn't do anything in this particular matchup. Certainly not the same power level as something like the Volatile Stormdrake that we saw in the previous game. But what it does do is it gives you a wider board for Court of Calling.
Yes.
And if you can set up in a position where you can go Nadu, Court of Calling for Outrider Encore, then you're just going to win the game. So the question is Sam scared? And is he going to Teferi out against this Shuko?
Let's see. I think he is, yeah. And this is a wise decision based on the information that we have here, knowing that Ely does in fact have it after mulliganing to 6 and being on the play. So he's going to bounce here. Interesting decision here for Sam.
Well, if you bounce the Shuko, the Might is going to kill the Teferi, but you're safe against the combo. If you bounce the Might, the Teferi lives, but potentially Ely goes off.
So it is the Shuko that gets bounced, so you're losing it to Fairy here. So this is, as you kind of mentioned, Sam kind of spinning the wheels a little bit, but ultimately us obviously having information about what's in hand, we can make a much more overhead and, assessment of what's going on.
Right. It's the safe play. It really is, but it is the play that will lose you your Teferi, and the next turn you are once again being asked a question. And for Sam, it's how safe is he going to play it? Is the next turn going to be Wall of Roots, land, pass? Are you going to leave up a Court of Calling for 1, and you still won't be able to activate? One thing Sam could do is he could go Wall of Roots, land, and Court of Calling for 1 on his turn to get out Haywire Might, then pass, and the Wall of Roots would be able to activate for green mana, threatening a Haywire Might activation.
On the next turn.
Right.
Yes, yeah.
Of course, for Ely, he has his own Haywire Might, so this exchange only requires a position where Ely isn't able to might the Might in response before his turn, etc. It's a lot.
Yeah, well, I was going to say, he might be able to might the Might.
Yeah.
But he also might not.
We'll
find out.
We might.
We might. So these two now, you can see a fair bit of thought going into this game. It's an extremely high-pressure environment for both of them. Playing in the Pro Tour on a Sunday, in the semi-finals, wanting to lock up that finals slot, give themselves the best chance at the championship here. They've come so far. Not the sort of time to be making errors of judgment.
I believe we were still on the Surveil land there from Ely, trying to finalize the card on top, whether he wanted to keep it or not, and decides to keep it. As I don't quite know what it was. It was a duplicate Shuko.
Double Shuko. Okay, here's a breeding pool down to 17.
Yeah, and I think you just run out Nadu here. There's not that much for you to be scared of in that spot.
All right. We're going to play the Shuko first.
Do you run out 2 Shukos? Or do you leave up a Seiju?
All right, chips the turn, leaves up a Beseiju, so this can disrupt the combo if Sam has it, as he's going to be able to play a third land, have access to 4 mana. But as we know, he doesn't have the Shuko just yet. Does have Court of Calling to go and get the Outrider, as you've already talked about, Money. So Sam doesn't quite have it here, but both players playing very conservatively.
Yes. Very much understanding the position that if you give your opponent a window, you are essentially giving away a game. And when you can afford not to give away that window, you should do it. Which is why Sam is using his resources in such a way that they are expendable to buy a turn. That is ultimately everything he can hope for, is buying a turn.
Wall of Roots the play, and we're going to see that followed up with a Sun Cleanser, thanks to the Wall of Roots activation as well. Now, you've already mentioned, Marnie, but we can talk about it again. This card isn't doing much in this matchup, but it does provide a warm body for both Court of Calling and a
making sure we are actually resolving that trigger properly.
Yes, indeed.
And here we go.
All right, here it is. Here's Nadu Winged Wisdom. And so now it is time for Ely to attempt to go off. There's going to be an Endurance.
Okay, so
exiling Nadu.
Yeah, this is with the Evoke on the stack. Sam is going to go fetch a Haywire Might, I believe. Or actually, he is able to do it for 2, so he could go and get the Volatile Stormdrake and offer a little trade here.
So this is putting an Evoke, an extra creature on the battlefield, so you can cast Chord. Wow, that's clever.
Yes.
That's very, very clever, because without the Endurance, you wouldn't be able to play a Chord for this amount. And there's the Volatile Stormdrake.
Yeah, that is the Nadu trigger from the Stormdrake targeting.
Yes.
The trade deal happens.
It's a pretty good trade deal. And this is the second Nadu trigger. This is the one from the original Shuko. So now the endurance trigger is going to shuffle. Oh, Sam's graveyard back into his library. He decides to put it in the bottom. And now Sam is able to untap in a great spot.
Sam has the Outrider. He's able to untap in a winning spot.
Volatile Stormdrake is just proving to be one hell of a Magic card.
Yeah, it was set to be the card of the weekend by some of the players at the Players Party. A innocuous little 2-drop, and we are seeing the massive difference that it does make being in Sam's main deck, where Ely only has access to it in the sideboard, being able to fetch it at instant speed there by using that Evoked Endurance for extra mana. Just incredibly clever lines that are ultimately going to give Sam this position. Though, sorry, did we see the Outrider wrong?
Maybe he didn't have the Outrider.
All right, it looks like that was
it doesn't have it. All right,
all right.
I believe it was on the screen.
I thought I saw it.
I thought I saw it.
It's all good, because now Sam is hellbent and Ely has another Nadu. So.
All right, Court of Calling here for Ely Cassis. So without any way to activate the Nadu that Sam pinched off of Ely with that Volatile Stormdrake, he just had to pass the turn after playing the Halfling. Court of Calling for Ely Cassis is going to go and fetch up the bird. And now, there's nothing standing in Ely's way.
Nope.
The O2 thing.
Can I have the O2 thing? Well said.
Yes,
Most
indeed.
elegant.
You made your own bed there, and
That never works out.
you're going to hang yourself.
A little bit of a mixed metaphor there.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
We're getting hanged in bed, apparently.
Let us
Okay,
sit.
we're just going to let that one go.
All right, well.
All right, so Haywire Might being targeted by the Shoku. It still seems to be attached to the Volatile Drake, but of course
And that's a big find for Ely. That is a second Nadu.
Okay.
Which means that should he miss on all of these, he can reset. That is the big, let's say, feature of Nadu, is that the text on Nadu only applies to that Nadu. So when you play a new one, you do it all again, Riley.
all of those, all of the trigger counter resets, essentially.
Right.
All right, endurance off the top. Here is a Delighted Halfling that I think is being surveilled.
Correct.
Into the bin with the Hedge Maze.
Yeah, Ely just saying I can do better. And I believe, given his hand, he should just reset Nadu here and continue going.
Yep.
Do it all again.
Yep.
Do it all again.
So that means that all of these
Goodbye,
creatures
sweet bird.
can be retargeted here. Nadu number 1. Delighted Halfling into hand. Nadu number 2. And there's a land, right?
And Swept Heath, I believe.
Crappy arts to make do with card availability.
Yeah.
All right,
Wall of Roots.
You got the right Wall of Roots.
That's not too bad.
As previously mentioned, is excellent.
But we'll be looking here for the Spring
That'll
Knot and
do it, I
Tuco.
think.
Court of Calling should be enough to go and fetch it up.
Yeah, with the Dryad Arbor, almost certainly. Of course, the lands, that will also do it.
Yep.
The lands currently available to Ely are fetch lands. So ideally, you'd like to be activating those after
Once
the
the
Nantuko is in play, which is why you see him continuing to dig further and hope maybe to find it naturally. But now it's a matter of figuring out exactly what the tapping situation is going to look here. All right.
90,000%. Okay.
All right.
This is yours.
All right.
This is Monsters.
So it seems here that Sam has had enough and is going to concede this game, and therefore we are all wrapped up at 1-1 at the end of game number 2, Marnie. These Bant Nadu players splitting the difference in our pre-sideboarded games.
Yeah, we did almost see the high impact of that pre-boarded Stormdrake in both of these games. In the first game, of course, it did buy Sam enough time to do things. In the second game, it almost gave Sam the full combo, just missing that one piece, but at least disrupted Ely for a turn until that great draw. And really, it is a matter of very, very small margins when it comes to this mirror match, because at any time, a player could just lose.
And that was the thing. If Sam had that Shuko or the Outrider Encore, as we thought he may have had, would have been a very, very different story. But as it is, we're going to take a quick break, my friends, and on the other side of it, we'll be back for post-sideboard games in our first semi-final. Ely Cassis and Sam Pardee. The action continues here from Amsterdam after this. Coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 continues here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. It's my great pleasure to welcome you back to the booth here with me, Riley Knight, and Mani Davudi, walking you through our first semi-final here. Eli Cassis facing off against Sam Pardee. These boys are all tied up 1-1. And now, after having played 2 games, we move into the post-board matches of this best of 5 showdown between these 2 players. Bant Nadu. It's a mirror. There are slight differences between the decks, Marnie, and I'll talk about the sideboarding choices that both players have made as we head in. But Volatile Stormdrake, the card I think both of us will have our eyes on, particularly in these post-boarded games, seems to be something of a mirror breaker.
Yeah, and fortunately for the mirror breaker, now that we're in post-sideboard games, both players have access to it. So one apiece alongside all the ways to get it, like that all-important Court of Calling. So.
All right, well, let me hit you with the sideboard information here. Hot off the presses, scooped from the feature match area. We have Sam Pardee bringing in 2 Dismembers and a copy of Urza Saga, taking out Endurance, Spring Hut, and Tuco, and obviously the Sun Cleanser, not doing a huge amount in this matchup. Interesting to see a Spring Hut and Tuco shaved. I'll come back for your thoughts on that, Marnie. But for Eli, Force of Vigor, Stormdrake, and Dismember coming in and out. 2 copies of the One Ring and Bristly Bill. So Stormdrake coming in for Eli, we expected that. Talk to us about that Spring Hut and Tuco being taken out.
I think the big reasoning is that Sam was playing the full 4 copies, as are many players, but you don't actually need the full 4 copies to go off. And when you're playing a matchup where you're not expecting that much disruption from your opponent, that is one of the combo pieces that you can afford to cut because it doesn't begin your combo, it just enhances your combo.
Sylvan Safekeeper here for Sam Pardee. This is the original one from Judgment.
So Ole himself.
Featuring friend of the show, Olorada.
Not that one.
Not that one?
Yeah.
No.
We can't show you the original, but
I don't think we have the art loaded into the system.
Believe us when we say Ole Rade's face is on there.
He's riding a spider and has got a full luscious head of hair.
Ole Rade's 20-year-old-ish.
Yeah, exactly.
Not his
looks a little
current
bit.
face.
Doesn't have his very fashionable glasses on when he's riding that spider. But as it is, Sam Pardee developing his board nicely here. Wall of Roots. See a Shuko coming down as well. On the other side of things, Delighted Halfling. Half-man, halfling. Opening things up for Eli.
Yeah, and both players have their combo, but Eli has a very important piece of disruption in the Force of Vigor, as well as a Dismember. So can just develop his own Nadu here, pass the turn and say that if you have just the Shuko and you go for Nadu, I can exile the Shuko in response and then try to win on my turn.
This is one of those cards brought in from the sideboard, as we talked about. A turn 2 Nadu isn't too bad here for Eli. He'll be happy with that. And now it's up to Sam Pardee to figure out what he can do with his turn. He has the Nadu, he has the Shuko. What's going to happen here, Money?
Biased coverage. All right, 1 there.
I'm a little surprised why Ely didn't respond to the Nadu itself.
Right.
Rather, it looks like he has allowed it to resolve.
So he's getting one. Sam's getting one
Sam
trigger.
is getting one trigger.
So the Force of Vigor could have been cast in response to the Nadu to destroy the Shuko without any triggers resolving.
Right.
Okay.
I believe so. So a little strange.
Okay. Gets a free land out of it.
There is a Sylvan Safekeeper, so there are triggers available to Sam, though very limited. It would be quite risky to go for it here, but also it would be quite risky to wait, as if Ely just plays a Shuko, things go very wrong.
So we're going to see it here. The Wall of Roots targeted and immediately replaces itself with another land here for from the first Nadu trigger.
Sam has a Summoner's Pact, so if he really wanted to risk it all, he could go Summoner's Pact, go get a Springheart Nantuku, and try to send it.
Harness the power of Olorada himself here in the form of Sylvan Safekeeper. Sam's thinking about it. We're seeing a bit of table piano as he counts it up.
He's 100% thinking about it. Like, the thing is, if you play this pact and you miss, you're just dead.
You're so dead.
You are not paying that pact trigger.
Dead, yes.
Like,
yes. There's no way. I'll sacrifice all my lands. Upkeep.
Sam is currently doing the math of, am I more likely to not lose to my own pact by going for it here, or to you just having a Shuko in hand?
Now, he's already played a land, has he?
I believe he has...
Oh, maybe not. Both of those lands were
He sacrificed a Temple Garden.
Oh, no, yes, he sacrifices Temple Garden to the...
But he did hit both Otawara and Misty Rainforest, so he has not played a land.
I don't think he's played a land yet. Okay,
yeah,
so that's important. That gives him another...
He's
another
going.
No, he's going for it. All right. Buckle up, my friends. Keep your hands inside the card at all times because we are off down the track here. Here is the Springheart Nantuko.
I can't help but wonder if I'm missing something about this Force of Vigor timing, because this one extra land, this one extra trigger is representing so much more for Sam Party that I just have to assume that we're missing something, right?
Shroud, actually.
Well, let's find out. Let's see how this goes. So Sam fetches a forest with his Misty Rainforest and will use the mana to...
Sorry? So you make your own fate too.
Yeah.
He is going to bestow the Nantuko onto the Sylvan Safekeeper. Finds a Beseiju.
It's not in play yet, but then it resolves.
So what happened there, just to quickly recap as we start sacking, is Sam bestowed to get an extra trigger. But because that trigger happens in response to the bestow, he doesn't get an insect from it because the Nantuko hasn't resolved yet.
Yes, but now it's on the battlefield.
Now it's on the battlefield, and...
Nadu, before the ability resolves, obviously, I might do more.
Yeah, so...
Court of Calling. Get another land.
Yeah, so right now, there is a Shroud trigger targeting Nadu. So Sam has a choice to respond, because if he doesn't target the Nadu again here, it's over in terms of targeting him. Oh my God!
Another land.
All right, and I think
by the seat of his pants here.
That's enough. That's 2 more insects. He can go get the Outrider now.
Right,
with the Court of Calling.
Oh,
and
thank
he
goodness.
doesn't have to do.
Thank goodness for Sam by the skin of his teeth, Marty.
He doesn't have to do any more Sylvan Safekeeping here.
Because his creatures have Shroud. Once they've got Shroud, you can't target them anymore.
Correct.
It doesn't matter if it's you or your opponent. It's different from Hexproof. All right, so there's the Dryad Arbor. That's another place to...
So 1, 2, 3. Outrider and GG, I believe.
Well, it should be from this point. We've assembled all the pieces. We've got the Springheart Nantuko. We've got the Shuko. The Outrider in core, in order to provide Nadu triggers. And we've got a bunch of untargeted creatures. As it is, 8 more cards off the top, just as a starting point.
Yes.
10 triggers, and I have 2 mana.
10.
And Ely's going to concede, having seen that there is more than enough here for Sam Pardee to burn through his library and go through one of those convoluted endgame loops that allows Nadu to win. So, This puts Sam Pardee in the position where just one more game win, Marnie, will see him in a Pro Tour final.
And you saw that Sam tanked about going for it there, but he didn't tank that long. And that's really what is incredible to me about the decision-making abilities of these high-level pro players is just the identification there from Sam Pardee that this is the line I have to take, because he almost certainly would have lost going the other way. So going for it there in the riskiest manner possible and getting rewarded for that decision, just
bold.
Really fun stuff to watch.
Bold, brave play here from Sam Pardee, and he gets across the line. 2-1 against Eli Cassis. Opening things up with a Shuko here.
Eli has both combo pieces again and is on the play this time, but Sam has a Dismember. And both combo pieces for himself, plus a Nantuko.
Summoners pack, Spring Hut, Nantuko, Shuko, Dismember, and a Misty.
Wall of Roots Shuko here.
Eli plays out the Wall of Roots, and then, of course, can use the mana to cast one of the Shukos in hand. So he's down to the Nadu Winged Wisdom in hand as well, but Sam Pardee in this position, what's he able to do this turn?
Well, what he has to do is, I believe, leave up the Dismember, because now he's in a position where he loses to, well, potentially loses. I am using the word loses a little liberally in terms of...
We're broadly making the assumption that if you can assemble Nadu plus Shuko, you are odds-on favourite to win the match, or the game,
I do want to make it clear to those watching at home that when I say loses, I'm referring to the combo being assembled, and there's no guarantee that it is actually going to be a kill.
But it's often likely that once you have these cards in place, you will win the game, even if it is a little convoluted. But I'm sure all the nitpicking, hair-splitting nerds out there will appreciate the distinction you're making, Marnie.
All right, so triggers 1 and 2. 1 being the Shuko targeting the Nadu, 2 being the Dismember targeting the Nadu. Both net Eli lands, which is great, but not great.
The question I have here is, even though the Nadu has left the battlefield and the Shuko never actually gets equipped to it, we still get the Nadu trigger?
Correct.
All right.
Because it was targeted. The way priority works in Magic is because it was Eli's main phase. He played Nadu, and the stack is empty. Before Sam can do any sort of responding or casting of spells, Eli has the ability to immediately activate the Shuko, target the Nadu.
And even destroying the Nadu in
that
response
trigger
to that
is
trigger,
on the stack.
it's going to resolve. Okay, all right. So this is unlike some other situations where you still need a trigger upon the resolution of a, you still need a target on response for a trigger to resolve.
Right.
Not in that case here. We still get the land or the card as it were. All right.
And now, Sam gets to go the other way. And again, it is a question of how much do you risk it? Because if you go Summoner's Pact for a Nadu, and Eli has a removal spell of some kind, you may not be able to pay for the Pact. So we'll see if Sam decides that this is a situation where he wants to risk it, or whether he wants to... Oh, he just drew a Nadu naturally? Is that what just happened?
It's an easy way to do things for sure. That's an easy way to do things.
Oh, he doesn't have a third land here. Okay, so all of this is very easy. He just gets to play Springheart Nantuko, pass the turn, and hope to draw a land. Because, as is, his hand isn't doing anything to interact meaningfully anyways.
So, Shuko.
Okay.
Pass the turn. Keep up Spell Pierce. That's going to be relevant, but doesn't choose to play the Spring Hunt Nantuko there.
Does not choose to deploy it, saying that at least the Spell Pierce, as is currently presented with the 6/7 mana that Eli has access to, if Eli has no land in hand and is just forced to go Chord of Calling for X equals 3, at least the Spell Pierce can get it.
Well, that's what you sort of look at. You go, okay, well, sure, Spell Pierce against a deck that is desperately in need of a creature, right? Like Eli's best or as a Nadu. But if you're looking to play something like a Chord of Calling, tap low for something like that, Spell Pierce can make all the difference.
And once again, we are seeing the incredible power of these very innocuous Surveil lands in Modern. Just Eli having the ability to crack a Windswept Heath, go get a Hedge Maze, make a decision, and then if it's not good, go get another land.
See, they're really, really good in regular decks, right? You play them in Jeskai Control, you play them in all these other lists that aren't super low to the ground aggro decks. but they are so good in combo lists where people are looking for one particular card, they're searching for a key piece of their deck.
Are you ready for it?
What's he found? Let's
Well,
see. Big draw.
All right, so right now, that's not exciting. There is a creature and a land and an enchantment in the graveyard. So, if Ely could find a way to put one more card type in there to be able to activate that shifting woodland in hand and turn it into a Nadu, that would have been a way to combo off.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
Right.
he does not have that, and Sam has
All right.
the combo, quote unquote.
Let's see what he can do with it here.
He needs 2 lands.
Let's see if he can find them. Right, so Shuko activation number 1 on the Nadu.
All right, second spell pierce, not
no
good.
No.
And that
then
should
number 2.
guarantee
All right.
that he can't combo off this
Okay.
turn.
Just got my 2 cards, and I'll pass it back to you.
And I think this is probably what people envisaged with Nadu. You know,
Yeah.
you play it, draw a couple of cards, oh, you'll go.
Yeah.
Rather than the
Very reasonable Magic.
full-on degeneracy combo that
All right.
we
He only
see
needs
sometimes.
one of many things here to close out the game. What is his draw? Force of Vigor. That's pretty good against two Shukos.
Yes.
Hopefully it's coming back.
And it is an instant into the yard as well. Unfortunately, he has nothing to pitch for it, but I think he has...
He can just
if he leaves up a second green here, yeah, he can still go shifting woodland, turn it into a Nadu, I think.
So,
They're out of here.
Force of Vigor destroys both of the Shukos.
Yeah.
That's a lovely little 2-for-1 for him. And now...
You have a forest. Woodland comes into play untapped. You pay 4 with its own mana.
You make it into a tapped...
Turn it into a tapped Nadu.
Tapped Nadu.
And you start triggering.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Very exciting line here for Ely Cassis as he turns his shifting woodland into a Nadu. It is a tapped Nadu. Not that that matters hugely. That ability is going to trigger all the same. And we're off to the races once again with the Shuko.
I love shifting woodland. All things about the absurd uses of it
Yes.
aside, this is such a cool card
Yeah.
design. Being able to have a land that can turn into any permanent is just...
Oh, sorry, it's backwards.
It's very cool. It's genuinely very cool.
Okay, so we have Nadu triggers now from the transformed or the copied shifting woodland.
This is not correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Wall of Roots puts another land into play.
He has the Nantuko in
This
hand.
is a high leverage one.
Okay, big one here. And it's an untapped land. It's an untapped source of mana.
This
This
has been used also, right?
this means now that the Spring Hunt Nantuko could be played.
Yep.
And the 14.
One more hit I have to hit.
Yep.
All right, he needs to hit one more land, he said. If this Nantuko comes down, 2 looks, 1 land would do it because it would make an insect, and probability dictates that it will probably be able to cast the halfling.
Yes. Which
That-
will provide another 2 cards. And then you only need to find a land in the next 4 cards to
Right.
keep the train rolling.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
And that would be pretty close to the point where Sam will concede. Though, of course, we are in the top 4 of a Pro Tour. So he may go a few iterations deeper than what we would call the normal concession point at the professional level.
All right. Ely Cassis in the middle of resolving a Misty Rainforest activation here. Goes and finds a basic forest.
All right. Very, very high stakes.
Yes.
In Nadu triggers here.
And Sam Pardee says, no, you make your own destiny, my friend. Here we go. Take one from the Pain Land. Down comes the Nantuko.
Trigger
Huge,
1.
Huge
Top of the deck.
draws here. It's a land.
It's a
It is
fetch
a land.
It's a fetch land.
It's even better than just a source of green for that delighted halfling. This is going to make all the difference for Ely Cassis.
Make room, everybody. We got a 5.
Nadu off the top isn't too bad either, in case we generate enough mana to be able to reset the entire board with its triggers. Another Nadu. Okay,
right,
well,
that's good.
We can calm down on the Nadus for now.
Another fetch
Another
land.
fetch
All
land,
right.
and this one should be all over Red Rover here. We've got an Nantuko, which is spitting out insects like
a bit
there's
too
no
far
tomorrow.
there, Ely. That's the 2 triggers pile. You want that in the 1 trigger pile. There.
Yep,
Thank you, Sam.
Sam helping him out. All right, Summoner's Pact as well.
That can go get another Nantuko, though, of course. You don't need them.
Just draw one. Just draw one.
Yeah.
There we go. All right. Misty Rainforests. We'll go and find another land. Ely down to 12. Can play a Delighted Halfling. Can play another Nantuko. Dryad Arbor. Another land that's going to trigger the Nantuko and more Nadu triggers. And Ely Cassis equalizes in game number 4. Sampardi, Ely Cassis, this game going down to the wire. Marnie, which of our two Bant Nadu players will find their way to the final here? We're going to find out. Thanks so much for being with us here in Amsterdam at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. You're in the booth with me, Riley Knight, joining me, my friend and stalwart companion, Mani Davudi, partner in crime.
Till the end, ride or die.
That's it, mate. That's it, my dude. We are ride or die homies here. We're going to take this thing home here. Sampardi, Ely Cassis battling for their berth in the final of this Pro Tour here. Both of them, as we've said, no strangers to success. They won online championships. They've won one each. But this would be the first time that either of them would hoist a Pro Tour trophy.
Yeah, Sam has lost in the finals of a Pro Tour before. Ely has lost in the finals of the World Championships before. Both of them would love to add another victory for their resume.
I know both of them will have hordes of supporters all around the world cheering them on as they do battle. A very stately affair between these two blokes as well. Both of them softly spoken, both of them very, you know, deliberate and considered players of this game. We're not seeing the high-octane energy of a Dominguez or a Nielsen in the feature match area here.
Right, it's very focused. It's friendly, but it is not outrageously energetic.
No.
It is very much contained as these two players, you know, both are playing the same deck, which means both are very well aware of how much rides on each turn and how important these upcoming few decisions are.
Yes.
I like when it's easy.
Now, Ely has a Haywire Might in hand, which means Ely has an answer to Urza's Saga, which means Ely can slow Sam down in a meaningful way, both on mana and on the ability to stop Sam from being able to go fetch a Shuko. So that's step one, and it may be a fourth step here from Ely.
His hand looks pretty good, though. Got the Nantuko, got the Winged Wisdom, and Nadu.
And we're back to the same question as before, the same question Sam found himself with. If Ely goes Wall of Roots, he sets up for a more explosive next turn. But he also gives Sam a window to combo. If Ely goes Haywire Might, he's essentially spending a turn doing nothing, but also sending Sam back a turn.
All right, Wall of Roots here, the play
now
from
hold on.
Ely.
That's not true. Ely can go Wall into Might, and then on the upkeep, hit that Urza's Saga.
Before the Urza's
Best
Saga,
of both
yeah, and
worlds.
we're going to see exactly that line taken. Well spotted, Marnie here. Ely saw it as well. He's going to sacrifice his Haywire Might to exile the opposing Urza's Saga, gain 2 in the process. And this is, as you say, in the upkeep before the third law counter triggers to get the Urza's Saga go and fetch a Shuko.
Yeah, the power of Wall of Roots once again showing itself on not only, as we mentioned previously, Court of Calling, but also the fact that it is one of the very rare creatures in Magic that can generate a mana both on your turn and on your opponent's turn. Once again, just showing exactly how much this card enables for these types of decks, especially in matchups where it really does come down to one mana, one turn.
Oh, yeah.
One slight margin
Razor
determining
sharp.
the outcome of the game.
Razor thin margins, particularly when it comes to mana in this Bant Nadu mirror here. All right, well, speak of Bant Nadu, and yea, verily shall it appear.
All right.
Here is the bird.
Sam has the combo next turn, I believe. And as far as I can tell, with Court of Calling for 6 mana.
Yes. Again?
Again.
Thanks to our
using
good friend Wall of Roots.
To go get Outrider Encore. Ely, from what I can see of his hand, has 0 way to interrupt this.
Okay.
All right, Springheart and Tuco here for Eli Cassis.
So if Sam goes for it, there's a chance it's over.
Flashing in endurance doesn't really do anything.
Not really.
No. There's no force of vigor, no other way, no dismember, no way to interrupt what Sam may be able to do next turn.
So the question is, will Sam try to wait, play around something?
Will he go for it here? Sam Pardee poised on the edge.
And will he whiff?
Of a potential victory. This is the other thing. We are sort of taking it for granted that once you get the combo assembled, you do just go off and win the game. Not always the case here.
Yes, it's a numbers game. It really is. And the numbers are overwhelmingly in favor of a combo.
But as we've said many times throughout the weekend,
anything is possible.
Anything is possible. Mathematics, not an exact science.
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. So
no one's ever said it was.
We will see how the numbers shake out here if Sam is to go for it in his turn. He has the Nadu. He has in hand a Court of Calling, which can go and fetch for the Outrider on core. Thanks to Wall of Roots. Will Sam Pardee attempt to win this game and this match on the spot here and secure his position in a Pro Tour final?
And there's one thing that I think Sam will take into consideration here. It's that Eli, unlike Sam, doesn't play Spell Pierce in his list. So the card that Sam would use to stop this Court of Calling, Eli doesn't have. And remember, Wall is mana neutral, for Court of Calling.
All right, we're going for it
here. He's going for it.
We're going for it here. Sam Pardee is going to cord for 3 and go and fetch an Outrider Encore. And Eli, just with a regretful shake of the head, doesn't have anything to say about that other than sure, it resolves. There's the Outrider.
8 looks.
Sam Pardee poised here.
Okay.
Victory looking overwhelmingly likely for him.
Land has been played.
Chair, certainly.
Chip in the chair, says Sam, which means Eli has a chance, but it's not looking great, as the saying goes. So here we go.
Right, land.
2.
Another land.
That's not good. Good start, says Sam.
First one of the Wall of Roots. Another land.
That's a lot of mana to work with.
Okay, and a Haywire Might here.
All right. That is 2 more looks.
Okay.
And Sam has the mana.
Wall of Roots finds
Sam
another
has
land.
all the
He's
mana.
got a lot of mana.
There it is.
There is the Springheart Nantuko.
Eli's face says it all.
A bunch of fetch lands here as well. Sam Pardee is moments away, and here is the concession from Eli Cassis. Sam Pardee is going to the finals of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. A well-fought, a hard-fought victory for Sam there. Eli Cassis, a worthy and a very formidable opponent. Heartbreaking for him and his supporters, but look, we can say Eli played his guts out, did his very best, but at the end of the day, the cards didn't fall his way.
Yeah, when a matchup is that tight, when there's so much going on, as we've already seen throughout today alone, let alone the whole weekend, there's so much going on in Modern. The game states are so complicated, the cards do so much, and the matchup is riding on a knife's edge, right? It's that tight. To make arguably one mistake throughout a 5-game match, you really cannot ask for more. And I think Eli has to walk away being incredibly proud of that match. And unfortunately, just both players really were assembled to their combos at the right moments every single game. And it was just that close.
Could have gone either way very easily. Eli Cassis acquitting himself very well. But our victor here in our first semi-final is Sam Pardee, who I believe is standing by with the coverage team's Eli Loney to have a chat about what happened in that match.
I'm here with Sam Pardee. Hey, Sam, guess what?
What's that?
You made a finals.
Sure did, yeah. I've been here once before. I lost Apollo in the finals of Pro Tour Hour, so hoping I can do one better this time.
Again, you're just like super calm, chill, not too fussed about it, and your deck did exactly what you wanted it to in that previous matchup.
Yeah, me and Eli basically took turns, killing each other on turn 3. I broke serve one time, and that was good enough for me to take the match, and hopefully I get to be on the play this time, maybe. We'll see.
Fingers crossed about that. Now let's talk about your potential opponent. Who would you rather face going into the finals?
Well, I think I would rather face Daniel because, like I said, I would get to be on the play in that case. Simon, I'd have to be on the draw. The matchups are pretty similar. You know, Daniel's on 4 color, Simon's on 3, but I don't think that matters too much.
All right. Well, Sam, best of luck. It's going to be a great final, regardless of the bird being the word, but I'm looking forward to seeing that matchup very soon.
Thanks very much, Ailey, and that is that for our first semi-final. More Magic coming your way, however, a quick break, and on the other side of it, Maria and the team at the news desk are going to set up the second semi-final. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you back here in Amsterdam at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 after this.
What's up, friends? Welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. It is Top 8 Sunday, and we have another semi-final to get through. We've got one finalist already in the form of Sam Pardee. If you want to see the World Championship 30, the epic conclusion of this Premier Play season, live and in person, join us this October for MagicCon Las Vegas. Badges are on sale right now. There's a look at the Pro Tour area here in the Convention Center in Amsterdam, and things are getting very, very exciting as we get closer to our championship match here on Top 8 Sunday. Maria Bartholdi and Frank Carson with you at the news desk, but Sam Pardee needs an opponent, and we're going to try to find him one. But before we get to that, let's talk about the Pro Tour itself. When you come to a Pro Tour, when you qualify, you certainly want to make the most of it. And you can do that in a few ways, by having a great finish, starting off with a 3-0 draft, or perhaps playing the most broken best deck of the tournament. But can you capitalize on that? So Frank's going to talk us through some players to see if they were able to do that or if they stumbled on the way.
Yes, both limited and constructed is essential. Let's take a look at some leaderboards to highlight that. First off, we have the players who started with a 3-0, acing their first draft, and a lot of them from there converted into a 10-6 or better finish, which comes with a qualification to the next Pro Tour. So this just highlights the importance of the limited rounds, how 3-0 in draft can be a rocket boost to your tournament. The other point I wanted to make about the split format is that banned Nadu was an incredible deck choice. It was just an aviary near the top tables. 20% of the tournament played banned Nadu, and then 17 of the top 32 players converted. Absolutely incredible conversion rate, and this shows the importance of choosing the right modern deck into the metagame.
Wow, holy cow. 10 wins, you get qualified for the next Pro Tour. So those Nadu players very happy here this weekend. But if you're not interested in playing Bant Nadu, 4-color Nadu, any other iteration of Nadu, we've got some other cool deck lists from this weekend that Frank's going to walk us through right now.
Yes, absolutely, Maria. There were a lot of cool decks if we just step outside the top 8. For example, Matt Sperling. His limited rounds didn't go so well, but he went 10-0 in Modern, finishing 9th with Esper Goryo's. This deck, well known, discard Atraxa, then bring it back with Goryo's Vengeance, blink it with Ephemerate. Really cool deck with Psychic Frog as a Modern Horizon 3 standout. The next deck I want to highlight is Benny Zioli's Gruul Eldrazi. 8-2 in Modern. This deck leverages Eldrazi Temple and Ugin's Labyrinth for a quick mana boost. And then the killing blow is Through the Breach, putting Emrakul onto the battlefield and attacking with Annihilator 6. Next up, Tomasz Sodek Sodomirski was one of the 3 Living End players, which as a whole went 60% win rate across all the Modern rounds, and 4-2 against Bant Nadu, so maybe cascading into Living End, sweeping the battlefield, bringing back all your cyclers, is a good way to deal with the Bird Menace. The final deck was Jiren Jiang's Jeskai Dress Down, a really cool strategy that can play Dress Down on the opponent's end step on turn 2, then untap, evoke Null Drifter, draw 2, you don't have to sacrifice a dude to Dress Down, and then you can annihilate opponents from early on. Cool deck, went 7-3 with this in Modern.
Thank you so much, Frank. Very cool decks there. Love that Dress Down deck. Get that Null Drifter out there. All right, everybody, and let's take a look at our bracket now and find out where we're at here in our top 8. Check it out. We've been through our quarterfinals. We've had 1 semifinals. You see Sam Pardee over there on the right side of your screen running Bant Nadu. Just needs an opponent. So we're going to try and find him one here in Daniel Getchell or Simon Nielsen, our second semifinal. You'll note in the finals, in the quarterfinals, excuse me, you see Ely Cassis and Seth Manfield there on the bottom of your screen. Ely Cassis on Team Handshake, defeating Seth Manfield of Team CFB. And then we have the semifinals, Sam Pardee versus Ely Cassis. Well, CFB got one back. CFB takes down Handshake. Well, we could see a CFB Handshake matchup again in the finals coming up. The 2 big teams in the building this weekend. It could all come down to that. But first, we've got to have this semifinal. Simon Nielsen versus Daniel Getchell, 6 top finishes versus 2 for Daniel Getchell. Bant Nadu versus 4-color Nadu. Let's peek at Simon Nielsen's road here to the top 8. Went 8-3 in Modern, lost to Daniel actually in round number 5 of the Swiss. This is Simon's 5th top 8 in his 6 last major tournaments, which is an utterly incredible accomplishment. Up against Daniel Getchell here, let's take a peek at his road to the top 8 today. Daniel Getchell went 7-3 in Modern, 3-0 versus Bant Nadu, so 4-color Nadu here having the upper hand for him across the Swiss rounds of the tournament. There's a look at the players in this semifinal. Talk to me about these decks, Frank. I know they're almost the same, but there are some key differences.
There are. Well, one way or another, the bird is the word. But let's take a look at the actual deck list to break it down. Simon Nielsen is playing pretty much the same deck list as his teammate Ely Cassis that we just saw in the previous match. As we've seen, if you can assemble Nadu and Shuko, you are a favorite to win the game. This list also has 2 copies of Haywire Might and 2 Boseiju to stop an opposing Shuko. But the deck of the opponent, Daniel Getchell, that's more interesting to see because it's a little bit different. Here, for Daniel, we have a Black Splash for Orcish Bowmasters. Orcish Bowmasters in this matchup can potentially kill Springheart Nantuko when it's not bestowed, maybe a Noble Hierarch or a pesky Haywire Might. The mana base is a bit more painful, but that doesn't really matter too much in this matchup. And in the sideboard, there are more disruption pieces to be found. Fatal Push, Thoughtseize, for example, could come into play. Now, in the Swiss, because mathematics is an exact science, 4-color Nadu went 15-11 versus Bant Nadu, so a 58% win rate for the 4-color version. This indicates that the Black Disruption does give a small edge, so I'll give the small edge to Daniel Getchell in this matchup. We'll see how it plays out.
All right, let's find out, everyone. It's time for our second semifinal. Sam Pardee needs an opponent, and we're about to give him one. Take it away, Cedric and Corey.
Let's help find Sam that opponent for our finals of Pro Tour and Modern Horizons 3. Cedric Phillips, Corey Baumeister, our last match of the weekend, but it should be a doozy. Bant Nadu against 4-color Nadu. Sam eagerly awaits, but Corey, which one do you think he would prefer to play against, the more traditional build or the splash for the Bowmaster?
I would think the traditional. You know, Daniel has a good record so far against other Bant Nadu decks. There's not a lot of differences, but maybe the Bowmaster kind of is the key for the reasons that Frank was pointing out here in the Open.
Well, you do see Daniel Gutschel there, the Canadian player who is starting to build that resume a little bit now with this top finish here in Amsterdam. For Simon Nielsen, as Maria did mention, of his last 6 top-level events, he has top-8'd 5 of them. It has been an incredible run for the 2023 Player of the Year. And it's a pretty darn good start, too, with a copy of Urza's Saga. On the other side of things, Daniel Gutschel is going to kick things off here in our semifinals with an Overgrown Tomb and a Delighted Halfling. Well, that's not a play you see every day, huh?
Yeah, definitely don't see that all the time, but it makes a lot of sense to do something like that when there is the possibility of Orcish Bowmaster.
Sure, so Springheart Nantuko, the Bestow is actually on the Delighted Halfling. So there you go. Stranger things, as they do say. Here's a Wall of Roots there for Gutschel. The follow-up is a Verdant Catacombs. And now a counter will be placed on the wall. Here is a Shuko.
And at least Yavimaya and another card in hand. Looking for something like Court of Calling, Summoner's Pact to have it all wrapped up already. These matches, you know, there is definitely games where they go a little bit long, but wow, can these mirror matches just be explosive and extremely fast?
Yeah, I'm curious to see how long this one will go here as Simon is already starting to put the pieces together. Urza Saga found a copy of Shuko. Remember, there's a colorless mana floating. And now, because lands are entering the battlefield, remember, it's the Springheart Nantuko that is on the Delighted Halfling. It actually belongs to Simon, so generating a couple of insects. And now this is a copy of Hallowed Fountain.
Yep. And I mean, there's really only one reason to play Urza Saga on turn 1 is because, well, you have it wrapped up on turn 3 already.
Well,
and it really does look like it.
Okay, well, Shuko, Halfling, and friends. So this looks like there may be a response here from Daniel. But here is Shuko, and there's, of course, the mana floating, so the table judge is making sure that this is a legal play, which it very much is. And now Daniel is going to sacrifice that fetch land, go get a Watery Grave, so perhaps a piece of interaction is on the way. But man, what a start here from Simon Nielsen, Corey.
Yeah, absolutely. And the piece of interaction might be Bowmaster down one of the people.
Well,
that isn't that exciting, I must say.
Well, it does at least limit the number of activations.
That's true.
I'm with you that it's not the most exciting of plays, but it is better than nothing. So looks like Bowmasters will be shooting down one of those insect tokens. So first one here on the line will be an insect token. I think we'll get out our little humdinger there. So number 1 is a Delighted Halfling. Number 2 is a Nadu. Okay.
So here is the cost to bestowing this. You know, there's, of course, a lot of benefits as it doesn't get Bowmaster down, but it is 2 less activations. But a fetch land here looks quite good as you're getting a token from each of the fetches. You can also get Dryad Arbor, so that's 6 activations, plus Court of Callings. I think that's all she wrote here for game number 1.
I think you are right. We will go through the motions now with Simon, as the forest is the reveal. Insect tokens, well, that's the deal. Might just be a concession here from Daniel, and it absolutely is. So Simon Nielsen's going to win game number 1 here very, very quickly over Daniel Gutschel. It's Bant Nadu up a game here over the 4-color version.
Yep, absolutely. And we're going to game 2 here, and with best of 5, players won't begin the sideboarding until next game. So we're going to see exactly the same configurations for both of these players for this one.
It's another nice start here for Daniel with a Pendlehaven to enable the Delighted Halfling. And there's a Saga there from Simon. We saw him start off the last game with that very powerful land. Now Daniel's off to the races here this time around. Springheart Nantuko into a fetch land will yield 2 insects here. One from the fetch land being played. Second for what it does search up, and we'll see what the follow-up play is, if there is any.
Yeah, could be another lightning fast game here. Whichever player in these pre-boarded games is on the play, and if you can kind of do the thing on turn 3, not much can be done. There is some kind of corner cases where you can just draw the one of Haywire Might in the main decks, and you're able to interact with a Shuko, those kind of things. But for the most part, if you have the draw that assembles Nadu and Shuko on the play on turn 3, you're probably getting it done.
The fetch land found a Temple Guard, and that'll enter the battlefield untapped, of course. So that'll allow the Delighted Halfling in exchange for a couple of points of life here for Daniel. So it's a very explosive start with plenty of mana and plenty of creatures on the battlefield for the Canadian.
Okay, and trying to do a Haywire Might check for Simon. Simon does play 2 of those in the main deck. We saw how good that card was for Ili Kassis in an earlier round. We'll see if Simon was able to find one of those pieces of interaction.
Yeah, that Artifact Insect has been very, very good for players playing it here this weekend. Does a lot of nice interacting in this matchup around Shuko, among other things. The Urza Saga, don't forget, is up to 2 counters now as Simon does dig out a basic forest off of the Windswept Heath, though 19-17 in favor of our 2023 Player of the Year, who will now deploy a Wall of Roots. And it's going to be a counter on there to allow this Delighted Halfling to appear. So, Corey, very much in these pre-sideboard games, it just kind of feels like a race. And I think the race might just be over.
I think so, too.
Cool.
Just close, interactive games here for the pre-sideboarded games, huh?
That's a race. So, in case you're wondering what's going on, if you're just joining us right now, that'll be a Verdant Catacombs that comes down. That'll trigger the landfall there on the Springheart Nantuko. That'll yield an Insect token. Summoner's Pact is going to yield a Nadu, which is very easy to cast off of those Delighted Halflings, or perhaps the Verdant Catacombs searches for a blue source. We'll have to see. After that, Court of Calling can find the Outriders on core because there's not a Shuko on this board, and that would presumably take care of things. So that's why you saw Daniel put the hand face up very quickly. So here comes Nadu. It just needs an enabler. So next up is sacrificing the Verdant Catacombs. Wouldn't be surprised if it's a Dryad Arbor here, but we'll see exactly what Daniel does want to search for, and it will just be a basic forest.
Yeah, I think dealer's choice on that. All you need to do is just make sure you have enough creatures to cord for 3, and then the combination is on. Just shows the power of this deck with the fact that you don't have to find a way to find the artifact. The Encore really enables just so many draws to win the game here.
And there is the Outriders Encore. So this will be targeting stuff and things, and the game is over. Very quick pre-sideboarded games. We're all tied up here between Daniel and Simon. So to the sideboards they will go, and they have found some configurations that they are happy enough with. So Simon will be on the play. Daniel will be on the draw. And we will see exactly how this one does go. As you see, Simon is down to 6 cards to start this game, while Daniel has the requisite 7. Temple Garden and Overgrown Tomb of the Lands here for the players. Delighted Halflings, of course, mirroring one another.
Yeah, and most of the time, I'll definitely say most, because we'll see exactly what happens and see if the games are as fast as we just saw. Games usually do slow down a bit in this mirror match, as there's some interaction that comes into play a little bit. But we see that Shuko there, or Nantuko, excuse me. Plus, I saw Court of Calling in hand, so we have at least Nadu ready to go for Simon, but no ability to start targeting it for free.
Okay. The Springheart Nantuko is bestowed on the Wall of Roots. You've seen Simon thus far in this match bestow this card twice. When you're playing against a version that does have access to Orcish Bowmasters, playing it on its own is a little bit too risky, so that's why you're seeing the bestowing take place here from Nielsen. A Yavimaya into a Delighted Halfling is Gutschul's second turn, so we're going to head back to the Player of the Year now, who is looking to take a 2-1 advantage in this match and maybe have another finals appearance on the resume.
Yep, absolutely. And a little bit of sideboarding information from these players to kind of get in the head of these decks if you want to be playing this deck at home. Simon decided to take out Bristly Bill, Spell Pierce, 2 copies of the One Ring for Dismember, Force of Vigor, Springheart Nantuko, and the Volatile Storm Drake. Well, Daniel decided to take out the Thassa's Oracle, maybe realizing halfway through the tournament that you just don't really need that one.
Yep.
as well as an Island, Dryad Arbor, Endurance, 2 Wall of Roots for a bunch of interaction as well, 2 Fatal Push, 1 Haywire Might, 2 Thoughtseize, and 1 of the Storm Drakes.
And this is why we expect the sideboard games to get a little bit longer. Players are bringing in pieces of removal and making it so they can interact with one another and try to at least stop the other from going off so quickly like we saw in the first 2 games. Orcish Bowmaster is going to join the fray along with the army token as we head back Daniel Gutschall's way for turn number 3.
Yeah, and normally that card is decent at getting some interaction if there is Noble Hierarchs or if you have certain cards that you can hit like the Spring Heart Nantuko. But Simon's done a great job of hiding that card every single game so far to not expose it to any removal like the Bowmaster.
Looks like Daniel may have a question here for our table judge. We will have to see. But as you take a look at the battlefields here, Daniel does have a decent chunk of mana with those 2 Delighted Halflings and a couple of lands. Bowmaster not picking anything off here in this game, so a little bit weaker version of the Orc Archer. While Simon has access to a Hallowed Fountain, a Temple Guard, a Misty Rainforest, Wall of Roots, and Delighted Halfling as far as mana is concerned. The Springheart Nantuko once again was bestowed on that Wall of Roots. And an insect token, it looks like, was made there from Simon Nielsen as well. So it's an interesting start here for both players. You do wonder how much interaction they have for Corey because they are, again, boarding so much in.
Yep, exactly. And it looked like Simon did have 1 Court of Calling, so that can either be interactive or if Daniel doesn't really show any signs of kind of comboing off right now, we don't see either of the combo pieces. If you see one of them, then you kind of got to be a little wary at end step of Court of Calling for Nadu if Simon doesn't have it all wrapped up. So, but if you don't see any combo pieces from Daniel, I think Simon's going to be plenty fine just cracking that fetch land, maybe making a copy of Wall of Roots, and then just playing Nadu out and then hoping to top deck a Shuko.
And for clarification, for those of you watching at home, that token that is on Simon's side of the battlefield is actually a Wall of Roots token from the landfall trigger and paying with a Hallowed Fountain and a Wall of Roots activation. So we're going to see a Misty Rainforest sacrifice now, and we'll see exactly what Simon does want to search for. Over the course of this event, it has been a lot of Surveil lands, and it is once again here, Corey, with a Hedge Maze.
We've seen a lot of copies in these decks. I think Dryad Arbor was probably my favorite so far, but Wall of Roots definitely a powerful copy here as well.
Urza's Saga is going to head to the graveyard, and now you see the paying there for another copy of Wall of Roots. So 3 total, 2 of which are copies here for Simon Nielsen. Again, mana is not going to be much of an issue, and we all know how well Court of Calling plays alongside these Wall of Roots.
And at first glance there, Simon is, of course, shuffling pretty quickly, but I see 2 Court of Callings and a Force of Vigor. So not only has the ability to interact if Shuko was the plan or Urza's Saga, but has the ability to Court of Calling for Nadu and Court of Calling for the other combo piece here, the Outrider and Core.
Well, speaking of Court of Calling, here it is for Daniel now. This is going to be for 3. That's going to resolve, and it's going to be a Nadu. I'm curious how Simon will play with his copies of the Powerful Instant.
Mostly because if you want to fire off 1 now, you get the counters on Wall of Roots, then they kind of reset for next turn so you can be fully online once again. So it would make sense to me to do 1 now, 1 either in response to Daniel trying to combo off and maybe interact that way, or try to combo off yourself if you have enough to just do it right now, maybe.
Well, this is going to be a Court of Calling for 2.
Okay.
And this is the first time we've really seen this card. So finally, this is kind of the mirror tech.
It really is, because not only are you being proactive, you're also being defensive. This card really does it all in this mirror match. Got to be the best card. I mean, we saw it do some great work against Eli Cassis last round. Makes a lot of sense that this is kind of the go-to card in the post-board matchups from these players, and we might just be going off right now.
So it's time for Simon to play another copy of Court of Calling. This could be the Outriders, and it is. And I'll tell you, he did turn this game around in a hurry.
Yeah, well played. Nice timing here and nice patience from Simon. Had the ability to Court of Calling at the end step from Daniel, but didn't want to give anything away. And maybe Daniel really did just kind of play into it a bit.
Well.
Okay, let me see your sideboard. Make sure you didn't do anything you shouldn't have done. And then Daniel will probably concede here. I think that is what these players are communicating.
Yeah, I think that may be the case. Daniel wants to get a good idea of what is in Simon's sideboard so that he knows exactly what's in Simon's main deck. So get a good look at that. Now, this is a question, of course, of are we done here? And it looks like we are. Simon Nilsson is going to win game number 2. He's 1 away from the finals here in Amsterdam, Corey.
Can you believe it? I mean, Simon Nielsen.
Yes, I can.
Yes, yeah. It's no longer unbelievable, right? It's just a right at this point that it's a top 7 plus Simon Nielsen.
I guess so.
Ooh, Urza Sagan 1, once again, a pretty scary thing.
Well, Simon has no fear. I mean, I saw a little bit of a deep breath there, but I don't think there's any fear. He's all laughs. He's having a good time, as he always is. You can see Simon's hand right now. Multiple copies of Nadu, Winged Wisdom, Sylvan Safekeeper, Springheart Nantuko, and a Windswept Heath. While over here for Daniel was another good start as far as a mana accelerant is concerned. Temple Guarding, yielding that Delighted Halfling. You see a Court of Calling, Nadu itself, Springheart Nantuko. So it's all there for Daniel. It's just about deploying it in the right order.
Yeah, it's all there for Daniel. It's all there for Simon minus land 3. Land 3 is what you really need, and then Simon has the classic on the play turn 3 draw. Daniel, I like his position a little bit more, has the ability to interact in a defensive way with that Court of Calling, plus has it all wrapped up.
So Gutschel is going to play a Misty Rainforest. Guldakat, as he is so affectionately known on Magic Online, is going to fall down to 15 via the fetch land. Breeding Pool is the weapon of choice.
Yeah, always fun to watch the people who start as a Magic Online grinder make it to the biggest stage here Sunday at the Pro Tour.
Yeah, beware Bonk 101 online.
Oh, yeah.
I've heard some things.
He's coming.
I've heard some things. An upstart.
He's coming to a top 32 near you.
Yeah, there are worse places to be, as Nadu is on the battlefield now. So we're going to head back Nielsen's way, who would love a piece of interaction, as Urza Saga is going to tick up to 2.
Okay, I mean, there it is for turn 3. You have the land, but no interaction. Daniel's going to be able to pick this up, and wow, what a treat for all of us watching that we're getting so many game 5s here as this one looks to be over.
You better believe it. One more for the road, as they do say. A basic forest is what Simon will put into play. I think we might see a Springheart Nantuko here in just a moment. Now remember, the bestowing has generally been on... bestowing is the preferred play with the Nantuko.
Bestowing looks a little worse when your opponent has a Nadu and Simon doesn't know it's already wrapped up. I know this is shocking to you.
Yes.
Hide your shock and awe over here, Cedric. Yeah, I think you're just priced into just playing it here, or you just play the Sylvan Safekeeper. We'll see what Simon decides, but I think that's the riskiest play, is just imagine Daniel didn't have it all wrapped up, and then the Shuko is 2 cards down, and all of a sudden you just lost the game because you bestowed on your opponent's creature. I don't think it's worth the risk, but Simon, of course, is going to go through all the options, shake it off, and figure out his next plan.
Yeah, in the spot like this, in this combo mirror, I think it is play Springheart Nantuko. It's just how to play it. That's all, right? Because you've got Shuko coming next. You've got Shuko plus Nadu next turn.
Yeah.
Right. So it's actually just going to be the hard cast. Orcish Bowmasters could cause some trouble, but we know that Orcish Bowmaster don't matter. So you lose. You lose.
To the conveyor belt with you.
Trigger 1 is the Delighted Halfling. Let's see what comes next. Remember, no land drop has been made yet this turn here for Daniel. So Halfling is 1. Let's have some more fun. This is a Underground Mortuary.
So a slight fail rate here is possible.
It is indeed.
It's unlikely. You just need to be able to assemble Court of Calling for 2. to get the Nantuko, and we'll be all wrapped up. So a couple of lands here in these next 6 activations. You have the Delighted Halfling, which is face up. So you have that ability to just get a forest off that, have another 2 activation, and we've seen this song and dance here plenty of times this weekend, Cedric.
Boy, have we. So Daniel might need some of those mana counters. That's what he may be asking the floor judge about. Remember, again, has not played a land yet this turn, so the Overgrown Tomb in hand is an option alongside those Delighted Halflings and the Court of Calling that you did mention. Outrider and Core that you do see on the card displayer is actually already on the battlefield, but everything else is accurate enough. So this is going to be an Overgrown Tomb, and going to sacrifice that Verdant Catacombs here, will Daniel. And Daniel's going to go dig out a basic forest. There's already a Springheart Nantuko in hand, so can get that on the battlefield as well. And so here is the very powerful 1/1. And now it's just about hitting lands here. So let's put this on there.
The people factory is here.
There is a people. Marsh Flats will yield 1. Well, the second one soon enough. We'll see how long Simon wants to sit through this, hoping that Daniel does whiff. He's not. We're done. Game 5? Not yet. No, keep going. Sure.
Sideboard action.
Sure.
Show it.
If you don't mind, can I take a look at what you sideboarded out so I can get my information? So Simon will take a look here, see a Reclamation Sage, a Shieldred, among the other things. You know, kudos to Simon. Played a lot of turns this game.
Yeah.
You know, really had a long think on whether to bestow that Springheart Nantuko or to play it. Came up with the right play of playing it, and then died.
Yeah, immediately. You know, they always say every little decision matters here in Magic. Well, it's not totally true.
Yes.
Some of them don't,
That's
but
right.
you got to make sure that all of them matter in the time. Now, there is the Thassa's Oracle in the sideboard, so maybe Simon will be like, well, this is your win con in air quotes. Will you explain to me how you do it? Because, well, this is pretty much one of the only players playing Thassa's Oracle that made it in the top 8. So maybe the quote-unquote training wheels of the deck. Maybe Daniel just realized halfway through the event, maybe wasn't fully aware of the tech going into it, and was like, yeah, you're right. I don't need this. I keep siding it out every match.
Yeah, you are right indeed. Unnecessary, as now we are underway here in our 5th and final game. The winner moves on to play against Sam Pardee in the finals of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 here from Amsterdam. It looks like a mulligan to 5 here for Nielsen, who was going to keep the top card on top via the Selesnya Surveil land. Now he's going to get hit by the Thoughtseize. So Simon is not thrilled about the prospect of this. You see a Shuko, a Nadu, a Saga, and a Delighted Halfling.
Yeah, not pleased about this Thoughtseize, Cedric. I have a feeling he's not going to be too pleased about the second one that comes down here. I'll be very interested to see if Daniel wants to leave. Your kind of initial reaction is to leave the Nadu because you know you can Thoughtseize that next turn because there's no way that can come into the battlefield. But there is a big problem with that. If Simon were to top deck another Nadu, then you're like, well, I just left the best card in your hand, and now I can't take the other best card, and it could be a big bird dilemma.
Yeah, if you take a look at each card individually here, the Nadu is an easy place to start. Shuko, there's effectively 2 copies, one from the actual physical one, second from the Urza Saga, and then Delighted Halfling is the least scary probably of the bunch. So unsurprisingly, Nadu will be the selection. Remember that Simon kept the top card on top of the deck.
Yep.
And that was looks like a forest. Okay.
And it makes sense, you know, and I think Daniel will be able to kind of think that out. What was Simon's hand really missing? And it was a land, you know, to be able to cast the Nadu. I guess, I mean, you'd have the Delighted Halfling to cast it as well. So this Thoughtseize a lot of a brick.
I mean, we all know it's going to happen, right?
You're going to top deck the bird?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, like, what are we even talking about?
Yeah, he's the player of the year for a reason, right?
Yeah.
And here is why.
I mean, it's just not that hard. It's Noble Hierarch. That's a bummer.
It's next, right?
Maybe. Look, it doesn't take much. There's 10 versions of the card in the deck, right? There's Summoner's Packs, there's Court of Callings, there's Nadu itself. This is the thing about the interaction is you bring in these Thoughtseizes, and like the Thoughtseizes were good-ish, right? You know, you took a bird out of the hand, all this other stuff, right? So, you know, and I got all the information, everything, but Simon has a ton of these things to draw to, and Daniel's hand is not particularly good for what it's worth. There's a lot of lands over there, Sylvan Safekeeper, Delighted Halfling, and is pretty far away from the combo right now as Daniel. So if you're Simon, you're going to make a Construct token. You can actually do some attacking, but any draw step can win the game right away.
Yeah, honestly, big advantage still to Simon in this situation.
Absolutely.
Where he mulled to 5, kept an amazing 5. Like,
Yes.
just an absolutely amazing 5. And Daniel just kept a 7 on the power of Thought Seizes and maybe got a little punished for not taking the line of leave Nadu in hand. And oh my God. You see what I just saw there, Cedric?
Yeah, it's not my first rodeo here, Corey.
Oh my. It might not be Simon's first visit to the finals here.
No. So Simon is just trying to figure out exactly how to navigate this turn here, which might be float mana off the Ursa Saga. Now, again, it's very easy for us here in the booth and you fine folks at home to say, hey, you just cast Nadu and win the game, but you also have an opponent here who has 3 cards in hand and also has a mana available. Mana available can mean dismember, among other things. So the turn is not as simple when you're not working with perfect information.
Yeah.
Simon, I imagine will probably go for it.
Yeah.
Because I don't think there's much of a reason not to.
The only reason is that, there's only 4 mana sources right now. If there was a Bowmaster to clear out Noble Hierarch and you have the Dismember, sure. But as it looked, Cedric, it's going to be another Handshake versus CFB finals.
Mm-hmm.
Just impressive what those two teams have been doing here over the course of the last 2-3 years.
It has been very, very, very impressive, as you mentioned, Corey. Team Handshake and Team Channel Fireball have been very dominant here on the pro circuit, and we'll have to see which one of them is going to move forward to the trophy. But here's what we do know. Unless something goes really wrong here for Simon Nielsen, he is moving on, and things are going right so far as we're going to put these creatures on the Shuko wave. So that's a Spring Heart Nantuko, and that is a victory for Simon Nielsen, your reigning and defending Player of the Year. He wins this match 3-2 over Daniel Gutschel, and for Team Handshake, it's another finals appearance.
Another finals appearance, and Team Handshake did fall to Seth Manfield here in this last Pioneer Pro Tour a couple Pro Tours ago. So looks like Simon is going to be going for a little bit of redemption here in the finals. I cannot wait to watch it.
That is the truth. Simon Nielsen, our reigning Player of the Year, is hanging out with Ailey Lonely right now. Simon, do some celebrating, my friend.
Simon Nielsen, you are one step closer to becoming Pro Tour champion. That match went pretty much exactly how you'd want it to.
I knew I was going to be underplaying game 1 against Daniel, and in the mirror, being underplay has a pretty big advantage. So ideally, what happens is that we just trade games with the player, and the player wins, and that's what happened. It's a little scary because sometimes you might stumble. If a player on the draw wins, all of a sudden the tide shifts, and then it's really then you actually have to win on the draw yourself. But that didn't happen, and I top-decked the Summoner's Pact at the end to win.
Unbelievable stuff, Simon. You have one more player to get through. How are you feeling about another Bant Nadu matchup against Sam Pardee?
So both Sam and Daniel beat me in the Swiss. They were the 2 of the Nadu players to beat me. But I'm also going to be in the play against Sam, so that definitely has some advantage. Sam's list is still pretty tight for the mirror. Main deck Storm Drake, etc. He's an excellent Court of Calling player. Player in general, excellent player in general, but especially with these creature combo decks. So it's very scary.
Well, Simon, we expect a finals for the ages here. Best of luck. May the best man be left standing.
The semifinals are done here in Amsterdam. We had over 200 players join us for this Pro Tour. We're down to 2. Soon, it's just 1. News Desk and the finals right after this.
If you'd like to see yourself on the Sunday stage, you can by making it to the Pro Tour. Check out how you can do so by looking here at the Regional Championship qualifiers. You'll see that third line there, August through November, is Modern and Sealed deck. And that's the way you can get in through a Regional Championship qualifier, and then you can make it to a Regional Championship. September, December is Pioneer, and that's when you can make your way to the Pro Tour from those tournaments. Hey everybody, welcome back to coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 here from Amsterdam in the Netherlands. It's been an absolutely beautiful city to visit and a wonderful tournament so far. 10,000 people strong here at the MagicCon, and now we've got just 2 players remaining here in the Pro Tour. Very, very exciting stuff. The finals are on the way. Maria Bartholdi and Frank Karsten here with you at the news desk at the Pro Tour. And we're going to talk through the metagame, Frank, because we had some exciting stuff happen in the Swiss portion of the tournament, and talk to you about win rates, if you're curious about how all of the decks did.
Absolutely, Maria. I ran the numbers to see which decks had the best win rates. Here you see it. Bent Nadu was absolutely fantastic. Based on its non-mirror, non-draw modern matches on both day 1 and day 2, it won 59.3 of its matches. For Colorado,
incredible.
Yeah. If I just compare it to the Pro Tour in Barcelona 2019, their Hogak had only a 56% win rate. So yeah, absolutely incredible performance, and for Colorado not far behind with 55.8%. Nadu decks absolutely dominated this tournament. But we also highlighted several decks, splitting it between aggro, mid-range, control and, well, combo, to see if you want to see your next modern deck, what to go for, Maria.
All right, check it out. Here is Gruul Prowess. A lot of people were very interested in this deck from Brian Voss, who made a deep run in the tournament. Turn 1, play a Prowess creature. Turn 2, scale up, Soul Stroke, Mutagenic Growth, attack! That's lethal on turn 2 with that deck. Does that sound good to you? It sounds good to me. Check out Gruul Prowess. But what if you're a mid-range player, Frank?
Well, as an aggro player, I love your deck. But
Thank you.
If you like mid-range, I recommend checking out Yuta Takahashi's Dimir Murktide deck. Out of all modern archetypes, it actually had the best win rate. 70%, only one player playing it, but still a great performance. A notable card in this deck is not just the Murktide, but the Psychic Frog. Psychic Frog brought back memories of Psych Attack, which dominated Magic back in 2002, discarding Deep Analysis for value, and well, we can actually have sort of the same type of interactions in the new Modern. Really fun deck to play, and did pretty well in the hands of Yuta Takahashi.
Yeah, very cool deck there for mid-range players. What about control players? I don't even want to talk to you, but here you go. Just got control in the hands of one of our top 8 players, Javier Dominguez, who built this deck specifically to beat Bant Nadu, and did exactly that almost all weekend long until our top 8. Every tool you could possibly want or need if your control mage is in this list. Supreme Verdict. We've got a new Energy Sweeper and Wrath of the Skies. It's just really, really resilient and will give you everything you want out of a game of Magic, which is mostly saying no. There you go. There's a controlled list for you. What about a combo list?
Well, what else could it
be?
Yeah, Ruby Storm did pretty poorly at this tournament, so of course it had to be Nadu. If you want to play combo in Modern right now, pick Nadu. Sam Pardee's list seems to be pretty well set up for the mirror with Volatile Stormdrake in there. But one piece of recommendation I have, if you want to try out this deck on Magic Online, bring back the Tassa's Oracle training wheels, make things a bit easier on yourself. But apart from that, Bant Nadu is the way to go if you like combo or if you want to win in Modern right now.
All right, there's a look at some decks to try out coming up in the coming weekends. Well, everyone, if you've been watching the stream, you may have heard yesterday we made a big announcement. One of the greatest players to ever play the game, Budde, is seriously ill with cancer. To remember his career and recognitions to the game, everything he's contributed over the years, Wizards of the Coast had decided to name the Player of the Year trophy in his honor. Budde stopped by to talk with us about his amazing career and everything he's done along with his friends and teammates over the years. And in about 10 minutes, we're going to be back to set up our finals. But right now, here's Budde. Enjoy.
Magic the Gathering actually found me. So when I was in school, I had a bunch of friends, and with these friends, I played Dungeons and Dragons. One of these guys was playing Magic, so we started to play some multiplayer Magic. I got hooked, started to go to a shop. Then there were like pretty good people playing locally, like going to German nationals and that stuff. So I started to play, get friends with these guys, and then I kind of moved up the ladder from playing shop tournaments to playing PTQs, and back then regionals was a big thing. So regionals, nationals, yeah, and that's how I got into tournament play. I won a PTQ, and then we went to a GP in Switzerland, and Dirk top 8 at that, qualified for Proto Chicago, which was the same Proto that I was qualified for. Going to Proto Chicago, we had no idea how good we were, because suddenly we were playing against these Americans, which we didn't really have contact with before. And then Dirk won the Pro Tour and I finished top 16. And at that point we were like, okay, we are pretty good at this stuff. Like, we are on their level, we can play with them. And then in the same season, I played 5 GPs and won 3 of them. And at that point we were kind of like, this is a thing, this is something we could be doing for a living for a couple of years. We are clearly good at this, we know we're good at this, we can hang out with the best. And that's how we got there, yeah.
Kai Budde, where to start? He is a true legend of this game. Like, I don't think there will ever be anyone that comes close to Kai.
The World Championship 1999 was the first World Championship I qualified for, and it happened to be in Japan. I've never been to Japan before. I mean, back then I was 18, so yeah, I didn't travel that much. I did top 8 that tournament, which obviously felt great. It was my first Pro Tour top 8. Back then we counted Worlds as a Pro Tour. And then when we saw the top 8, my mediocre sand attack lined up perfectly against everyone else. The final against Mark Lepine was still the fastest finals ever, I believe. It was best of 5, and I think it was finished in 15 minutes. So yeah, that felt really good, and I ended up snatching the Player of the Year title from John Finkel in the last minute, basically. So yeah, that was a great tournament. So my second Pro Tour top 8 was Chicago in 2000. That was a standard-only Pro Tour, so it was 14 rounds of standard, no other format involved. The top 8 was very strong. That was one of the stronger top 8s in the history of the game, probably. In the semifinal, I played against Brian Kibler in the trademark Dragon deck. I think he's still salty that he lost that match. I think it was a good matchup for him, but I got kind of lucky when everything played out. And yeah, then I beat Kamil Cornelissen, which is another of the very great Magic players of all time in the final. And yeah, 2 Proto top 8s, 2 wins. It was a nice life back then.
My most enduring memory of Kai is actually from my first Pro Tour San Diego 2004. I walk into the tournament hall and I see Kai, Dirk, and Marco, the Phoenix Foundation, and I've read so much about these guys. I've followed Pro Tour coverage for years. It would have just blown my mind to learn that many years later, Kai would actually be on my team. I would play test with him. I would eat meals cooked by him. I'd listen to him to complain about things and then complain about different things. And it's just incredible, kind of the Magic journey that took Kai from being this guy I read about in coverage to someone who picked me up from the train station when I got to Amsterdam.
So the probably best city for me to play Magic in is Barcelona in Spain. I played 2 Pro Tours and the GP there. I top 8'd the Pro Tour, I won the GP, and then in 2001, I won the Pro Tour in Barcelona, which was all booster draft. At first, it was super smooth for me, but then I lost 2 rounds in a row, and I had to win the last rounds against a very good friend of mine, Markus Jöbstel. I did win, made top 8. From there, it was smooth sailing again. I had a great draft deck in the top 8. I beat a close friend in Patrick Mello in the semifinals, and then I played one of the really great players in the game, in Alan Comer, in the finals. But the matchups were so good for me, and yeah, I mean, that was third Pro Tour top 8, third win. So a special place for me are always team events. 2 of the closest friends in my life are Dirk Barbarowski and Marco Blume. I played a lot of team events with them. We did super well. One of them was the Pro Tour in New York in 2001. Again, teams, we played so much Magic together. We prepared so much for this stuff. We were really good at Team Rochester draft.
Yeah, Kai, he's obviously an incredible player, arguably the best to ever play the game. And when I started playing the Pro Tour, he won, the very first Pro Tour I played, he won. He beat me in my first GP and PT finals. And, even the first time I beat him, I was like kind of a small miracle. So that's kind of funny. I had a really good matchup, but I barely beat him. Just the Juggernaut, just incredible player. It seemed like he could never lose. He would never lose in the top 8.
So my 5th Pro Tour top 8 happened in New Orleans, again in the year 2001. This time we actually had a great deck, and this was one of the events where Dirk thought we don't have a good deck, and he didn't actually travel. We ended up doing super well in the tournament. Our deck matched up against pretty much anything that other people brought. Yeah, it was super smooth sailing. Benedikt Klauser and me made top 8 with it. The top 8 matches, the quarterfinal and semifinal were not particularly close. The final was a very long game against another good friend of mine, Tomi Valamis. It was super close. In the end, I had to draw a Morphling at the correct time. I did, and I won that one. So now we're at 5 top 8s and 5 wins.
If Magic had to have a best player, we're so lucky that it turned out to be someone like Kai. Kai shows how we can use competition to bring out the best in ourselves. So for me, Kai stands for hard work, integrity, respect, honesty, fair play. Kai is one of my heroes.
So 1 year later, Boston 2002, another team Pro Tour. Everyone kind of saw that Dirk Bobrowski, Marco, and me were favorite to win. Obviously, we weren't 50% to win, but we were the most likely team to win. Then we lost the first 2 rounds. At that stage, we had to win every round to win the tournament, which we ended up doing. So, 6 Pro Tours, 6 Pro Top 8s, 6.
So Kai and I have a long history. He used to beat me a lot, as in 8 or 9 times in a row, until I finally stopped the losing streak. One day, I think it was after a GP Biarritz, he came to my house when I was living with my parents. And my mom asked him, are you Kai? Are you the German guy that beats my son all the time? He's like, yes. Please stop it.
Pro Tour Chicago 2003 was a limited Pro Tour, and it was Rochester Draft. Rochester Draft, most people probably don't know about it. You put the pack on the table and everyone picks a card. I was really good at Rochester Draft. Team Pro Tours are all done in Rochester Draft, so that was probably my strongest format. The Swiss, like the pre-eliminary rounds of the tournament went super well. I think I was sitting at 11-1. And then the top 8 draft, I got very lucky, had an insane deck, and yeah, now we are at the 7 Pro Tour.
You know, it's funny, like I said, like there's always that question, John or Kai, John or Kai. As if we got to know each other for a little bit. You know, I went to him like, dude, Kai, they always say, I'm like, I have no clue. And he's like, yeah, I have no clue either. Like, you know, we both have no idea whatsoever. You know, however, I will definitely say that when you're looking at the GOATs, there is no doubt the Kai Budde is the Michael Jordan of Magic, because nobody's peak sustained dominance will ever be what he had. He won 7 Pro Tours. He won, I mean, it was like 3 in 1 year. You know, the only person I can think of like that is Michael Jordan. Like his peak and his dominance, I don't think will ever be, you know, replicated. You know, I might, you know, end up putting up another top 8 here, another top 8 there. But I'm in second place, I think, with 3 Pro Tour wins. Kai has 7. But Kai has 7. It's just, he's just incredible. And he's a lot of fun, and we've gotten to know each other really well. And, you know, and it's just been a real treat to get to know him.
So after my pretty good run of 7 Pro Tour wins, I started to slow down a little bit. People around me left the game. Marco and Dirk both quit playing professionally. I played a couple of more events, but eventually I also picked up a job and started to do other stuff. I was still playing a little bit here and there. Eventually I got voted into the Hall of Fame, which I'm very thankful for, which meant I had 3 Pro Tour invites. So I started to use these and play about 1 event a year because, I mean, I still love Magic, great game. 2010, I went to Pro Tour Amsterdam. I didn't prepare that much, but fortunately my good friend Gabriel Nassif tested with me, and he broke it with a white aggressive deck. Paul Rietzel was also working with us, and Paul actually ended up winning the Pro Tour, and Gabriel's deck carried me to an undefeated extended record, which meant I was in the top 8 of that Pro Tour as well, where I lost to Brett Nelson in the quarterfinal. I played about 1 event a year, didn't do so well for most of them. And then the Mythic Championship in Las Vegas came around, where I did very well. I think I finished 3rd or 4th, so I don't exactly remember how that worked out. But yeah, that was a high-profile event. It felt very good to have another top finish. And then fast forward to 2023, Barcelona, a modern Pro Tour, again working with the same people. We picked up a couple of new faces, but essentially the same group. Everything was great. I picked a great deck. Edgar Mahales built it for me. It was a Cascade Rhino deck. Again, my draft record was okay. My record in Modern was great. I picked up my, I believe, 10th or 11th Pro Tour Top 8. It felt incredibly great after such a long time. That's 4 Pro Tour Top 8s and 4 decades of playing Magic, which means I'm playing this game for a very long time. And yeah, that was awesome.
Kai just brings that organization to the room. He brings that respect and that knowledge, right? So if you're doing something stupid, right? You know, you make a bad play, or you bring a deck to the table that doesn't really make sense. Kyle will be straight up with you. He will shut that down. He will keep us on track, right? Like he is a no nonsense kind of guy. And when Kai speaks, you listen.
So I can't even imagine my life without Magic the Gathering. I picked it up when I was 15. I started to find friends, played Magic with them, found more friends. My entire circle of friends is essentially Magic players at this point. I got my job through Magic players. I'm still working with a lot of Magic players. I'm 44 years old. I'm playing the game since I was 15. I mean, I assume my life would have been completely different if I never got introduced to Magic. It's just incredibly important for me.
I think one of the things about Kai that really follows his career is how serious and how intense he is. And so no nonsense and so, intimidating. And one of the things I love most about Kai is when you get him to laugh. It is so unexpected, but it is so joyous and it is so heartfelt, and you feel like you just got a gold star. And I haven't done it nearly enough, and I hope I get to do it, again in the future. But those are the laughs you remember.
In life, everyone gets 15 minutes of fame. That's what people are saying. Obviously, for me, that's Magic. That's the only thing I'm well known for. There's 7 PT wins, there's 7 GP wins, there's 4 Player of the Year titles. One of the PT wins is a World Championship title, so these numbers might not be beaten. Right now, it looks like people are just so good at this game. There's so many great players, so that someone goes on a streak like that seems somewhat unlikely. I did get diagnosed with very likely lethal cancer a year ago, and that kind of makes you think about what you did in your life and what your accomplishments are. And in my case, that's clearly Magic, and I'm a tournament player. I'm very competitive, and these titles, these results, that's my legacy, and I'm incredibly proud of that.
We wanted to show you this piece today because you know the phrase, Kai doesn't lose on Sundays. Well, this would be his day, right? This would be his moment to shine, and we are so very proud to honor him. Moving on to our own finals here at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3, let's take a look at our bracket and find out what's happened so far in our top 8 today. We have arrived on the right side of your screen. Simon Nielsen versus Sam Pardee. It is a Bant Nadu mirror. The deck of the tournament has found itself in the finals. We've got a player from Team CFB, a player from Team Handshake, the 2 giant teams in the building facing off in our championship match. Let's get to meet our players. Sam Pardee, Simon Nielsen both have 6 top finishes to their names. Storied players, Sam Pardee, your Strixhaven champion, Simon Nielsen, your current reigning player of the year. It's also his birthday, so it'd be a pretty good birthday present for Simon Nielsen if he were to take this thing down. Let's take a peek at the road to getting here to the Sunday stage here today. Here's Sam Pardee's road here. Didn't have a great day 1 of the tournament, went 5-3, managed to rally a bit on day 2, getting a 7-1 record, but you can see that down there in round number 13 played Simon Nielsen, and Sam took that match down, so it's a bit of a rematch from round number 13. Up next, Simon Nielsen, like we said, lost to Sam later on in the tournament. Simon has been putting up insane numbers all through this season. This is his 5th top 8 in the last 6 major tournaments, which is utterly incredible. Those are our players. What a fantastic finals we have for you. Talk to me about this mirror match, Frank.
Yes, Bant Nadu has just been the story of the entire tournament. And let's just take a look at the deck list for the final time to see what it is all about. So to summarize it for a final time, Bant Nadu wants to assemble Nadu, Winged Wisdom, along with either Outrider Encore or Shuko to target your own creatures for 0 mana, allowing Nadu's trigger to happen twice for each creature you control. Each land put onto the battlefield by Nadu then triggers Springheart Nantuko, setting up another 1/1 creature for, more triggers. And once that conveyor belt gets going, you can easily draw your entire deck and eventually win with convoluted Sylvan Safekeeper endurance loops. Relevant interaction for the mirror includes Haywire Might and Boseiju to remove an opposing Shuko, and Sam Pardee also has Volatile Stormdrake as a Court of Calling target. It can steal an opponent's Nadu, turning the tables, and that has looked so good this weekend. Sam may have a small edge in this matchup because of that inclusion. Simon Nielsen's decklist is almost the same. it's basically gonna be a race. Who will find their combo pieces faster? And you'll see the players use Urza's Saga to find Shuko, Court of Calling to find Nadu. So there will be enormous consistency and potential turn 3 kills. Now, even though Sam did beat Simon in the Swiss, Simon will be on the play because he was the higher seed in the Swiss, and that can give a big edge when it is such a race, this matchup. One way or another, this is just going to be a very tense and close match with a big Pro Tour title on the line. I can't wait to see who shakes it, how it shakes out, and who takes a trophy.
Absolutely. We've answered the question, will Nadu or will not don't? Well, it will Nadu, but in whose hands will it Nadu? Okay, I'm done. Enough from me. It's time for the finals here at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. I'm going to pass it on over to Riley and Monty with the call.
Thank you very much, Maria, and thank you, Frank, for such an excellent introduction to this matchup. Welcome to the booth for the very last time here at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. My name's Riley Knight. With me, my stalwart friend and confidant, Mani Davudi, and together we will be calling the final of this Pro Tour. I couldn't be happier to bring you all of the action from the feature match area in such terrific company. Mani, a Bant Nadu mirror here, and we're going to have to delve into what decisive key cards and play patterns that will separate these two players as we head into this match.
Yeah, I think one thing that we can definitely refer to is the semifinals match that we saw previously between Sam Party and Eli Cassis, as that was a matchup between the Team Handshake build of Nadu versus Sam and Team Channel Fireballs build of Nadu. And Eli was the higher seed, as Simon is here, and Sam was able to break serve using his excellent main deck tech of the Volatile Stormdrake. So this isn't going to be something new for Sam, being able to be the one that breaks serve and takes a game on the draw. And if he's able to take both of the pre-board games by having that main deck tech, things are going to be really hard for Simon Nielsen.
Well, we'll see how things go here as the players make their way out onto the stage. You can see Sam Party, a rather more reserved entrance for him compared to the Danish superstar Simon Nielsen. 5 out of the last 6 events, we have seen Nielsen in the top 8. He's made it all the way to the final here. He'll be hoping to hoist that trophy, but in his way, Sam Party, who I think it's only fair to point out is no stranger to success. This bloke has got a couple of GP wins dating back to the early and mid-10s, and top 8s in Pro Tours as far back as, how far are we going back here? To 2016, back in Sydney, in Australia, the greatest country on earth.
Yep.
Where he did very well for himself there. But of course, recently, as recently as Chicago, he made his way into the top 8, and he'll be hoping to, again, make it all the way to the top here, Marty.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we heard Simon say earlier as well is Sam is one of, if not the most prolific players in the history of the game. When it comes to playing creature combo decks, there was a time where he was incredibly feared for wielding a birthing pod deck. But now it's really the Court of Calling base here that is giving him his edge. It was actually his wife going into the weekend that said, you know, I don't say this every weekend, but I think Sam's going to win this weekend. And I'm like, okay, all right.
It's so much I hope he's going to win. Now it's full on
I think he's going to win because he's good at Modern, and he's great with a Court of Calling in his hand. And it just so happens to be the absolute best deck in the format. Definitively.
So he's not playing from behind. It's
No.
not like he's coming in with some fringe weird deck that people aren't expecting. Nadu is undoubtedly the best deck in the format. And speaking of, off the top of the library,
Off the tizzy top.
That's how we do it. So Simon Nielsen here looking very good. Double Shuko, Dryad Arbor, and now the Nadu Winged Wisdom for him. Double Court of Calling in Sam Pardy's hand. In addition to that Wall of Roots, a nice start. But is it going to be too slow here? Because Simon Nielsen is in a terrific spot, assembling this combo nice and early.
Yeah, we are once again seeing the advantage of the play versus draw, and
Like, do you want to draw it first, just so that like it's easier? So you
this
can
is a
reveal the
perfect
card or whatever,
opportunity
it doesn't
for
matter.
us to remind everybody
sure.
at home,
Playing
Riley,
Naughty
that
anyway, I'm gonna play
in the
Naughty.
finals,
Yeah,
we are live.
We are live.
There is no fast forwarding through judge calls, fixing sleeves, whatever. Every second of this, we are going to experience in full.
Wall of Roots, Court of Calling, Windswept Heath.
The wall of roots.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
If you
I think so. Oh, I don't have my extra sleeves here. Where did I put them?
Looks like we may have a sleeving issue. Happens to the best of us. And as Simon
not
gets
actually sure I
this
put my extra sleeves. I'll just take
resolved
separate
here, we can talk about the position he's in. Having assembled the
this
combo,
one can
Marnie,
tap
he's in a
there,
great
but
spot.
this
And in game number one, not a huge number of things you can do about this. Post-board, we see things like Dismember come in, we see counter spells maybe, or ways to destroy a Shuko in response to an activation. But here, Sam Budde's just kind of on a wing and a prayer.
All right, and that's a tap land. So, I believe
I should.
that is the end. I believe, no, Simon can Summoner's Pact for a single green creature to keep things going. Because currently, he has nothing else happening. Simon does only play one copy of Dryad Arbor, but he can go get something like, for example, a Delighted Halfling with that Summoner's Pact if he wants to keep things going.
Play.
We have seen an Endurance evoked in to be used for Court of Calling, but currently that would only result in a Court of Calling for 0 for Simon Nielsen, as he does have 1 untapped mana, and it would be the 2 creatures. So.
Right, I'm already on the battlefield here, so that's no good. All right, we're going to see Sylvan Safekeeper here.
Yep.
So that Hallowed Fountain came in tapped.
I believe he fetched for...
Or did he fetch for a Surveil land there?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to. That's fine. So Surveil.
Yep.
Yes, this is all a Surveil that was on the stack from the last Nadu trigger, putting the tap land into play.
Okay.
All right. And, all right, 2 looks. That's a miss, and that's a hit, technically.
It's a land.
So now, I believe, Simon can do that Endurance play, Court of Calling with the Evoke on the stack in order to go get another 1-drop, whether that is a Delighted Halfling. I believe only the 1 copy of Safekeeper in play. Could also go get something like a Haywire Might if he wants. That also serves as a 1-drop here. So still avenues to keep going, but this is the scrappiest version of the going off, because Simon is using resources every time to continue to go 2 more looks, and both of those looks need to be good. 1 land is not currently doing anything. So it needs to either be 1 untapped land plus a 1-drop, or it needs to be 2 untapped lands, ideally, to get the Springheart Nantuko into play. These are the type of things that Simon really needs to continue going.
And the thing is, when we see Nado activations that are, costing 0 mana with a Shuko, with an Outrider on call, they're costing actual nothing. No mana, no resources, nothing, right? You can continue to use the Sylvan Safekeeper to trigger the Nadu, but that comes at quite a hefty cost.
Yes.
Sacrificing your lands and also making your creatures untargetable for future Nadu activations.
And I think Simon passed.
All right, he's going to ship the turn back over to Sam Pardee now, who gets another turn. Court of Calling, Springheart Nantuko, and a couple of lands in hand. Delighted Halfling off the top here for the American.
Yeah, the big issue for Sam is he's missing both pieces of the combo right now. So he needs to find a way to assemble something, whether it is Disruption or the combo of his own, which is pretty close to impossible, I would say, in this position. Again, he has that Volatile Stormdrake, but Simon found the key piece here in the Sylvan Safekeeper to protect.
Sylvan Safekeeper has had a hell of a weekend, overshadowed by the huge headline cards like Nadu and what have you, but Olorada's been there doing work in our feature match area across the entire weekend.
And it is worth mentioning, Nadu, Springheart, and Nantuko fresh cards, right?
Yes.
They were printed for Modern Horizons 3. Sylvan Safekeeper is one of these new to modern reprints.
Yes.
So to see the impact that this card is having alongside something like Phyrexian Tower in the mono black Necro decks is just really nice to see.
Yeah, just like when they brought Counterspell into Modern in one of the old Horizons releases years ago. These old cards, they pack a fair punch, as indeed do these new cards. So a marriage of old and new, something for the Boomers and the Zoomers here in the feature match area.
Love the Boomers and the Zoomers. Now, notably, Simon has a pretty great position. There is a rather looming reminder on his deck here to pay for a Summoner's Pact next turn in order to not lose the game.
You want to make sure that he pays that 4 mana, because otherwise we're going to be very quickly into game number 2, but I don't imagine he'll do that. So Court of Calling now for Sam Pardee.
I believe this is a chord for 2.
Yep.
To trade for your Nadu.
Yep. Why would I do X equals 3 when I could just do X equals 2 with the same result here?
And this goes back on top. I will.
So Simon can protect. Sacrificing a land will get another Nadu trigger.
My forest, targeting Nadu. As triggered again.
Yep.
So trigger the Nadu.
Halfling in hand.
Deal a delighted halfling. And now
Nadu Shroud. Your trigger fizzles.
Well, Simon's doing our job for us here. Yes, now it has Shroud and your trigger fizzles.
Volatile Stormdrake for myself.
So the big hope here for Sam is more or less he feels resigned to his position. But what he can do by making Simon sacrifice that land is limit Simon's ability to play a Nantuko post paying for the pact. Limit Simon's ability to potentially play a replacement Nadu, and maybe will miss in the 8 or so cards that he's guaranteed to see. Very unlikely. The game is pretty close to over, but Sam is taking every opportunity available to him.
Constricting Simon's mana here by making him tap down as many lands as possible for the pact. We see Simon pay the pact. Only a Hedge Maze left untapped, but a Misty Rainforest will take Simon down to 14 as he goes and finds a Temple Garden.
That land was the big draw, because now Simon can play the Springheart Nantuko before any of the Nadu shenanigans begin.
Which gives him an excellent chance at winning this game on the spot. Here is the Springheart Nantuko.
10. I have an endurance. Plus a chord.
And reveals Endurance and Court of Calling from hand to demonstrate to Sam Pardee just how dire these straights are for the American player.
Twice.
And now Simon, look at this, going into top gear here.
Land, trigger, we keep going.
And I can court.
And we
And it
stop
looks like
that.
Sam Pardee is going to concede here. Scoop him up, and we are going to game number 2. Simon Nielsen taking out the first game very, very handily there. A little bit of a fumble, little bit of a stumble, trying to stitch things together with the Sylvan Safekeeper, but at the end of the day, untapping, finding the Nantuko, having the Nadu, and of course the Shuko. An easy day in the office for Simon in game number 1.
Yeah, I think Simon could have continued going further if he wanted in that spot by firing off the Court of Calling, but maybe off of the Endurance, but maybe a recognition that he is in a position where he doesn't need to do that. The odds of Sam being able to combo off from that position are incredibly low, and he should just play it safe, pass the turn, set up to pay for the pact, and continue going off the next turn, and ultimately knowing that he has access to everything he needs there.
Now, we just heard Simon mention to Sam there that he felt like he needed to reach for his sideboard. That's obviously what we do most times after game number 1, but not in Sunday Magic here at the Pro Tour. We are playing best of 5, which means we have 2 pre-boarded games and up to 3 post-boarded games. So what does this mean for the matchup? We mentioned before the importance of a card like Volatile Drake being in the main deck here. This changes the matchup from what it would look like in a best of 3 situation.
This changes the matchup a bit. I do think that it is a consensus that Sam is favored in the pre-board games. But that only gives a certain amount of percentage points, and that doesn't do enough, in my opinion, to outweigh the fact that there is an inherently huge advantage to being on the play in this matchup. So Sam has percentage points going his way for having the better pre-board deck, but
right,
that
I
is
get to go
still
first this time.
at
Wow.
odds with the fact that Simon was the one that was on the play in the first game and was able to get the job done.
Now, however, Sam will be going first. His deck is, in a vacuum, better equipped, at least in this situation here. So all of a sudden, the pendulum swings back the other way. And if we were to guess at who would be favoured in this particular game here, Sam Budde seems to have his nose out in front.
I would say Sam is overwhelmingly favored in this game.
Okay, so not just his nose in front, but probably
very favored.
Maybe his head and shoulders as well.
However, that does create a different issue, which is that if Sam, as we do see him taking a mulligan here, if Sam was to lose this game, it would be very hard to come back, because that would require Simon to lose multiple games on the play in the post-board games, where he also gets to even out the matchup advantage, bring in the Storm Drake, have all the tools that Sam has access to, more or less. Of course, their sideboards are a bit different. They are on different teams, different conclusions were reached about what they want their slots to be in the main deck and the sideboard. But ultimately, post-board, things are leveled out. So let's say Sam doesn't keep a hand here, has to mulligan to 5, and he loses this game. That would be disastrous.
Well, looking at this hand, we've got Delighted Halfling, Noble Hierarch, Shuko, Endurance, and 2 lands. Seems like a keep.
Yeah.
Seems like a pretty good keep, honestly, as well. When you're down to 6, it's not the sort of hand you're going to toss back.
You have a lot of ways to find a Nadu.
Yes.
And that is, the most important thing is you're set up to have a faster start by being able to go 1-drop, turn 1, Shuko, another 1-drop, turn 2, etc. You have your duplicate Shuko, you have the tools, so
Yeah, I don't have
really,
Bristly Bill, so it's actually the way that I
you
can
just have to
attack
find
for
Nadu.
damage.
And let's have a look at Simon's hand here. 5 lands, Nadu, Court of Calling.
That's
so funny.
What do you think of that keep?
Well, one of those lands is an Urza Saga. So this is actually 5 lands, a Shuko, Nadu, Court of Calling. So
Yes,
let me tell you, I suddenly feel very good about that keep, Riley.
So Shuko on layaway here, the Urza Saga will be able to fetch out the Shuko after the third counter is put on it.
In all seriousness, though, the issue with this hand is it doesn't have a piece of ramp on turn 1 or turn 2. And that means that Simon isn't able to combo off on turn 3.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, opening things up with a Noble Hierarch here.
Well, never mind, actually, because the Saga getting the Shuko, playing the Nadu on turn 3 will be good enough, and usually it's not, because you have nothing else in play.
Yeah.
You only get 2 looks.
Oh, you only
But
get 2 free
now
cards.
with the Nantuko, the odds of Simon being able to combo off on turn 3 are pretty darn good if Sam gives him that opportunity.
Load it up.
And as Sam's hand does look a little bit weak and getting weaker as well, this is looking better and better for Simon Nielsen. Now the Urza Saga ticks up to 2. Played on turn 1 so he can get that Shuko on turn 3 here. Breeding Pool, and we'll see now, I imagine, the Spring Heart Nantuko. Simon Nielsen setting himself up for an incredible turn 3. No, what are we saying here?
Simon just drew a Haywire Might, and Sam, because he wanted to go for a Surveil land here, didn't play the second Shuko. So Simon, banking on Sam's ability to only combo off with that Shuko, has played the Might and stayed back. Now, if Sam goes for the combo and Simon blows it up, he has that duplicate Shuko to follow up and continue going up. Assuming Sam finds a Nadu, we know he doesn't currently have it. But if he can find it in the Surveil or afterwards, then he will be in a very good position to win the game. And if not, Simon is going to look pretty good to be able to finish things. Top. There's very few things you top there.
Haywire Might, the draw here for Sam Budde.
Okay, that makes sense, because that can go after that Urza Saga and set Simon back considerably.
Yes, not just setting him back the loss of the Shuko, but also the loss of the land as well. So, Haywire Might, and immediately used to exile the Urza Saga. That's going to gain Sam 2 life. Not the hugest factor in this matchup, but certainly the loss of a land and a Shuko. And as you can see, Simon not happy to see the second Shuko. He built his entire second turn, his entire opening around dealing with that 1 copy of Shuko. But now Sam Budde in a much better position, having dealt with Simon's game plan, having thwarted his game plan with a second copy of Shuko.
Yeah, so right now, Sam is mildly advantaged because now that he has gotten rid of the Urza Saga, he has effectively gotten rid of Simon's Shuko. Simon has the Nadu in hand. He has a Court of Calling, so he still has the combo rolled up in the ability to get Outrider Encore, but he needs to build up a board state to be able to do that, and that's going to be probably 2 turns from here, because this turn he can go Nantuko. The next turn, he will be able to play Nadu and then have Cord the next turn.
It's a much heavier, much more significant mana investment to try to get the Outrider Encore online. Barely costs any mana at all with the Shuko. If you play your Urza Saga, you're not putting any mana into
Big draw for Sam. Can he find a Nadu?
You can find here. No, a bit of a shake of the head. Doesn't look like he's found anything too special here. Beseiju in hand. We'll find out what the second card is before too much longer.
Yeah, I'm at 9.
You're kind of dying.
Are we just going double Shuko beats here?
Double Shuko Noble Hierarch is 4 damage in attack.
Yeah, exactly.
And Sam says you're kind of dying.
Spring Hut Nantuko isn't too bad here from Sam, but it's not the explosive draw for which he was hoping. Let's have a look at what Simon can find here. In hand, Nadu, Court of Calling, 3 lands.
And Sam has a Boseiju, but not able to leave that up while playing the Nantuko. And considering Simon is too far away from comboing off anyways, you can't really afford to leave it up. So does put the shields down here, but also knowing that Simon
8 make 2 insects.
will be potentially going off with Outrider means that Boseiju isn't going to do anything in the first place.
So 2 insects from the Nantuko here, and another land for Simon Nielsen. We'll see if he gets a basic, tries to perhaps extend the bleeding. Nope, down to 6. All right.
17.
And Simon is 1 mana away from being able to Court of Calling for the Outrider
I didn't think
here.
the math was working out there, but
okay.
Far be it from me to...
Well, I mean, I could have had an Endurance, right?
That is true. If he had an Endurance, it would have been enough. But as things stand, Sam is safe for 1 more turn. So 1 draw will likely decide whether Sam is able to keep serve or not.
All right. Let's find out what it is. Boseiju in hand. It is joined by a mystery card. We didn't get a look at it. It's Delighted Halfling. Not what he was wanting to see there.
Sam is very, very far from delighted here.
Yes.
As it does look like, in part thanks to his mulligan, and unfortunately, thanks to his draws, he is going to be going down 0-2 here to start.
So what are we going to see from Simon? The Cord to get the Outrider Encore, untap, play the Nadu, and then essentially
Good
that's
luck.
it? Yeah.
Yep. I believe you chump here with 1 insect if you want. After you block, you tap everything but 1 green, and you go for Outrider, or even just say, okay, I can do this on end step and just let it go.
Well, we'll see here how Simon wants to sequence this, but he is certainly in a very good position. He takes it down to 2.
Yeah, because one thing Simon has access to right now is potentially, if he really needed it, he would have access to double Haywire Might, I believe. No, Simon is... I'm just double checking. I believe they play 2. Yeah, double Haywire Might. So he could Court of Calling for a second Might if Sam had tried to sneakily combo post-combat. Simon would have been able to go, all right, search for a second Haywire Might thanks to that insect and have double green to activate them. Otherwise, he wouldn't. But as things stand, now everything is set.
Yeah, and the Haywire Might's going to take out one of these Shukos. It's going to gain Simon a little bit of life. Newer players watching this may think, oh, that's a perilously low life total. And certainly in some matchups it would be. You wouldn't want to go down to 2 against a red deck with Lightning Bolt. But here, the life total is a resource. You use your life to protect other resources, the cards you've got in hand, the creatures you've got on the battlefield. And Simon won't be too worried about being burnt out by Sam. On 4 life, he is largely the same as being on 14 or 40. He's just as safe in this combo matchup.
All right. I'm a little interested about Simon's timing of the Haywire Might, as by doing it there, yes, you had the extra mana, but the Shuko wasn't presenting an immediate threat, and the Haywire Might was a target for when this Nadu comes down. Of course, you have a lot of creatures, so maybe not worried about that potential miss, especially thanks to this Boseiju enabling you to go get another land, but it does feel very bleak for Sam Party now.
It's not looking good. We see the Dryad Arbor replace.
All right, that'll do it.
And Sam Party only needs to see the Court of Calling off the top. And that's all she wrote, sports fans, for our pre-boarded game. Simon Nielsen, a single game of Magic away from being crowned a Pro Tour champion. We're going to give the players a chance to sideboard and switch up their decks in preparation for what could be up to 3 games of post-board Magic. But Sam Pardy, Money, he's going to have to dig deep. He's going to have to find something very special here and pull himself back into this final if he wants to make a match of it.
Yeah, this is a very uphill battle now, and it's going to take a lot. Of course, it is always possible. We just saw Sam whiff a little on finding the pieces. Mulligans happen, magic happens, interaction exists, and the match is far from over, but this is an incredibly tough deficit to come back from if you're in Sam Party's seat.
And if you're in Simon Nielsen's seat, you'd be very, very happy heading into game number 3 with a 2-0 lead. We are going to take a quick break, my friends, but stay with us, because on the other side of this, we will be crowning a Pro Tour champion one way or the other. Will Simon Nielsen be able to pull off a clean sweep against Sam Pardy, or will the American dig in and fight his way back into this match? We'll find out. Stay with us. We'll be back in Amsterdam after this. Welcome back to Amsterdam, here for live coverage of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. And you've come at a great time, because we are just about to wrap things up in our Pro Tour final. My name's Riley Knight, and I've got the great fortune to be joined by the inestimable Mani Davudi. And it's a great pleasure to have not just his company, but your company, wherever you are around the world. Thanks so much for being with us here as we enter into, Mani, what may be the very last game of the very last match of this tournament. Simon Nielsen having picked up both pre-board games, leading 2-0 at this stage against his opponent Sam Pardy. He has to win one more to hoist that trophy. But the man on your screen, Sam Pardy, will be doing everything he can to stop Simon Nielsen from taking out victory here as we head into these post-board games.
Yeah, and if we use Sam's match against Ely as an indication of how the players are going to sideboard again, Ely Cassis, Simon Nielsen's teammate. They are both on very similar, nearly identical builds of this Bant Nadu deck. And in that matchup, it was a very restrained sideboarding, as you typically see from combo decks. It is Dismembers, and then there's the Saga coming in from Sam Party, taking out, you know, one Springheart Nantuko and then 2 cards that are less relevant in the matchup.
Worth reminding people, of course, that this is a showdown between the two titanic teams of professional Magic at the moment. Team Handshake, Team Channel Fireball. These teams have been putting up an incredible string of results, although more recently, Handshake, I think, came into this tournament in particular with something to prove, Money.
Yeah, absolutely. As we think about the current state of Magic when it comes to teams, there are 4 teams that really come to mind. It is, of course, Channel Fireball Ultimate Guard, as well as Handshake Ultimate Guard, but also Moriyama Japan and Sanctum of All. And 2 Pro Tours ago in Chicago, we had a final showdown between Channel Fireball and Team Handshake. But the previous Pro Tour in Seattle, no Handshake members in the top 8, something to prove certainly. And it was an all Moriyama Japan finals. So this is a bit of a return to form for both teams here, as once again we get the showdown between the Titans, and especially Handshake really making a statement by putting 3 members into this top 8.
Showing people they mean business, as they almost always do. But Sam Party flying the flag for the older generation of Magic greats on Team Channel Fireball. This team has put up huge results across a great many years, and they came to party today with their hero Sam, who is opening things up with a Sylvan Safekeeper on the play once again in these post-board games now. And let's not forget, Simon Nielsen on the verge of greatness here. 1 win away from a Pro Tour championship. Urza Saga the play for him. He opens things up with a Haywire Might. And it's back over to Sam for his turn 2. Let's have a look at these hands here, Marty. What do you make of what the players have opened with?
Well, Sam has an all-important Might of his own, which is great here because Simon kicked things off with an Urza Saga as the land of choice. So if Sam wants to just go after that Urza Saga and really put Simon back, he has the option to do so. Of course, doing so is going to put him in a situation where the Might from Simon's side is going to be checking a potential Shuko pop-off from Sam, but he's pretty far away from that, and as we've seen in previous Nadu matches, you have to limit your opponent's mana. That is a big emphasis of the matchup.
And that's why we see Haywire Might played and then immediately activated. Sam Party gains 2 life and will exile that opposing Urza's Saga. Never the way you want to go, losing your first land, but this will put Simon Nielsen on the back foot, removing not just the mana, not just his mana development, but also the Shuko that would have come about as a result of that 3rd chapter of the Urza Saga.
Right, and Simon has access to 1 more land, some mana creatures, and a couple of Wall of Roots that he can't deploy right now. 2 more lands, excuse me. There looks to be a 2nd Urza Saga in the hand, but there is a delighted Halfling as well here. And this means that with that Urza Saga, Simon still has access to a Shuko on layaway, albeit a little later down the line.
All right, here's a Springheart Nantuko now for Sam Party.
Oof.
And a Misty Rainforest to immediately make an insect token.
Yeah, and this is quite an explosive turn here for Sam, as with that Misty Rainforest, he's able to make another insect with the Springheart Nantuko, and double Court of Calling in hand means that Sam is well on his way to be able to win without needing to potentially have a Shuko, which means this Haywire Might from Simon isn't checking anything.
This is the thing, right? You've got double Court of Calling. You can find your Nadu, you can find your Outrider on core, or really in a pinch, if you have to, you can get a couple of Nadu triggers with the Sylvan Safekeeper. We've seen that happen. Delighted Halfling for Simon, but I think it's Sam who's going to be delighted with how this game has panned out. It's looking a lot better than the opening game's money.
It absolutely is, but things are very close now because Simon picked up a Shuko to go with that Nadu and the mana development this turn. So Simon is potentially threatening comboing off as early as next turn. Now, these Court of Callings in the post-board games especially are interactions. Sam has access to go get something like a Volatile Storm Drake and stop Simon from going off, which would be particularly exciting here because if he uses a Court of Calling to go get a Volatile Storm Drake and take a Nadu successfully, he would still be able to use the second Court of Calling to go off the next turn.
All right, I can reveal to the listeners around the world, Marnie, what the sideboarding plans were. And as you pointed out, Sam Pardee brought in 2 Dismember and an Urza Saga and a Spell Pierce, took out 2 Teferi, Endurance and Sun Cleanser. And look, things look pretty similar on the other side of things. We've got Dismember, Force of Vigor and Volatile Storm Drake brought in for Simon Nielsen. So again, interactive options, taking out 2 copies of the One Ring, and Bristly Bill hits the board as well. So a light touch for both of these players, but the overarching theme here, Marnie, is more interaction in these post-board games.
Yeah, and Sam has an Urza Saga here, 1 unknown card we don't know about in hand currently, and 2 Court of Callings, really boosting things here.
Sam Pardee looks to be set up reasonably well, but there is always the threat that your opponent might untap and just hit you with the bird. So Simon Nielsen here. Nadu,
Shuko is the card in hand.
And Shuko the draw here for Sam Pardee.
And notably, Simon has that Haywire Might available to him. But Sam also has a Sylvan Safekeeper. So if he just goes and gets a Nadu here, plays the Shuko, gets 1 free activation off of it, he could try to force the issue here.
Is that what we're going to see? We're going to see a Court of Calling. This is a chord for 3.
Chord for 3?
Yep. Asking the question. It's not going to take much for Sam to be able to pop off here.
Simon Nielsen thinking about it, but what can he do?
He could use the Haywire Might on the Nantuko in response.
As it's an enchantment.
And hope that Sam doesn't have the Shuko here, because the Safekeeper plus Nadu is very costly, especially when you don't have the Nantuko in play. But by letting it go, now it'll be a question of, I get to see, is Sam going off with the Safekeeper? And of course, you can't protect the Nantuko with the Safekeeper. But he could have tried to pressure lands, but now...
I was really hoping you were going to kill the Saga.
He killed the Saga, he says.
All right.
Here we go.
Here's the
1
Shuko.
Activation before it's gone.
First target?
Response.
And immediately, of course, Simon is going to respond, just as you predicted, Marnie.
Green Shatter, I guess?
Green Shatter.
I think they call it crumble in some colloquialisms.
So the
I don't speak French.
the Shuko is
So
exiled.
you're 22. Yeah. I'm resolving my first Nadu trigger.
First Nadu trigger reveals a
so
Wall
far, so good.
of Roots.
That's a good one.
It's not a bad one at all.
Let's see if you can
Don't forget, Sam has another Court of Calling in hand. Discards or exiles a, sacrifices a land in order to trigger Nadu the second time here on that insect token.
Think you keep going, but I'm not sure.
So another land here off the top of a Nadu activation would not only produce a mana, obviously for the Court of Calling with the land itself,
right,
but would also produce an insect that could be used to pay the Convoke on the Court of Calling.
Right.
So
Sam just needs to get to 6 mana.
6 mana between 6 untapped creature or land permanents.
Yes, correct.
Yes.
And that would get him Court of Calling for Outrider Encore, which means he would no longer need to bother with sacrificing lands to the Safekeeper. So the question is, do you just go for it?
Well, we've seen Sam in this more or less in this exact position in the quarterfinals, I believe it was, where he was the semis, where he had a Sylvan Safekeeper and a bunch of lands, and that was the only way he had to activate the Nadu, and he went for it.
Yes.
And he was rewarded for doing so as well.
Yes.
So
and
will he take the same risk?
Float a
All right.
green.
Yeah. We can just do it like this, right? So this is the 2.
So
yeah.
here's-
I'm going to sack the Saga first.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So here's one thing.
Go ahead.
Sam is going to have the Safekeeper trigger on the stack, and he can choose to sacrifice twice
This
because
is still on the stack.
you want to double trigger, double target with a Safekeeper because you don't want something to have Shroud and essentially eliminate a Nadu ability from it.
Yes, particularly later on if you ever refresh that. Now is the time that Sam, he's got a green floating, but this is a little bit of an all-in play here. He needs to hit a land off the top with these land sacrifices that he's making to the Sylvan Safekeeper.
If he double misses on lands, he's in a lot of trouble.
All right, it looks like it's going to happen. Sacrifices.
Oh, he's going for a second Nantuko first. All right, now he needs a land, but one land will do so much.
Oh, so he let the Shroud resolve. So that one was
gone.
It was only targeted once, but now it's in the can't be targeted again with, yes, okay, I understand. Oh, and a land off the top, but it's a Surveil land. It's a tapped land.
But that's big. That is big because it gives him 2 insects.
Okay.
And if he surveils a land to the top here, yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
That's
Simon's
a land. If that's a fetch land, it's over.
And it's not a fetch land, but it is a temple garden. So
that's 6.
That's going to provide enough
Outrider, and we're going to game 3.
Enough lands and enough creatures here for the Court of Calling for an Outrider on core.
Do you want to see him? But I actually just want to see your sideboard, maybe.
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
And the players are going to shortcut things here a little bit to show, because what Simon wants is, so talk us through what's happening here, Money, in terms of the information.
So the end of the combo, the end state that is going to happen here is Sam is going to mill his entire deck and go into the infinite loop that destroys all Simon's permanents or bounces them back to hand and leaves Simon with nothing.
With Otawara,
Boseiju, Endurance, Sylvan Safekeeper loops. So what Simon says is, if I'm going to see your whole deck, just let me look at your sideboard instead of looking through your deck. And this will tell me how you sideboard it, and we can go to the next game.
Because otherwise we have to sit through this convoluted combo where Simon will eventually get this information anyway, so we're sort of shortcutting here a little bit, Sam opting to show him. Oh boy, and now we're getting into a bit of a completely different sub-game as the players try to figure out which permanent belongs to whom. But it is Sam Pardee who takes out game number 3, Money. He has kept himself alive in this Pro Tour final.
Yeah, and you know, this is the issue. You may not be teammates, but you are both sponsored by Ultimate Guard, and that means those sleeves are from the same company.
Very difficult to tell apart.
Yes.
Yes.
Here's the thing. Sam won that game. Huge. But this next game is the first test because Simon's going to be on the play now.
Yes.
Sam needs to win this to push us to a game 5. And then he'll still be in trouble because Simon will be on the play again there.
Yep.
So still a very uphill battle.
In his post-match interview with Ailey previously, I believe it was after the second final, Sam borrowed a phrase from tennis, right, and described his win as breaking serve in his semis. And this is a very important concept to think about, the fact that when you're on the play, when you're serving in tennis, you have an advantage.
Right.
And if you're able to take that advantage away from someone, if you're able to break serve, win a game when you're on the draw, it puts you in a massive advantage because then you have all these games where you're on the play and you're naturally favoured.
Right.
So Simon winning game 2 when Sam Pardee was on the draw, breaking serve in this way, on the play, it means that Simon is favoured not in any particular game, but just in the match overall.
Yes.
So Sam does face an uphill battle. It's obviously terrific for him that he's won this game, but now he has to win 2 more on the trot.
Yeah, because this is the real issue is by Simon breaking serve once, he's made it so Sam needs to break serve twice. And that's really the, not an exact science, but the mathematical exchange here that makes that first breaking of serve so important is there isn't a point in the match where Sam can recoup that advantage in any way.
Yeah.
Once Simon's taken it, it is gone.
And he's always fighting.
Right. The rest of the time, Sam is forever behind.
Well, both of these players effortlessly likable. It's very, very difficult to pick who you'd like to win here, unless, I don't know, you're Caroline Pardee. I'm sure she's probably got a,
Never heard of her.
Never. Poor Caroline, one of our very good friends here, part of the coverage team, of course, working away behind the scenes. But she will be biting her nails at the moment as she watches Sam try to get it done in the feature match area. And of course, as I say, both of these players having hordes of fans, their teammates cheering them on, thousands and thousands of people watching, not just around the world, Money, but here in the building at MagicCon. We've got the main stage viewing party over there with Andrea Mengucci and Torolf Severin guiding people through what's happening
and
here
Philippa,
live.
of course.
And Philippa holding the whole show together.
Of course.
And we'd like to thank everyone, Marnie, for choosing to join us this weekend, whether you're watching at home or whether you're here in the building at Amsterdam. What a pleasure it is to have your company as we head into game number 4 between these two players. Once again, Simon Nielsen, one single game victory away from a Pro Tour championship, but Sam Pardee, he's digging in and he's going to do everything he can to stop that victory from happening for the Dane.
And you know, we keep talking about the Channel Fireball Team Handshake matchup that happened in Chicago in the finals. That was Simon. It was Simon losing to Seth Manfield. So this is his second Pro Tour top 8 and finals this season, where he is trying to really get that revenge on his 30th birthday against Team Channel Fireball and claim the victory not just for himself, but for all of Team Handshake.
Simon Nielsen has had such a storied career, going all the way back to the legendary Dane Blast at a World Magic Cup so many, many years ago. Sleeping through his alarms, getting game losses as he arrived late to GPs, but still just putting win after win after win on the board. Will he be able to hoist that trophy you see on the table and proclaim himself a Pro Tour champion? This game may be what determines his fate. We are going to get underway. Simon Nielsen is on the play. Sam Pardee, his opponent. The game score 2-1. Let's have a look at those openers, Marnie. What do you make of things?
All right, well, I see that Simon has a turn 1 Manadork, a Shuko, and a Nadu on the play. Things are scary. Doesn't even need the turn 1 Manadork, but has it available anyways. It's not going to speed your combo up any sooner by having it. So going to put the Shuko first, because this will play through a potential Haywire Might from Sam on the Shuko, not on the Urza Saga, of course. But by having the Shuko in play, let's say Sam was to go Haywire Might and the next turn blow up your Saga. Simon would still be able to go Halfling this upcoming turn, and the next turn, 3 mana plays Nadu while Shuko is already in play.
Yes. So Urza Saga goes up to 2 as we see Waterlog Grove power out a Sylvan Safekeeper here. In hand for Sam Pardee, Nadu Winged Wisdom, 2 of a Springheart Nantuko and a Summoner's Pact to a couple of lands. What have we found?
There's no interaction for Sam. Sam's hand is all combo pieces, but he is not doing anything to slow down Simon Nielsen, and Simon is going to have pretty good information of that, so this could already be the beginning of the end.
Simon Nielsen finds a Dismember, so there is an interactive card for him. I don't even know that he'll need it here, however.
But I think he's going to fire it off on the Safekeeper.
Okay, equip.
All right, Delighted Halfling. Equip the Shuko.
All right, this needs to be an interactive card, otherwise we might be done. Or, you know, close to mathematically done.
Let's see. It is a Dismember. He found a Dismember off the top. That is going to change this game completely, Marnie.
All right, so Sam is going to live to see another day, potentially. Another turn, potentially. Simon may want to go after the Sylvan Safekeeper. The Dismember is not going to get any better. The more lands that Sam is able to get onto the battlefield, the more likely he is to sacrifice a land to keep the Safekeeper alive. So you need to go after it while Sam can't afford to sacrifice a land to it.
Yep, it's the old, you've always got to kill the Mother of Runes before you go after anything else. Legacy players will be familiar with that. Dismember gets rid of the Sylvan Safekeeper. Simon Nielsen sacrifices his Urza's Saga and can go and fetch up a 1-drop artifact. What are we looking for here? Haywire Might?
I think Haywire Might is your... one, it's another creature. So if your combo was to start going off, it would be quite useful. But 2, it is your insurance policy against Sam having an answer here and then comboing off on his own.
All right, here's the Haywire Might now for Simon Nielsen, fetched off of the Urza's Saga. I believe there's 1 colorless mana floating here too.
Correct. That is what that die is almost representing.
Yep.
Simon just thinking whether he is going to fetch as well here or whether he's going to play his Nadu first. Of course, the benefit of holding the fetch is if you hit a Springheart Nantuko early, you'll want that fetch land. And this is all assuming Sam doesn't have that piece of interaction right there, which is the Dismember.
Which he does. A key draw for the American here. Simon Nielsen settling in to his 3rd turn. 1 mana floating. Can cast the Nadu that's in hand. Otawara, Misty Rainforest, Summoner's Pack rounding out the hand of the Dane. Taking his time in making this decision here. At a moment like this, can't afford to make mistakes.
And it has to be said that with that Summoner's Pact in hand, Simon has the rebuild for the next turn, where Sam isn't able to combo off.
Oh, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you were going fetching again or what. So
Yeah, that was my plan, but I changed mine.
Didn't want to throw you off. Okay.
All right, Sam Pardee shuffling up after Simon's fetch there earlier, or search for the Hawaiian Might. All right, here is Nadu, Winged Wisdom. This is cast using that colorless mana from the Urza's Saga, in addition to the Temple Garden and the Delighted Halfling.
Then I will equip to my Delighted Halfling, trigger once.
And in response to the equip, we will see Dismember targeting the Nadu. That means we'll have 2 Nadu triggers total.
Sure, of course, yeah, you go to 14. All right, trigger Nadu again.
Yep.
It's 1 land.
Misty.
Mr. Rainforest.
He is dead.
I think if this is a land, okay.
It's another Nadu.
All right, if that was a land, Simon would have been able to immediately patch for another Nadu and continue potentially going off.
But as it is, isn't going to be able, because that was
for the turn.
The Misty Rainforest was the land play for the turn, so that's going to leave him a little short.
And
casting the Nadu.
Sam needs another piece of interaction, and an important one, because again, I think Simon will just try to go for it again here with that Nadu picked up.
Which Sam knows about as well, so he can't be feeling good about it. Urza's Saga. What was the draw here for Sam? Was it that Delighted Halfling?
Unfortunately so.
Not a piece of interaction here. Things not looking good for Sam Pardee. He can play a Nadu, but it doesn't really do anything and just clears the way for Simon to run roughshod.
Sure.
All right, as the Saga resolves, the first trigger here.
Giving the opportunity to Simon, of course, to respond with the Haywire Might before it gets any counters.
Which would rob Sam of 1 mana, were that to be the case.
I'll take a point.
Sam's going to go for Nadu.
All right.
And just hope that Simon misses.
Just going to hope that Simon doesn't have it here, but this is not going to be a hope that I think he'll see fulfilled. Simon Nielsen goes down to 11 here with a double fetch. Misty Rainforests. Might fetch some Surveil lands here, perhaps.
Yeah, at least one of them.
Just in response to each other. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't make sense.
No, it's much worse for you if you do it that way. But I'm okay with whatever shortcuts you want to do.
All right, these players shortcutting through, finding the lands
So I can
here.
fetch.
Sorry, what do you want to do?
Yeah, no, so I fed the first one, fetch just this, and then I respond by fetching a second one.
So this is in response now.
can
There's a
also
bit of a
just-
shortcut, but
I'm
in
just gonna
response to the
try
Surveil
that.
trigger,
Yeah,
so
I
you don't
kinda
shuffle
thought
away
you
a card that you put on the top.
This is 2 potential Surveils.
Yes, two isolated triggers of Surveil. One without any fetch lands.
One Surveil, 1 creature, and
So the last
Simon
turn
has...
Oh, sorry, getting the
Summoner's
dried
Pact in hand
out.
as well.
Yes,
So
this
getting all
is
that.
8 looks for Simon, and it is going to be a big mathematical, not an exact science ask for Simon to miss here.
All right, here's the Surveil from Hedge Maze. Thinking about whether he wants to keep it on top. He did seem to like the look of it, but no, it's going to hit the bin. It is the Shifting Woodland, and so Simon Nielsen untaps. This could be the last turn of this Pro Tour. Simon is so very close to closing things out with this Bant Nadu combo deck. It has been dominant across the entire weekend, and here in the hands of the young Dane on his 30th birthday,
that's it.
He could be crowned a Pro Tour champion. Mani Davudi calling the game, and indeed the match and the championship. Here is a Summoner's Pact. Can Sam Pardee read the writing on the wall as Springheart Nantuko hits the battlefield? It's not looking good for the Americans. Simon has been firing on all cylinders.
You made your own luck there.
You make your own luck, he says.
Once.
Finds another Nantuko.
This one once.
And a Force of Vigor as well here, looking for... All right, finds a Shuko.
Once.
Yeah, this is it.
Insects.
There's no helping this now. The first insect has been found. That is 2 more looks. The second insect will enable a second Nantuko to come on the battlefield. And Simon still has his land drop for the turn. There is an Otawara in hand, so this is it. This land drop will more or less close it out here.
Pays 2 here for the Hallowed
Your
Fountain.
moment.
Loud Huffling goes into hand.
Congratulations.
And
Thank
congratulations to Simon Nielsen, the champion of Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. He has done it. Years and years of excellence at the highest form of professional Magic have culminated in the apex of this man's career. His 30th birthday crowned in style with the highest victory many Magic players will ever experience, a Pro Tour Championship. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen.
Yeah, this really is the most well-deserved, and I think all of us can say that given how Simon has been playing Magic over the past 2 years, our reigning player of the year in the race for Player of the Year, again, the Kai Budde Player of the Year trophy. This has always been a matter of when, not if, for Simon Nielsen, and he has done it over and over and over again, continuing to get so close time and time again. And this time, as he gets a hug from his fellow teammate Javier Dominguez, who he bested earlier on in the top 8, Simon is the champion.
What a win for Simon Nielsen. What a win for Team Handshake. Simon Nielsen has been playing at the highest level of Magic for a long, long time, all the way back, grinding the competitive circuit in Europe, putting up result after result, and his career has only flourished and blossomed and grown, and here he is standing today on his birthday, a Pro Tour champion. Well done, Simon Nielsen. What a performance from him.
Yeah, I think Team Handshake proving once again why they are considered one of the best teams in Magic. They take one event off. Of course, they all played, but no players in the top 8. A massive disappointment for them.
And they just say, no,
come back.
This will not do.
Yeah, this will not do. 3 members in the top 8, taking it down. I believe their first victory as a team since Nathan Stoyer's Pro Tour win last season. So this is a massive win for them. And of course, on his 30th birthday, this is another incredible accomplishment for what I would say is inarguably the most accomplished Danish Magic player of all time.
Absolutely. Not a difficult claim to make. Congratulations once again to Simon Nielsen. But very, very quickly, I do want to offer congratulations and commiserations to our very, very worthy runner-up, Sam Pardee. He played his guts out across the top 8, unfortunately vanquished at the final hurdle for him. But this isn't the last we've heard of Sam Pardee. He has been another very consistent, very dominant player. And look, he thoroughly deserves every accolade and every compliment that's handed to him this weekend. He's played a blinder. Sadly didn't get all the way there, but lost to an extremely worthy foe in Simon Nielsen, our Pro Tour champion. We're going to throw things back over the desk. Before we do that, I want to thank you, Marnie, for being part of the broadcast this week, and thank you for all your expertise and your support across the weekend, and you, the viewer, around the world as well, for contributing to the success of this broadcast. Thank you for being here. That's it from us. It's back over to Maria and the team at the news desk to round out and crown our Pro Tour champion.
What an incredible final. Congratulations to Simon Nielsen on his Pro Tour victory. Frank, I've got to ask for your reaction after that. What an incredible entire tournament Simon has had. Not only this tournament, but indeed the season. Not only this season, but the year before this. And now capping it off, and maybe he's not done yet, with this Pro Tour victory. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, absolutely, Maria. Out of the last 6 events, Simon Nielsen made the top 8 of 5 of them, which is already completely ridiculous. But the trophy always was out of his reach. He was 2nd earlier this year, almost there. And now finally, we can not only call him our reigning Player of the Year, but also a Pro Tour champion. And
speaking of Player of the Year, Frank, we've been watching the Player of the Year race at the Pro Tour this year. We've got some updates for you. Your reigning Player of the Year, Simon Nielsen, is in the lead again, Frank.
Completely incredible. So the Player of the Year race rewards players for their match points at the 3 Pro Tours this season, and then World Championship 30, which is still to come at MagicCon Vegas in late November. And at the moment, indeed, Simon Nielsen, our reigning Player of the Year, is just having a substantial lead. He had an incredible season. 2nd place at Pro Tour Murders at Karlov Manor, then top 32 at the Pro Tour Thunder Junction, and now 1st place at Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3. This is a season for the ages, but indeed the World Championship is still to come. It is not decided yet, because a lot of incredible players are right on his heels. Jason Yee we saw, right? Top 16, top 8, top 8. Seth Manfield, first place, another top 8. Javier Dominguez, 9th, 10th, top 8. And Sam Pardee, who played his heart out in this finals.
Absolutely.
I loved how he tried to combo off with the Sylvan Safekeeper one game. He really did his best with the interaction he had, but there's just no stopping Simon Nielsen.
Absolutely, there is not. And like I mentioned, he might not be done yet. Here with the trophy presentation is Ailey Loney.
Thank you so much, Maria. Simon Nielsen, finally, I can say, Pro Tour champion. What is going on through your head right now?
I don't know, it's just like amazing to go through all of this. I felt like the narrative is just like works out so perfectly with the like, you know, top 8, top 4, top 3, top 2, and now finally this. So yeah, I don't know. I mean, this deck is just crazy stupid, and I'm glad I got to play it before it's gone, because it's gonna be gone. do not invest. Oh right, no, invest in all my Shukos.
He'll sign them for you too, yeah. Simon, I have to ask you, how much of your success over the last couple of years would you attribute to the wonderful players and team around you here?
Like, all of it. Like, I mean, it's just, I feel like my biggest strength as a player is that like I'm like a sponge that like absorbs information, and I need to have the good information, and these guys are just so helpful and incredible to like be around and learn from, and I love it. I love you all. It's just been wonderful, and seeing our success, like also just like as a group cheering each other on, and yeah, building this you know, this machine.
It's a machine indeed. And now I have to ask you, Simon, in Magic we talk about inevitability, and given your success, your string of top 8s, everything that you have accomplished over the last 2 years, it's inevitable that this moment was coming. But what's next?
I really want my own card, right?
All right, Simon, before I hand this trophy over to you, I need to ask, is there anything you would like to say to your family, your friends, your fans, anything at all?
Yeah, so speaking of that narrative, some of you might wonder why wasn't it 5 in a row? The reason is that Seattle wasn't a Magic Con, so there wasn't so many people here, and I just want to say thank you to all of you who came out here, who are watching on a big screen, like playing like all your games here, enjoying this incredible hobby. Thank you all for being part of this.
Hear, hear. Well, there's only one thing left to do. Simon, I know it's your birthday, so I got you a little something. This is yours. Let's give it up for our Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 champion, Simon Nielsen!
Congratulations to your Pro Tour Modern Horizons 3 champion, Simon Nielsen. What an incredible season. Well, this weekend was special in so many ways. As the 10th Modern Pro Tour ever, it had a lot to live up to in its format's storied history. And live up to it did, as Modern Horizons proved its place by flipping the script on the format almost entirely. 243 players showed up to throw down on Friday, each with hope in their hearts for victory. But for some, that hope had wings, as Nadu Winged Wisdom soared to the top of the standings and made every player who registered it feel very wise indeed. After an explosive and surprising 6 rounds of draft and 10 rounds of what felt like a brand new Modern, 8 players remained standing, ready to vie for victory. But in the end, it was Simon Nielsen who claimed the trophy and the title, whose name is now cemented in Magic history, right alongside their fine feathered friend. You know, it's not only Kai Budde who doesn't lose on Sundays. It's also all of us, as long as we have a deck, a battlefield, and of course, the gathering. Be there for the thrilling conclusion of this year's competitive season at MagicCon Vegas, where we'll crown a new world champion, as well as our Kai Budde Player of the Year. See you then, friends!